Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1451 Chapter 1451, Breaking the Bow. Third. For the fire of ignorance is coming, and another profound principal palace. Half-Ancestor is dead. Half-Ancestor and the others are also in the middle of the fire, struggling to resist. Each and every one is ugly, already sweating. On the other side, Yanbijin fights with Tanji. Normally, Yanbijin, who has practiced leaving regrets scripture and Ashura Sutra, battle strength must be above the heavens. It was just that he was injured and added many natural means. The two of them tried to fight and form a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short time. Suzuima controls 4 fires. Magic power continuously. Give me a fire. In Suzuima's Sea of Consciousness, the Good Fortune Lotus platform slowly rotates, emitting a path of glow, and surrounds the black hair primordial spirit, constantly nourishing the primordial spirit, supplementing the primordial spirit's power. Without Good Fortune Lotus platform, Suzuima would not have been able to support it. For ignorant fire burns away, trapping the remaining 8 half-ancestors at Profound Principal Palace. The fire is getting stronger and stronger. You guys, I don't want to be against the Profound Principal Palace, Suzuima groaned. As long as you are silent in this fire, there will be no danger. Suzuima is not Yanbijin after all. He can still stay calm. It is unknown whether this incident was done by one person or the ambassador of Profound Principal Palace. After all, Suzuima made a good relationship with Ling Xuanji, and he had contacted an old man at Profound Principal Palace, and the old man was not like a villain. As long as Ling Xuanji shows up or the old man shows up, today's affairs should be broken. Huang Wu, you suppress and kill me sect half-ancestor, and still want to stay out? Dry day half-ancestor sneered. God of half-ancestor I silly said, yes, Huang Wu. You kill me spiritual beasts, break into my palace door, today you and Ashura must die here. You two better shut up. Suzuima's eyes were cold and he slowly said, otherwise, I will send you two on the road first. HMPH. At this moment, coldly snorted came from Profound Principal Palace, which contained great anger and endless majesty. Are you Huang Wu? It's so powerful. How can my Profound Principal Palace let you impudent? With this scolding, a silhouette slowly rose from Profound Principal Palace, exuding endless coercion, gaze as if a torch, falling on Suzuima. Palace Master, Half-Ancestor and the others, when they saw this silhouette, expressed their joy and exclaimed, this is now the Profound Principal Palace. Palace Master, King's Half-Ancestor. Huang Wu, you're done. God of Half-Ancestor glanced back at Suzuima, expressing a mockery and laughing. Palace Master was in retreat, and now you are shocked. Even Divine Immortal can't save you. Then I will burn you first. Suzuima urges the primordial spirit, for greatly rises, move towards God Half-Ancestor. Ganshin Half-Ancestor and the others quickly shot to help God of Half-Ancestor resist Suzuima's this time offensive. At this moment, Profound Principal Palace Master King's Half-Ancestor pulled out a huge bow from the storage bag, the whole body jade green, just like jade stone. Take out this jade bow. In the sky's magic power, it seems to be dragged, gradually moved towards jade bow. Suzuima slightly frowned. This bow is so special that he seems to have seen it in an ancient book. King's Half-Ancestor suddenly picked up the yagong and pulled the bow like a full moon, but on the string, but not at all long arrows. Just as Suzuima was bewildered, the magic power around King's Half-Ancestor seemed crazy, and moved towards his fingertips. In a blink of an eye, a magic power long arrow condenses on the string of yagong. The magic power around King's Half-Ancestor has been emptied by this jade bow. The moment of this magic power long arrow condensing, Suzuima's hairs are all up. King's Half-Ancestor let go and let the long arrow go through the air, not facing Suzuima, but the ancient black magnetic mountain that pierced into the air. Bang! A loud noise, deafening. The 1000 black magnetic mountain was actually shot by this magic power long arrow from the air, and its volume continued to shrink. The rays of light dimmed and fell to the ground. Originally, many magic tools adsorbed on the Black Magnetic Mountain also broke away and returned to the control of many Profound Principal Palace great experts. Profound Principal Palace's many great expert spirits are shocked. Without the restraint of Black Magnetic Mountain, the situation in Mingzhen and Jiujing began to become a little bad. Zimo, be careful, that's one of the ancient treasures. Just then, Jiujing's voice sounded. Su Zimo was in horror, and finally remembered the origin of this bow. The broken bow, one of the ancient treasures, is as famous as Black Magnetic Mountain. But among the 7 ancient treasures, the attack of the broken bow is the first. What's more important is that you can break 10,000 spells with a single arrow. Any spell, in front of the broken bow, is unable to withstand a single blow. Shooting Black Magnetic Mountain, King's half-ancestor's gaze turned and fell on Su Zimo's body. Next, it's you. King's half-ancestor sounds calm, but with supreme majesty, no doubt. Suddenly, King's half-ancestor bent bow. On his string, once again the magic power long arrow condenses, absorbing all the magic power around Su. This long arrow came through the air and passed through the fire of the 4 mad roads. The terrifying scene happened. Long arrows pass around, absorbing crazy magic power around. Even 4 fires cannot be resisted. The long arrow is extremely fast, passing through the middle of the 4 fires. Not only has the power not been reduced, it has climbed to the limit, and the 4 fires have gone out. The magic power of the Dao fire is absorbed by the long arrow of the broken bow, and naturally cannot burn. Just 1 arrow will break the 4 fires. Moreover, this arrow absorbs the magic power of the 4 fires, and the formidable power is more terrifying. Suddenly, Su Zimo was stabbed in front of him. The speed is too fast. Even if Su Zimo is assisted by spiritual awareness, it's too late to respond. Good Fortune Lotus Platform nourishes his primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness, and has no time to take it out. Su Zimo can only raise his hands and try to catch this long arrow. Oh! Overestimate one's capabilities. King's half-ancestor saw this scene with a sneer. Boom! Between the light and the flint, Su Zimo's palms are closed, and this magic power arrow is held up. But this long arrow is too powerful. Even Su Zimo couldn't catch it, so he could only do his best to offset some of the power on this long arrow. Long arrows passed through his hands. Su Zimo's palms were cut by this long arrow, drenched with blood. Pukai. The long arrow went straight into Su Zimo's chest, come out through the body and fly out of the vest. The 7th grade Azure Lotus true body is almost invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. But it was broken by a bow, and an arrow shot through. Normally, the formidable power of the broken bow cannot reach this level. But the reason why the broken magic bow can become an ancient treasure is because the long arrow can absorb magic power and strengthen its own power. This long arrow absorbs the magic power of the 4 mad fires, and will have such a formidable power. 3 more, go to bed. By the way, in the new month or the 2nd period, doubled the monthly ticket, and 1 ticket changes to 1 tickets. These days, the update is okay, just yell and ask for a monthly ticket. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1452 Chapter 1452 Primordial Spirit Fighting First. Su Zimo's chest was shot with a blood hole by the broken bow, and blood was flowing like a spring. Zimo, Jiujing exclaimed, deep concerns in beautiful eyes. Su Zimo treads the sky, the expression is cold, as if not feeling pain, but looking at the profound Principal Palace Master King's half-ancestor not far away. Azure Lotus true body has transformed into 7th grade Good Fortune Azure Lotus, and has not suffered such a heavy hit. If you change to someone else, this arrow shoots through the chest, I am afraid that the vitality of the inside of the body will be destroyed as much as possible. And Suzaimo's Azure Lotus true body is equivalent to 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus. It is very vigorous and has suffered such heavy injuries. It is still surging and frantically healing the wound. This broken bow is a bit tricky. Any spell released will be absorbed by the broken bow and become its power. But Suzaimo believes that even the strongest magic tool must have a weak spot. Just then, Suzaimo's heart moved and he realized something. Time interval. This broken bow is an ancient treasure, and it is not a real long arrow that is shot, but a magic power long arrow. In other words, urging the broken bow is equivalent to launching a spell. The same spell, if you want to urge the next time, there must be some time interval to give the primordial spirit a respite. This principle is like after punching. You have to retract your punch before you can make the second punch. There are even some formidable power horrible spells with longer time intervals. After King's half-ancestor shot Black Magnetic Mountain, he didn't shoot the second arrow immediately, but waited for a while before moving towards him to shoot the second arrow. At this point, after King's half-ancestor fired the second arrow, he did not shoot immediately. This interval, although short, was noticed by Suzaimo. Huang Wu, you can resist the broken bow and one arrow, but you also have a little ability. King's half-ancestor lightly saying, however, this second arrow will kill you. I don't think you have a chance. Suzaimo's eyes were greatly rises, his fingers touched the eyebrows, and he moved his fingers together, moved towards King's half-ancestor, a little farther away, shouted loudly, Azure Lotus Sword. Give me a chop. A path of azure. 63 Azure Lotus seeds quickly condensed into a long sword in the air, and moved towards King's half-ancestor to kill it. This is one of Suzaimo's most powerful hole cards against Primordial Spirit. Among the same level, only the Great Clarity Monk is able to resist this killing operation without any damage. King's half-ancestor is slightly discolored. He could naturally feel that the terrifying sharpness on this Azure Lotus sword had not felt near, but his primordial spirit felt a tingling faintly. Cut. King's half-ancestor did not dare to carelessly, and quickly gathered up divine consciousness, erupting the primordial spirit secret technique, and resisted it. Madman. Ganshin half-ancestor cursed, this Huang Wu is really crazy. You know, practice them to this step. Generally speaking, it is easy to not use the primitive spirit secret technique. The primordial spirit is the most dangerous. Once there is any traumatic shock to the primordial spirit, they may never step into the Great Ascension realm in this life. Between the body fusion realm and the Great Ascension realm, there is an insurmountable nature. Even if there is a realm like half-ancestor in the middle, as a buffer, it is still difficult to really step into the Great Ascension realm as heavenly ascension. Generally speaking, after practicing to half-ancestor, you will retreat in sect, try to go to insights heaven and earth, feel the divine ability, and try to impact the Great Ascension realm. Therefore, half-ancestor is rarely seen in the true cultivation world. Had it not been for Suzaimo's birth and his invincibility, body fusion great expert simply could not suppress him. These half-ancestor simply would not appear. Didn't expect. Since the war, Suzaimo has used the primordial spirit secret technique. Ganshin half-ancestor and the others yelled, but couldn't stand idly by, and quickly gathered up divine consciousness, urging the primordial spirit secret technique. A path of primordial spirit secret technique erupted, moved towards Suzaimo and passed. Suzaimo flickered, and moved towards King's half-ancestor rushed away. At the same time, he condensed secret techniques again, with his finger on the eyebrow, and directly pulled out a long whip with a blinking lightning consciousness. Spirit exterminating whip. Suzaimo rotates the long whip and beats on a primordial spirit secret technique, and directly draws this primordial spirit secret technique and disintegrates it into nothingness. Amount. The profound principal palace half-ancestor complexion changed, groaned. In his sea of consciousness, The primordial spirit is subject to considerable vibrations. Thunder Sovereign's primordial spirit secret technique. Half-ancestor expression grave was quickly identified. Pa. 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 Suzaimo turned the spirit exterminating whip and shattered 4 primordial spirit secret techniques in succession before the spirit exterminating whip collapsed. He has just stepped into the body fusion realm, and relying on the Thunder Sovereign secret technique, it is already the limit that such an offensive can erupt. Profound Principal Palace Half-Ancestor's primordial spirit secret technique. There are 4 left. Normally, it is enough to suppress and kill Suzaimo. But Ganshin Half-Ancestor and the others' expression was nervous and stared at Suzaimo intently. Unless they saw Suzaimo fall in person, they didn't know what would happen next moment. As predicted, the moment Suzaimo's spirit exterminating whip broke, a blazing golden light burst out from his eyebrow, condensing a mysterious character in the air. This character, with its sacred power, seems to suppress everything and purify all evil. Another primordial spirit secret technique, Tathagata's Dharma Seal. This Tao character runs against the 4 profound Principal Palace Half-Ancestors' primordial spirit secret technique. Silent, but permeated with extremely terrifying divine consciousness, like a path of ripples, moved towards all around. The void is distorted, it seems to tear everything. The 8 remaining half-ancestor expressions at Profound Principal Palace were jealous and retreated. Suzaimo, however, relied on Good Fortune Lotus platform to guard the primordial spirit. From this ripple, he passed by and came to the front of King's half-ancestor. At the same time, King's half-ancestor's Xuanchen sword also collided with Azure Lotus sword. The 2 forces collided together, as if heaven and earth were frozen. A brief stagnation. Xuanchen chopped down. The Azure Lotus sword also scattered, turning into Azure Lotus seeds, dim and dull, and returned to Suzaimo's sea of consciousness. The Azure Lotus sword collapsed. These Azure Lotus suns returned to the Good Fortune Lotus platform to nourish for a while, and they will soon be back to life. But this time the primordial spirit battle, King's half-ancestor's primordial spirit was greatly shocked. There was even a slight scar on his primordial spirit. Primordial spirit is hurt. Don't look at the slight scars on this primordial spirit, but it is very difficult to heal, and it may take years of rest and nourishment. If he can't heal, he will stuck in the realm of half-ancestor forever, hopelessly stepping into ancestor realm all his life. Huang Wu, King's half-ancestor, was furious and raised his broken bow to shoot the 3rd arrow. At this moment, his saw a flash, a silhouette descended in front of him, and shot directly, erupting a terrible atmosphere. King's half-ancestor didn't expect, after the primordial spirit battle, Suzaimo actually came forward. He has no time to release his bow. This is also a disadvantage of the broken bow. If you are approached, this ancient treasure is actually a burden. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1453. Chapter 1453. Capture the bow, invincible. Second more. King's half-ancestor urged chi and blood, and also punched backhand. The fist of moved towards Suzaimo hit in the past. Boom, fist collision. Suzaimo. 2 people can even hear the soaking sound when the bones collide with the flesh. Have equal shares. A huge force of earthquake erupted. In the eyes of King's half-ancestor, there was a taunt of ridicule. By this countershock force, his body quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Suzaimo. Suddenly, King's half-ancestor expression changed. After the punches collided, Suzaimo suddenly turned his punches into palms and became soft, transforming from extremely rigid to extremely soft, without any stagnation. The soft palm rested on his fist, rolling and shaking. A terrifying force broke out. King's half-ancestor clearly felt that his arm seemed to be twisted and torn, and there was a pain in the heart. King's half-ancestor screamed. The flesh and blood on his arm exploded, and the whole arm became a blood mist. Suzaimo stepped forward, stretched out his hands, flashed his arms, struck the 2 arms of King's half-ancestor, and bent his knees forward, like a galloping fierce horse, fiercely hit it. The slaughter technique in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture is used by Azure Lotus True Body. Although it is not as powerful as Dragon Phoenix, it is also extremely scary. Kaka. King's half-ancestor's chest collapsed deeply under the impact of two forces. His two arms were torn apart by Suzaimo, blood was flowing like blood, and it was terrible. King's half-ancestor once again uttered a sore cry, pale, lost his arms, and shivered slightly in midair, almost spasmodic. This time of change stunned many experts present. Everyone didn't expect that King's half-ancestor had just been born. With a strong posture, he had formed a crushing situation and almost shot Suzaimo. But in an instant, the situation reversed and King's half-ancestor was almost killed by Suzaimo. After being hit so hard, King's half-ancestor can still stand in the air, mudly activate magic power, two arms, and grow back at the speed visible by naked eye. The broken bones on his chest are healing quickly. King's half-ancestors within the body. There was a sound of waves. Blood is tied. To be able to take the profound principal palace and become lord of a palace, battle strength is by no means the most important. Because the palace master is in charge of the big sect, it has to deal with many complicated things and manage the sect's disciples, which will inevitably consume energy. The major sect forces are the same. But being a profound principal palace master is by no means easy. With such a heavy blow, King's half-ancestor can still calm down quickly, with a powerful bloodline, heal the fleshly body, showing its temperament means. Unfortunately, the situation is not ready in his control. King's half-ancestor's arm was broken, but there was nothing at all. But on his broken arm, he was holding an ancient treasure to break the magic bow. And now, this broken bow has fallen into Suzaimo's hands. You shoot me an arrow. Suzaimo looked at King's half-ancestor, coldly said, I give you one arrow. The words did not fall. Suzaimo opened the broken bow, a wonderful feeling emerged, at his fingertips. The magic power around him frantically condensed. In a blink of an eye, a magic power arrow appeared. King's half-ancestor expression changed a lot. The bow is like a full moon, and the arrow is like a shooting star. This Taolaw forced the long arrow to break through the air, and the speed is amazing, passing through the sky, absorbing all the magic power around. The speed of the long arrow is getting faster and faster, and it is coming. Facing the long arrow of the broken bow, you cannot resist it with spell. Otherwise, it will only increase the formidable power of the broken bow. King's half-ancestor's response was extremely fast. In the eyebrows, a huge ancient mirror floated out, grew up quickly, and stood in front of him. Bang! The magic power long arrow hit the ancient mirror, and a loud noise broke out. Kaka! Ancient mirror shattered instantly. Countless fragments flew upside down, all submerged in the body of King's half-ancestor, almost turning him into a sieve. This time, King's half-ancestor can no longer support it, falling from the air, face pale, eyes dim. Group Repair is shocked. Seeing this, many cultivators in Profound Principal Palace are uproar. Some low-level cultivators in the Profound Principal Palace, because of the cultivation realm, cannot go out of the palace, but can only watch the war in the palace, and the palace master of Profound Principal Palace was shot down by Huang Wu. This scene has hit them too much. Profound Principal Palace great expert quickly set off to support King's half-ancestor from the air. Shoot! At this moment, the secret to fight with Azura suddenly loudly shouted, breaking the bow needs space. Can't shoot arrows continuously. Half-ancestor and the others responded and shot. Bang! 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 A path of powerful spell. Come again. That's good. Let you try the formidable power of this broken bow. Suzaimo said coldly. Under the gaze of countless line of sight, he even pulled the bowstring again. Magic power quickly condensed. Another magic power long arrow appeared. How can it be? Seeing this scene, even King's half-ancestor shouted. The broken bow just shot an arrow. The second arrow was condensed in a flash. The magic power arrow smashed through the air, piercing the spell of a profound principal palace half-ancestor in an instant. This Daolor technique collapsed on the spot. All magic power was absorbed by magic power long arrows, faster and more fierce. Pukai. The magic power long arrow pierced the profound principal palace half-ancestor's chest and emerged through the body. The power of terror not only destroyed the vitality of this profound principal palace half-ancestor within the body, but also moved towards the sea of consciousness. The profound principal palace half-ancestor is also extremely responsive, immediately primordial spirit, and escape alive. Suzumu ignored this person, suddenly turned around. His gaze was like electricity, facing another profound principal palace half-ancestor, and opened the magic bow again. In a blink of an eye, the third magic power long arrow condenses. How come? This is impossible. Hiss. Everyone at profound principal palace sucked in a breath of cold air, discolored, and finally there was a trace of panic on their faces. This ancient treasure, in Suzumu's hands, can continue to bend the bow, condensing magic power long arrows. This means that their spell, in front of Suzumu, is completely disabled to withstand a single blow. The third long arrow went out of the air, and the 3 Daolor technique collapsed on the spot. One arrow can break 10,000 methods. Another profound principal palace half-ancestor, pierced the fleshly body by magic power long arrows. His face was dull, he fell from the air, and a primordial spirit escaped from the top of the head. Bang! His fleshly body, before falling to the ground, could not bear the power contained in the magic power long arrow. It burst and flew flesh. Fortunately, this person saw that the situation was far from good, and escaped first, otherwise, the end of body and soul entirely exterminated. Who else? Suzumu treads the sky while standing, loudly roared, in the horrified eyes of the profound principal palace. He once again opened the broken bow, condensing the fourth magic power long arrow. Suzumu let go, long arrow broke. Another profound principal palace half-ancestor was shot. Invincible. In the minds of everyone at profound principal palace, there is only this single thought head. It is still in the code. The third one will be late. Everyone goes to bed early, and see the third one tomorrow morning. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1454 Chapter 1454 Divine Dragon Part 3 The Other Side. The fight between Tanji and Yan Bichin has also become heated. It's almost bloody. Yan Bichin's injury was even more serious. However, there was no mood swing on his face and eyes, and he seemed to feel no pain at all. His heart has been filled with hate. He just needs to die. Want your life to die. Tanji is in a hard fight, and the smile on his face has completely disappeared. In this battle, all his crafty plots and machinations are useless. Yan Bichin is completely fatal, and all the ways of playing are for life. Yan Bichin is not afraid of death, even in his mind. As long as he could suppress and kill heaven, death would be a relief for him. But Tanji doesn't want to die. Under this psychological gap, Tanji was suppressed by Yan Bichin again. On the other side, Suzumu seized the broken bow and was fully in control. In the eyes of Tanji, a strange bloodlight passed by from time to time. No one noticed it. He is a bit out of control and wants to urge blood refining demon scripture. If it is take out blood refining demon scripture, his battle strength will be restored quickly, and Yan Bichin must be suppressed and killed here. However, if he took out blood refining demon scripture, his identity would not be hidden. The ancient magic treasure breaks the bow. Even if it shoots an arrow in the hands of half-ancestor, it takes a while to slow down to condense the second arrow. The reason why Suzumu can continuously pull open the magic bow and condense the magic power long arrow is rooted in the Good Fortune Lotus platform in the Sea of Consciousness. After Good Fortune Azure Lotus Scroutus 7th grade, it has derived a very mysterious ability. Good Fortune Lotus platform sits in the Sea of Consciousness, with 63 lotus holes, constantly gushing the rays of light, nourishing the black hair with a primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit is strong enough, the brunette primordial spirit can keep releasing spells. Prior to this, Suzaimo had a breath, and the reason for the burst of more than 30 powerful spells was this. The broken bow is an ancient treasure, but the long arrow he condensed is actually a kind of spell. With the help of the 7th grade Good Fortune Lotus platform, the formidable power of the broken bow is at its best in Suzaimo's hands. There was also Profound Principal Palace Half-Ancestor with battle strength, and there were 5 others. Ganshin Half-Ancestor, God Dove Half-Ancestor and the others are among them. But these 5 Half-Ancestors dare not release any spells. With one arrow, you can break 10,000 spells. Any spell in front of the broken bow can be disabled to withstand a single blow, and it will turn into the power of the broken bow, hurting yourself. Get close to him. Ganshin Half-Ancestor gave a low drink, stared at each other with Gojuk Half-Ancestor, and his body moved, releasing a very strange figure. The silhouette flickered and the direction was uncertain. As long as you can get close, there is no threat to break the magic bow. If you want to bow and shoot, you must use both arms. Once everyone approaches, the broken bow will become a burden. The figure they released at this time is also very particular about it. It is an inheritance technique of Profound Principal Palace, Xiu Dan Bu, powerful mystery, second only to Ling Long Step. At the beginning of Land of Preaching the Tao, Di Yin chased Lin Xuanji for a long time, but he couldn't help him. Xiu Dan Bu moves randomly and without a fixed pace, making the opponent unable to determine the direction of the pace at all. 5 Profound Principal Palace Half-Ancestor stepped on the sky and moved towards Suzaimo. Instead of closing the bow, Suzaimo closed his eyes and captured the position of 5 Profound Principal Palace Half-Ancestor with the spooky spiritual awareness. Although the pace of the 5 Half-Ancestors is unpredictable, the killing intent on them is always the same. Suddenly, Suzaimo didn't even open his eyes. He opened the broken bow, condensed the 5th magic power long arrow, and let go of the slightest hesitation. Magic power long arrow, go away. This arrow, go straight to the God Dove Half-Ancestor and shoot. God Dove Half-Ancestor is shocking. This arrow shot over, just when he was down. When he wanted to change direction, he was too late. God Dove Half-Ancestor quickly turned the dust in his hand and moved towards this magic power long arrow to beat it. Boom! A loud noise. God Dove Half-Ancestor whisks the silver wire on the dust and bursts instantly. This arrow power is not fading, penetrating the silver dust, moved towards the chest of the God Dove squad. In a hurry, Half-Ancestor raised his arm. Pukai. God Dove Half-Ancestor's 2 arms exploded on the spot and flesh flew. Oh! God Dove Half-Ancestor screamed, his body retreated. Gantan Half-Ancestor and 4 others saw this scene before they got close to Suzaimo, and their faces suddenly became extremely ugly and rigid. Suzaimo turned around and bowed again. The 6th arrow. Ganshin Half-Ancestor reluctantly made use of the magic tool, barely blocking this arrow, but also spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the expression was sluggish. Withdraw. Any of the remaining 3 Obalance Half-Ancestor dare to step forward and retreat. No match. No match. Lying Half-Ancestor shouted as he retreated. Profound Principal Palace Master King's Half-Ancestor swallowed a lot of spirit pills and marvelous medicines. With the support of a Profound Principal Palace great expert, he took a rest and recovered a little. Seeing the scenes on the battlefield, Profound Principal Palace Master expression was a little angry, helpless, and a little lonely. Regardless of the final outcome of this battle, Profound Principal Palace's reputation will be much worse than before. Who would have thought that Profound Principal Palace inheritance is 10,000 years old? Since antiquity time, it has never been shaken or challenged by any sect forces. But in this life, high sects were killed by 4 body fusion great experts, hitting this point. In fact, this is not to blame Profound Principal Palace. These 4 people today can be regarded as the most powerful 4 evildoers of today's body fusion realm, whether it is Ming Zhen, Jiao or Azure Yan Beichan. Each one of them is the same level of existence. In addition, The prolonged principal palace can be used to trap and kill old ancestors' Linglong killing formation, and it was just broken by Jiujing. Therefore, the profound principal palace is so passive. Not only the profound principal palace, but even other super sects, if old ancestor is not out, with these four people's battle strength, you can kill 7 in 7 out of the major super sects. Palace Master, give the order. The profound principal palace great expert said in a deep voice, if you continue to fight like this, sect will lose too much. Yes. King's half-ancestor was also nodded, and said with emotion, Huang Wu's climate is in place, old ancestor cannot come out, and no one can suppress him. King's elder took a deep breath, turned around, moved towards the direction of profound principal palace, worshipped deeply, and said in a deep voice, I beg you to take a dive dragon to suppress the enemy. A long silence. Suddenly there was a loud noise from heaven shaking, earth shattering around profound principal palace. Suddenly, mountains bursting and ground splitting. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, the terrain around profound principal palace rose slowly, and a horrifying atmosphere permeated. A 1,000-foot-long divine dragon reveals its true body and surrounds the profound principal palace, slowly swirling around. The huge dragon eye is like 2 ancient stars. The scales on his body are larger than the city gate, flashing cold light. Huge dragon head slightly shakes and drops countless dust, opens his mouth slightly, spit out a dragon's breath, and exposes his fangs. Many thanks to 2 books for 10,000 eyes, Yi, a good person for 10,000 books for coins. Also thank Dugakui, -1 degree, ghosts and other book friends for rewards. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1455 Chapter 1455, Ancestor Realm. First more. The breath of this divine dragon is too powerful. Even in Long Ran and the others, Suzaimo didn't feel the oppression. Of course, the main reason is because Long Ran did not imitate Dragon Clan true body in front of Suzaimo, and the dragon in front of me is a complete dragon body. Suzaimo can't see the cultivation base of this divine dragon, but he speculated that this divine dragon is at least ancestor realm. I don't know how long this divine dragon lived. 50,000 years, 100,000 years, still longer. Dragon Clan life essence is long, far more than human race. Ancestor realm divine dragon, and lives for hundreds of thousand years. The body of this divine dragon exudes an ancient atmosphere. The dragon's beard is very long and hangs under the dragon's jaw, as if the Milky Way is falling, looking a little old. But this old dragon was born, and the entire heaven and earth is still. The 1,000-foot-long body of the old dragon slowly detached from the soil, hovering up, gaze as if a torch, watching the cultivator in front of profound principal palace. That look is like looking at a group of ants. In other words, this old dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe all the cultivators in front of profound principal palace should be reduced to ashes. 10,000 all is silent. Even Azura Yan Beechan, under the pressure of this old dragon, had to stop his hand, his body trembling slightly, to resist the huge coercion from the old dragon. Who would have thought that, around this profound principal palace, there was a divine dragon of ancestor realm asleep, divine beast, patriarch of the profound principal palace. This is the essence of profound principal palace. Linglong killing formation is just the first defense. Second defense is the old dragon of this ancestor realm. In Suzaimo's mind, I suddenly remembered the scene of the Dragon Bones Valley in the northern region, and met Lin Xuanji. Now thinking about it, it is no accident that Lin Xuanji ran to Dragon Bones Valley. Suzaimo's real body is in Dragon Clan. He knew best about Dragon Clan's temperament. Dragon Clan proud and arrogant. I don't know what a great character profound principal palace was in that year, so that an ancestor realm divine dragon can be guarded willingly here. If Dragon Phoenix true body is here, the situation at the moment is nothing. Even if this old dragon belongs to profound principal palace, but he is Dragon Clan after all, how will not hurt the taboo Dragon Phoenix? But Azure Lotus true body is different. In the eyes of ancestor realm, as your lotus-true body is no different from other ants. What wakes me up? The voice of the old dragon sounded and spread to every corner of Danyan mountain range, which contained infinite power and shocked the mind. Divine Dragon Senior, sect encountered an enemy, and I urge Divine Dragon Senior to take the shot and suppress these 4 people. King's half-ancestor is also respectful and very polite to this Divine Dragon. HMPH. The old dragon was coldly snorted, and the entire heaven and earth shuddered. Profound Principal Palace is really getting worse and worse. Actually, High Sects was killed by 4 little babies of Body Fusion Realm, and they were beaten without any help. Lao Long said as he stretched out the dragon claw and slowly moved towards Suzaimo. 4 people caught it. This dragon claw covering the sky and blocking the sun, the sharp claws, facing the heads of the 4 people of Suzaimo, are not bad. The most terrifying thing is that under the shroud of this dragon claw, Suzaimo 4 people can't move, as if they were trapped by an invisible force. This old dragon is too powerful. He has lived to this age, and I do not know how many vicissitudes of this heavenly desolate continent have changed, and how much bloody rain and foul winds he has experienced. He suppress and kill Suzaimo 4 people. It's as simple as killing 4 ants in the air. In Yan Bijin's eyes, there is endless resentment. He is not willing. A smile reappeared on Tanji's face. The more angry Yan Bijin was, the deeper the smile in his eyes. Azura, you are defeated. The heavenly lightly smiled and made a beheading gesture. Tanji. Yan Bijin's expression was angry, trembling all over. Li Hen's magic sword screamed and shivered, but how could he not escape the restraint of his body? Suddenly, this dragon claw stayed in midair and did not land. In the eyes of Lao Long, there seemed to be a bit of confusion, slightly frowned, and hesitant. Then, under the gaze of King's half-ancestor and the others, the old dragon slowly took back his dragon claw and took it back. Suzaimo 4's imprisonment gradually disappeared. There was also a murmur in Suzaimo's heart. He also didn't know what exactly happened in this short period of time, so that the old dragon changed his mind. Divine Dragon, what's wrong with you? King's half-ancestor said quickly. These 4 rushed to the Profound Principal Palace, smashed the gate of the mountain, suppressed and killed me. The Profound Principal Palace counted the number of great experts, and wounded several half-ancestors. Suppress and kill. I don't care about it. The old dragon said something for no reason, but went back to the ground again, closed the dragon eye, and fell asleep, motionless. Divine Dragon, how can you do that? King's half-ancestor was anxious and complained a little. The old dragon eye didn't open, lightly saying, if you talk to me again, I will swallow you first. King's half-ancestor was startled. Although this old dragon is divine beast, the patriarch of Profound Principal Palace, he is not restricted by sectarian rules. If he really swallows him, there is nothing he can do. The Profound Principal Palace master didn't understand what was going on, and everyone else was confused. Only Heavenly Light frowned, looking thoughtful. The old dragon was lying on the ground, and suddenly shook his head. 2 long airflows were sprayed from his nostrils, blowing countless dust. No one noticed that there were 3 insignificant silhouettes hiding between the hair of Lao Long's neck and almost being thrown away. These 3 silhouettes, without the old dragon's beard thick, are hidden in it, and no one will find it. These 3 people are Ling Xuanji, Little Fatty and Shijian, who escaped from the bottom of the ground. Divine Dragon Senior, many thanks. Ling Xuanji whispered. The old dragon was snorted. It was a response. Lao Long just closed in time because of Ling Xuanji's persuasion. In this Profound Principal Palace, there are no more than 10 cultivators known to this old dragon. Ling Xuanji is one of them. Ling Xuanji, you can. Little Fatty hid in the old dragon's beard, and was almost scared to death a moment ago. At this time, slowly recovers. He couldn't help but say, you let this divine dragon take the shot, and let the shit go away. This natural machine laughed all day long. At the sight of Lao Tzu, he was not a good thing. Fuck you. Ling Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, Divine Dragon Senior didn't intervene. It was already giving me face. How could he possibly deal with the people at Profound Principle Palace? If it's just a miracle, I suspect there are others involved. Ling Xuanji's gaze fell on the dry half-ancestor and god-dove half-ancestor of the Profound Principle Palace, softly muttered. At the moment, old Foggy has to be returned. Otherwise, Brother Su, all have to die here. Ling Xuanji murmured again. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1456. Chaotic Sword God Chapter 1456. What's going on here? Is Huang Wu really a great destiny person, shrouded in auspiciousness? Yeah, Huang Wu shot a lot under Profound Principle Palace and wounded so many sect experts, even without the Protector Divine Beast killing him. Seeing this scene, the Profound Principle Palace group began to talk about it, and people's hearts floated. Palace Master, please return old ancestor. Lying half-ancestor expression grave, divide consciousness sound transmission. It can only be like this. King's half-ancestor nodded. Zheng. On the other side, Yan Bichen break free immediately, dragged the Li Hen magic knife, and moved towards the heaven to kill the past. In his eyes, there is only one natural machine. The expression of the natural machine is calm, not to be swayed with Yan Bichen. Su. At the same time, Su Zimo reopened the broken magic bow, condensed a magic power long arrow, broke away, and instantly sealed the secret retreat. Tanji's complexion finally changed. Huang Wu, Azura, the two strongest evils in the world join forces. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he can't resist it. Although the heavenly steps are mysterious, they are still shot by magic power's long arrows directly through the shoulders, and the entire arm instantly bursts into a blood mist. Azura fell head-to-head. Heavenly machine desperately dodged, or a bloody wound was drawn on the chest by Li Hen's magic knife. The flesh flew out, deep into the bone. Danji gritted his teeth, groaned, and his face was cold and sweaty. The magic machine urges magic power, and in a blink of an eye, the broken arm grows again. But the wound on his chest was still bleeding. Li Hen Demon Sword contains extremely terrifying Li Hen Demon Chi. Even the smallest wound is extremely difficult to heal. Tanqi's chi and blood have gone by badly. He kept backing, passing a trace of bloodlight deep in his eyes. He can't bear it anymore. Kill. At this moment, Gantan half-ancestor and God-dove half-ancestor rushed up again. One stopped in front of Azura, and one killed towards Su Zimo. HMPH. Azura hits his back. Li Hen Demon Chi and Azura Demon Chi erupted instantly, chopping the flying dove half-ancestor directly. God-dove half-ancestor spit blood in his mouth. His expression was sluggish, and there was a hint of bloodlight in his eyes. When Su Zimo pulls the broken bow, another arrow. This arrow was resisted by Ganshan half-ancestor's magic tool, but it couldn't stop the terror power hidden in the long arrow. Dry half-ancestor as if was struck by lightning, the magic tool was released, his arms flew apart, his body was shaking, and he almost fell from the air. Two half-ancestor can't stop the murderous force of Su Zimo and Yan Bichen at all. Just in a blink of an eye, Tanji was exposed to Su Zimo and Yan Bichen again. In the eyes of Tanji, bloodlight gradually emerged, and it could not be covered up. If you don't use blood-refining demon scripture, he may fall here. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo expression was cold, and once again opened the magic bow. He just wanted to force Tanman to use blood-refining demon scripture, and he wanted all cultivators of Profound Principle Palace to see for themselves the true appearance of Danji. Bowstrings tremble. A magic power long arrow broke through the sky and came to Tanji in an instant. In the eyes of heavenly machines, bloodlight greatly rises. Suddenly Tanji seems to sense something, and the bloodlight in his eyes converges quickly. Dear, a majestic rage sounded. Immediately after, in the sky on the side of the sky fuselage, a huge gap suddenly opened, dark and icy, and a palm was suddenly stretched out, pinched directly on the magic power arrow. Boom! This magic power long arrow with no stronghold one cannot overcome was crushed by the palm of a flesh body. Su Zimo heart shivered with cold. At this moment, in the huge gap, slowly came out a silhouette, with thin cheeks and a slender figure, wearing a robe, carrying his hands, and walking forward. Until this person came out of the gap, the dark gap gradually closed. This method is definitely beyond the power of body fusion realm and even half-ancestor. Old ancestor of great ascension. Like immortal sect 9 sects, 7 demon sects, and Buddha sect 6 temples, they are called super sects, not only because of their ancient heritage and strong heritage. Even more, among these sects, there are old ancestor of great ascension, and more than one. In some super sects, sovereign exists. However, these old ancestor of great ascension hardly show up, and rarely walk in the real cultivation world. Even if there is a major event in sect, the old ancestor of great ascension will not show up. In the eyes of old ancestor of great ascension, there is only one thing that matters most, and that is to become sovereign. The rest are trivial. Even more, how to practice most things in the great ascension realm, true cultivation world. They have long been pessimistic and don't take it seriously. What heaven chosen was born and the evil was born. In the eyes of the old ancestor of great ascension, it is completely worthless. Throughout the ages, there are too many cultivators of heaven chosen, but few who really step into the great ascension realm. Only stepping into the great ascension realm is eligible to talk with them side by side. Therefore, the old ancestor of great ascension will not come out unless it is a sect encountering a great calamity or any danger of destruction. King's half-ancestor originally thought that by his own means, he could completely suppress Suzaimo and the others, but didn't expect the situation has developed to this point. As a last resort, he could only subpoena out, and asked sect old ancestor to come back. Meet King Ching old ancestor. King's half-ancestor and the others saw the thin priest, saluting one after another, shouting loudly. King's half-ancestor is a descendant of King Ching old ancestor. Two people seem to be only one realm away. But King Ching old ancestor is older than King's half-ancestor. I don't know how many generations. Old ancestor is out. This is the old ancestor of great ascension. I worshipped at the Profound Principle Palace and have never seen it before. The group repairs at Profound Principle Palace were all shocked. What happened? King Ching old ancestor looked around all around, swept across the battlefield, and swept a bit of cold light deep in his eyes, asking slowly, reporting to old ancestor. King's half-ancestor quickly said, Huang Wu and the others killed Profound Principle Palace, threatened to suppress and kill me Profound Principle Palace young master, and smashed the mountain gate steel, suppress and kill me Profound Principle Palace Count great expert, serious injuries to many half-ancestor. This Huang Wu, regardless of the law and of natural morality, also took my bow to break the law. King Ching half-ancestor's eyes slowly turned, and he paused for a while on Jiujing, Ming Zhen, Yan Bichen, and finally fell on Suzaimo. Suzaimo's hair grew instantly, as if at the next moment, he will be in great trouble. This is the old ancestor of great ascension who realized the ability of divine half-ancestor, the difference between heaven and earth. If King Ching old ancestor suppresses and kills him, even as your lotus true body will definitely not be able to resist. Your courage is not small. How dare you kill someone at Profound Principle Palace? King Ching old ancestor expressionless, slowly said, there are other reasons for this. Suzaimo took a deep breath, carrying the coercion of old ancestor, and said in a deep voice, I didn't want to come against the Profound Principle Palace. I don't want to hear your explanation. King Ching old ancestor shook his head, lightly saying, hey, wait for yourself. It's too sleepy. Let's write in the third daytime. Let's go to bed soon after reading Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1457. Chaotic Sword God Chapter 1457. What's going on here? Is Huang Wu really a great destiny person, shrouded in auspiciousness? Yeah, Huang Wu shot a lot under Profound Principle Palace and wounded so many sect experts, even without the protector divine beast killing him. Seeing this scene, the Profound Principle Palace group began to talk about it, and people's hearts floated. Palace Master, please return old ancestor. Lying half-ancestor expression grave, divide consciousness sound transmission. It can only be like this. King's half-ancestor nodded. Zheng. On the other side, Yan Bichen break free immediately, dragged the Li Hen magic knife, and moved towards the heaven to kill the past. In his eyes, there is only one natural machine. The expression of the natural machine is calm, not to be swayed with Yan Bichen. At the same time, Su Zimo reopened the broken magic bow, condensed a magic power long arrow, broke away, and instantly sealed a secret retreat. Tanji's complexion finally changed. Huang Wu, Azura, the two strongest evils in the world join forces. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he can't resist it. Although the heavenly steps are mysterious, they are still shot by magic power's long arrows directly through the shoulders, and the entire arm instantly bursts into a blood mist. Azura fell head to head. Heavenly machine desperately dodged, or a bloody wound was drawn on the chest by Li Hen's magic knife. The flesh flew out, deep into the bone. Danji gritted his teeth, groaned, and his face was cold and sweaty. The magic machine urges magic power, and in a blink of an eye, the broken arm grows again. But the wound on his chest was still bleeding. Li Hen Demon Sword contains extremely terrifying Li Hen Demon Chi. Even the smallest wound is extremely difficult to heal. Tanqi's chi and blood have gone by badly. He kept backing, passing a trace of bloodlight deep in his eyes. He can't bear it anymore. Kill. At this moment, Gantan half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor rushed up again. One stopped in front of Azura, and one killed towards Su Zimo. HMPH. Azura hits his back. Li Hen Demon Chi and Azura Demon Chi erupted instantly, chopping the flying Dove half-ancestor directly. God Dove half-ancestor spit blood in his mouth. His expression was sluggish, and there was a hint of bloodlight in his eyes. When Su Zimo pulls the broken bow, another arrow. This arrow was resisted by Ganshan half-ancestor's magic tool, but it couldn't stop the terror power hidden in the long arrow. Dry half-ancestor as if was struck by lightning, the magic tool was released, his arms flew apart, his body was shaking, and he almost fell from the air. Two half-ancestor can't stop the murderous force of Su Zimo and Yan Bichen at all. Just in a blink of an eye, Tanji was exposed to Su Zimo and Yan Bichen again. In the eyes of Tanji, bloodlight gradually emerged, and it could not be covered up. If you don't use blood-refining demon scripture, he may fall here. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo's expression was cold, and once again opened the magic bow. He just wanted to force Tanman to use blood-refining demon scripture, and he wanted all cultivators of Profound Principle Palace to see for themselves the true appearance of Danji. Bowstrings tremble. A magic power long arrow broke through the sky and came to Tanji in an instant. In the eyes of heavenly machines, bloodlight greatly rises. Suddenly Tanji seems to sense something, and the bloodlight in his eyes converges quickly. Dear, a majestic rage sounded. Immediately after, in the sky on the side of the sky fuselage, a huge gap suddenly opened, dark and icy, and a palm was suddenly stretched out, pinched directly on the magic power arrow. Boom! This magic power long arrow with no stronghold one cannot overcome was crushed by the palm of a flesh body. Su Zimo's heart shivered with cold. At this moment, in the huge gap, slowly came out a silhouette, with thin cheeks and a slender figure, wearing a robe, carrying his hands, and walking forward. Until this person came out of the gap, the dark gap gradually closed. This method is definitely beyond the power of body fusion realm and even half-ancestor. Old ancestor of great ascension. Like immortal sect 9 sects, 7 demon sects, and Buddha sect 6 temples, they are called super sects, not only because of their ancient heritage and strong heritage. Even more, among these sects, there are old ancestor of great ascension, and more than one. In some super sects, sovereign exists. However, these old ancestor of great ascension hardly show up, and rarely walk in the real cultivation world. Even if there is a major event in sect, the old ancestor of great ascension will not show up. In the eyes of old ancestor of great ascension, there is only one thing that matters most, and that is to become sovereign. The rest are trivial. Even more how? to practice most things in the Great Ascension realm, true cultivation world, they have long been pessimistic and don't take it seriously. What heaven chosen was born and the evil was born, in the eyes of the old ancestor of Great Ascension, it is completely worthless. Throughout the ages, there are too many cultivators of heaven chosen, but few who really step into the Great Ascension realm. Only stepping into the Great Ascension realm is eligible to talk with them side by side. Therefore, the old ancestor of Great Ascension will not come out unless it is a sect encountering a great calamity or any danger of destruction. King's half-ancestor originally thought that by his own means, he could completely suppress Suzaimo and the others, but didn't expect the situation has developed to this point. As a last resort, he could only subpoena out, and asked sect old ancestor to come back. Meet King Ching old ancestor. King's half-ancestor and the others saw the thin priest, saluting one after another, shouting loudly. King's half-ancestor is a descendant of King Ching old ancestor. Two people seem to be only one realm away. But King Ching old ancestor is older than King's half-ancestor. I don't know how many generations old ancestor is out. This is the old ancestor of Great Ascension. I worshipped at the Profound Principal Palace and have never seen it before. The group repairs at Profound Principal Palace were all shocked. What happened? King Ching old ancestor looked around all around, swept across the battlefield, and swept a bit of cold light deep in his eyes, asking slowly, reporting to old ancestor. King's half-ancestor quickly said, Huang Wu and the others killed Profound Principal Palace, threatened to suppress and kill me Profound Principal Palace young master, and smashed the mountain gate steel, suppress and kill me Profound Principal Palace Count Great Expert, serious injuries to many half-ancestor. This Huang Wu regardless of the law and of natural morality, also took my bow to break the law. King Ching half-ancestor's eyes slowly turned, and he paused for a while on Jiujing, Ming Zhen, Yan Bichen, and finally fell on Suzaimo. Suzaimo's hair grew instantly, as if at the next moment, he will be in great trouble. This is the old ancestor of Great Ascension who realized the ability of divine half-ancestor, the difference between heaven and earth. If King Ching old ancestor suppresses and kills him, even as your lotus true body will definitely not be able to resist. Your courage is not small. How dare you kill someone at Profound Principal Palace? King Ching old ancestor expressionless, slowly said, there are other reasons for this. Suzaimo took a deep breath, carrying the coercion of old ancestor, and said in a deep voice, I didn't want to come against the Profound Principal Palace. I don't want to hear your explanation. King Ching old ancestor shook his head, lightly saying, hey, wait for yourself. It's too sleepy. Let's write in the third daytime. Let's go to bed soon after reading Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1458. Chapter 1458 The Storytelling Elderly Part 3. Old Ancestor of Great Ascension speaks with an unquestionable power. It seems that letting Suzaimo and the others die is to give them a decent way of death. In all fairness, King Ching old ancestor disdains. Even though these people are 10,000 ancient evils, in his eyes, they're like trivial and suicide. Suzaimo laughed. Didn't expect. Old ancestor of Great Ascension of Profound Principal Palace, so it is so unclear, no distinction between black and white. Facing old ancestor of Great Ascension, Suzaimo still hasn't flinched, showing off one's ability. Suzaimo's eyes were clear, and he slowly said, if today Huang Wu quits, I will definitely make a comeback in another day. When the time comes, I'll see who can stop me at Profound Principal Palace. This is not a threat. Even if Azure Lotus true body falls here, he still has two great true bodies. Behind Dragon Clan true body is Dragon Clan and Divine Phoenix Island. When Suzaimo makes a comeback, Profound Principal Palace may not be able to stop it. Old ancestor, this Huang Wu also has an avatar in Dragon Clan, and the status is very high. It should be Dragon Clan young master. King's half-ancestor said quickly. Oh, King Ching old ancestor frowned. This is a bit tricky. Even if Suzaimo is behind other super sects, King Ching old ancestor has no worries. Kill and kill. But if it was Dragon Clan, one of Swire's ferocious clan, he would have to reconsider. After a little groaning, King Ching, old ancestor, lightly saying, I can let you go, but these 3 people still have to die. I don't care what super sect you are from, since you hit a lot in front of profound Principal Palace, you have to accept punishment. King Ching, old ancestor, has long seen the cultivation technique inheritance of Yan Bichen, Ming Zhen, and Jiao Jing. Naturally, they know where they came from. But today, he must kill Lai Wei. Otherwise, the majesty of profound Principal Palace is gone. 3 of them, you can't kill. Su Zimo refused to let it go. Still staring at the old city of Qingqing, Shen Sheng said. At this moment, King's half-ancestor has secretly transmitted much of Wu Wu's information to Qingqing, old ancestor. Huang Wu, you don't have to go in. Qingqing, old ancestor, sneered slightly. I won't kill you, you won't live long. The killing orders of the major ferocious clan. You are very happy. 3 of you are not going to die. Are you waiting for me to do it myself? Qingqing, old ancestor, no longer paid attention to Su Zimo. His eyes fell on the 3 people of Yan Bichen, indifferently asked. Yan Bichen expression was cold, and the strength of the whole body was running. He crossed the Lihen magic sword to his chest, looked at the old city of Qingqing, and released the monstrous demon Qi. Whoever suppresses him suppresses and kills the heavens. Who is his enemy? Even in the face of old ancestor of great ascension, Yan Bichen dares to make a knife. However, under the power of the old ancestor of great ascension, even the simple action of raising the Lihen magic knife seemed to exhaust his whole body. Not to mention the battle with old city ancestor. Qingqing, old ancestor, indifferently smiled, saying, the evil of this life is a bit courageous. In front of me, I dare to move the knife. That's okay. I'll show you the Yellow Springs and let you see that demon sovereign Lihen. Qingqing, old ancestor's eyes were rising suddenly. Suddenly the palm of the hand was extended, and moved towards Yan Bichen, grabbed it. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo screamed in the sky. Qi and blood urged to the extreme, broke free from the coercion of the old ancestor of great ascension, opened the magic bow again, condensed the magic power long arrow, and aimed at Qingqing, old ancestor. Yan Bichen is extremely important to Su Zimo. He once watched Su Hong leave him, but there was nothing he could do. He will never let this scene happen before his eyes. Su, magic power. The long arrow went out of the air, and went straight to the Qingqing, old ancestor to shoot. Group repair expression horrified. The courage of Huang Wu is too big. Yan Bichen practiced leaving regrets scripture, fell into hatred and couldn't extricate himself, completely lost his mind, and just stabbed himself in front of Qingqing, old ancestor. This Huang Wu dare to act on old ancestor of great ascension. Magic power long arrows are extremely fast. Even Qingqing, old ancestor, didn't seem to react, and did not do anything to avoid or resist. Qingqing, old ancestor, just slowly turned his head and glanced at the magic power arrow. Bang! Magic power long arrow, burst instantly, collapse into nothingness, disappeared. Just a glance, this magic power long arrow with no stronghold one cannot overcome, it burst directly. That's what old ancestor of great ascension means. This is the power of the great ascension realm. Completely crushed. Qingqing, old ancestor's face was gloomy. His eyes fell on Su Zimo's body, cold and bitter, slowly said, Huang Wu, I think you are really tired. I don't respect you. I can't kill you when I don't dare. Su Zimo, this arrow completely transferred the attention and hatred of the old city of Anchengta to him, shrouded in immense coercion. Under this coercion, as your lotus-strew body all made a whistle of zizz, and all the bones were falling apart. Big brother Yan, you guys go. Su Zimo remained calm, but in the dark divine consciousness sound transmission, his voice was rapid. You don't need to worry about me. I still have my body elsewhere. I can't die. Hee hee. The laughter of old ancestor in Qingqing sounded full of mockery. Today, none of you can go. Qingqing, old ancestor, looked at Su Zimo, expression joke. Qingqing, old ancestor, can hear Su Zimo's dive consciousness sound transmission. You have Dragon Clan behind you. I can save you a life, but I have to teach you a lesson. Qingqing, old ancestor, looked at Su Zimo, lightly saying, You are doing everything, and it will be a waste today. The words did not fall. King Ching, old ancestor, moved towards Suzaimo, gently clapped across the void. Call. Although this action is random, in the midair, a horrific palm is condensed in an instant, and moved towards Suzaimo is suppressed. This huge palm hasn't really arrived yet. Suzaimo's body is constantly trembling. Under tremendous pressure, 7 tricks are beginning to bleed. If you abolish Azure Lotus' true body, it is no different than killing him. Suddenly, without warning, a silhouette was added in front of Suzaimo. This is an old man, with a crown on his head, wearing a gown, and 3 long beards on his face. There is no smell of divine poison sage-like features, but like an ordinary person walking in the dust. Who wants to abolish him? Confucian crown old man lightly snorted, asked in return. Just humming like that. The huge horrible palm in the air suddenly burst into disintegration, and suddenly disappeared. Storyteller old man. Suzaimo was shocked to see the old man. Although it was just a back view, he recognized it immediately. This old man is the profound Principal Palace old man who forced a divine dragon to retreat outside the king's city. The moment the storyteller appeared, the dragon body next to the dormant god jumped out of 3 Dao silhouette and shouted aloud, "Old fogey, you are back. You want to die." I don't know how long it has been brewing. Lin Xuanji's eyes flushed, tears flowed, and meteors rushed forward. Little Fatty and Shi Jian followed, and ran over. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1459. Chapter 1459. Old ancestor bowed his head first. Lin Xuanji cried, "Too much for heaven, shaking, earth shattering. I don't know. I thought what happened." The storyteller's face turned black, and Lin Xuanji rushed forward, and he lifted his foot and kicked Lin Xuanji back. This action, without a little expert style, is like a thrash in the mortal world, but there is nothing abrupt in the storytelling old man. This kick startled both Little Fatty and Shi Jian. "Hey!" Lin Xuanji was stunned and almost fell from the air, complaining, "Old fogey, what are you doing to me? Let me pretend here." The storyteller twitched his lips, has completely seen Lin Xuanji's poor acting skills. Lin Xuanji expression hesitantly, wiped the water droplets just on the face, lightly coughed, and said, "Although these tears are fake, my heart is missing, it is moving." HMPH. The storyteller old man was sneered, squinting at Lin Xuanji, and said disdainfully, "Looking at you like this, I don't have to calculate. I want to know with your ass that you have been counted." Little Fatty and Shi Jian were gazing at each other beside their eyes. This old fogey is really mouthless and boundless. It is more mysterious than Lin Xuanji, and compares his head to the ass. This is Lin Xuanji's helper. How does it look? It doesn't look like an expert. 2 people stared at each other, muttering in their hearts. "Look at your point." The storytelling old man still refused to give up, and said in a few words, "I taught you what I presume you have forgotten. If you are bullied, you will know to ask me to come back and wipe your butt, and I will panic for you." Lin Xuanji's face was so thick that he could not stand the storytelling old man, and his face turned red. "Old fogey, stop talking." Lin Xuanji's neck was exposed, and he could not help arguing, "I have been imprisoned for several years, and I have no intention of asking you for help. If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't call you back." Oops, talk hard. The storytelling old man didn't seem to hear any major event in Lin Xuanji's mouth, but instead sarcastically said, "You are so fucking shameful. You have been imprisoned for years." "Hey!" Lin Xuanji ate, and his face turned purple for a while, and he couldn't wait to find a place to dig into it. No one dared to intervene in the presence of the cultivator, although this old man doesn't look serious. But everyone can clearly see that when the old man just appeared, he hummed casually and blocked the shot of King Ching old ancestor. Moreover, the old man was full of nonsense. But King Ching old ancestor did not say anything, and naturally they would not jump out silly. Originally, before the profound Principal Palace, it was with swords drawn and bows bent. After the storytelling old man appeared, The atmosphere eased a lot. The old storyteller kept counting Ling Xuanji, and the words were not the same. Ling Xuanji face full of black lines, angry and straight. He dare not speak back now. If he argues, this old man is followed by 10 words. Jiao Jing covered his mouth and grinned, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He smiled. Senior, so many people are watching, and you can give him some face. Jiao Jing also reminded the storyteller to deal with the situation at hand. HMPH. The storytelling man hummed, and reluctantly said, since the inheritor of the Ling Long sect founder pleads, I will let you go this time. Mother Aya, benefactor. Ling Xuanji as if received amnesty. This time I was really moved to tears, and my tears flowed. I wish I could run to Jiao Jing, and I will pay my respects. Su Zimo is also relieved. At this moment's work, his brain was in pain. Under Huang Wu, see Senior. Su Zimo hurried to the storyteller and bowed saluted. Hee, we meet again. The storytelling old man looked at Ling Xuanji just now, but his face was still disgusting. But in a blink of an eye, he changed his face, facing Su Zimo nodded, and Yan color. Hey! Ling Xuanji clenched his fists and hated his teeth. The storyteller's attitude towards Su Zimo made everyone at Profound Principal Palace heart shivered with cold. The faces of Qianqian half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor are a bit ugly, and they subconsciously looked towards the next heaven. Secretly sound, expressionless. At this moment, Old City of Qingqing stepped forward and made a saluted move to the storytelling old man, which caused an uproar, not to mention outsiders. Not even the cultivator in the Profound Principal Palace knows the identity of the storyteller. But now, even Old City Ancestor has to bow his head. Who is this storyteller? Or, what is his cultivation realm? Could it be sovereign? Su Zimo was also secretly shocked. He had met the storytelling old man twice, but it was unexpected. The origin of this old man is so big. See you. Qingqing old ancestor just spoke, and the storyteller shook his hand and interrupted. Get up. The storytelling old man was disgusted with Ling Xuanji, and he turned his head towards Su Zimo and Yan. Now he turned to face the old city of Anqing, but changed his expression. Is that what you just wanted to do? The storytelling old man was indifferently asked. His tone was bland and he couldn't hear the mood. Yes. Qingqing old ancestor obviously became somewhat restrained in front of the storytelling old man. Without the arrogance and majesty of the talent, he said in a deep voice, this Huang Wu, hit in front of my Profound Principal Palace. You know he's Huang Wu. Qingqing old ancestor was interrupted by the old storyteller before he finished speaking. Qingqing old ancestor spoke and was interrupted 2 times in a row, but his face was not displeased. I know. Qingqing old ancestor answered honestly. I don't care what Huang Wu did before Profound Principal Palace. The storyteller said slowly, he once founded martial Dao, Bu Wu Kang Sheng, so that everyone under the heavens can cultivation for the benefit of the 10,000 years. If you have such merit, you should abandon his deeds and be afraid of condemnation. The storyteller's tone became more and more severe. At the back, he was already scolding blame. Qingqing old ancestor bowed slightly. His face was a bit ugly. He is different from Ling Xuanji. After all, he is the old ancestor of great ascension. Others rebuked it in public, and his face couldn't be held back. Actually, this is not to blame Qingqing old ancestor. Profound Principal Palace master couldn't help but say, it's really Huang Wu and the others bully intolerably that killed me on the mountain gate of Profound Principal Palace, smashing the mountain gate stone with human sovereign handwriting, suppress and kill great expert, injured many half-ancestor, and threatened to suppress and kill me Profound Principal Palace young master. If Qingqing old ancestor didn't take the shot, let Huang Wu and the others rush into the Profound Principal Palace and use the temperament of these people. I'm afraid to kill the war. Ganshan half-ancestor also quickly said. Palace master said, well, Qingqing old ancestor has given Huang Wu a chance to let him go, but he still has to make progress. Old ancestor is also compelled to abolish his ways. You nonsense. We are here, We do not want to be the enemy of Profound Principle Palace, we just need to find the natural opportunity to calculate the accounts. Geojingsnald, HMPH. Heaven is my Profound Principle Palace young master. How can you let yourself be provocative? King's half-ancestor sneered. Profound Principle Palace young master? The storyteller raised his eyebrows, turned his eyes slowly, and landed on Tanji. He asked quietly, when did you become the Profound Principle Palace young master? There is only one change tonight, a bit of Kevin, finishing up during the day, continue to write, after reading this change. Everyone goes to bed early. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1460. Chapter 1460, The Sword Holder Part 2. The natural expression is calm, respectful saluted, and said in a deep voice, reporting back to Master, a few years ago, God Clan, which race and several other big ferocious clan came to me and let me deduct the whereabouts of immemorial taboo. Suzaimo here slightly frowned. Didn't expect. This splendor turned out to be the disciple of the storyteller. Heavenly Machine, Mystery Machine. So it seems that these two people should be fellow apprentices. Just listening to Tanji continued. Disciple is worried that taboos will grow up and cause Heavenly Desolate to harass, so he promises to take a shot and deduce the whereabouts of taboos. But this matter was blocked by Junior Brother. Mysterious Junior Brother and Huang Wu make good friends, and this immemorial taboo is the spiritual beasts of Huang Wu, and Mysterious Junior Brother stops them. I understand. But Profound Principle Palace is concerned that Under the Heavens is born, and cannot put private affairs first. Disciple will raise this matter with Palace Master and Elder, and ask them to decide. Hearing this, Lin Xuanji couldn't help smirking and sarcastically said, Swire Ferocious Clan was the scourge of Heavenly Desolate. Why did you cooperate with Ferocious Clan? Why not suppress and kill Ferocious Clan? Junior Brother, I know you have a residence chi, but it doesn't blame me to imprison you. The natural expression is as usual, lightly saying. King's half-ancestor was lightly coughed at this time, saying, at that time, I and Elder negotiated with me, and the threat of taboo was indeed greater, so that Tanji and Ferocious Clan temporarily joined forces to get rid of that cricket. Lin Xuanji insisted on opposing it, and we imprisoned him temporarily. Let Tanji be the young master and come in contact with Ferocious Clan to plot this. The establishment of the young master complies with the rules of the palace, and was determined after a joint discussion between the palace's elder. The storytelling old man was nodded, and still had no expression, and said, very well, it looks fine. After a short pause, the storytelling old man turned his gaze and fell on the machine of heaven, indifferently asked, how is your blood-refining demon scripture? Shwish wish wah. A line of sight landed on Tanji's body instantly. Many cultivators have expressed shocked expressions. Just now, they heard Suzaimo speak about it, but they didn't take it seriously. But now, storyteller human path can't make a mistake if this happens. Profound Principle Palace young master, even practiced blood-refining demon scripture. Even King's half-ancestor, Lying half-ancestor and the others are looking at the heavens incredibly, frowning. Among the crowd, Gantan half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor too did not respond much, but deep in their eyes, they flashed a little panic. Heavenly, did you really practice the demonic art? King's half-ancestor asked. Tanji's expression is as usual. He had long anticipated that he couldn't hide it from the storytelling old man. Tanji said frankly, I did practice blood-refining demon scripture, but disciple believes that this cultivation technique is not at all. Huang Wu also practiced this demonic art. He still created martial Dao, and Buwu was born. Not bad. The storytelling old man was nodded, and said, a demonic art is really nothing. The key is the person who cultivated him. Huang Wu cultivated it and saved countless human races in myriad shapes city. And what did you cultivate it for? Master, I haven't used it to do anything detrimental. Under the question of the storytelling old man, Tanji showed a powerful temperament, still calm and calm, without any panic, justified by a deep voice. Qin Pianren's death has something to do with you. The storyteller elderly was differently asked. When it comes to this matter, Li Hen Demon Qian Yan Bichin is a little deeper, and there are endless killing intents in his eyes. Master Ming Jian, the fairy sword Dao monarch, has a personal relationship with me. He asked me to help. I am not good at rejecting Tanji Dao. Furthermore, I just pushed the whereabouts of Qin Pianren. From beginning to end, I didn't try to deal with Qin Pianren, let alone Dao monarch would kill Qin Pianren. Of course you know storytelling human path, and you know clearly that Qin Pianren is dead. Yan Bichin must be enchanted, and he will become demon sovereign Li Hen of this life. Your goal, from beginning to end, is not Qin Pianren, but Yan Bichin. You just want to make the real Azure born and become the first blade in your hands. Yan Bichin froze, expression fluctuated, sometimes frowning. 5 officials were a bit distorted, as if suffering huge pain. It turned out that from beginning to end, he was a pawn of others. Pianren died entirely because of him. His fate, simply, is out of his control. The secret is silent. The storyteller continued. The so-called fear of taboos and trouble heavenly desolate is just your excuse, that's all. Because taboos will become your second knife. The only purpose of catching Yiling without killing is to bring out the third knife, which is Huang Wu. The fourth knife is the major sect forces in true cultivation. The fifth knife is the major ferocious clan. The storyteller said slowly, and your secret machine is the swordsman behind this. All you have to do is to gather these 5 knives in Heaven and Earth Valley, wanton slaughter. When the time comes, Heaven and Earth Valley is dead, blood flowing into a river. No matter which blade breaks, it has no effect on you, because you are already the biggest winner. Heaven and Earth Valley will become the best place for you to practice blood-refining demon scripture. These words are literally shocking. Kung Su was startled and stunned. Even Jiojing and Ming Zhen, including Ling Xuanji and the others, are staring at their eyes and shaking their hearts. Although they all heard about the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley, they didn't know at all that behind this battle, there was a swordman who was at the mercy of everyone. Even Huang Wu is his pawn. Su Zimo sighed. Originally, he had such a speculation, but in many places, it is still fuzzy. Now that the old storyteller has spoken so clearly, he really understands the whole sequence of events. I have to say, Tanji is really terrifying. Without the great clarity monk, Su Zimo has become a pawn sacrificed by the abandonment of heaven. What a big deal. The storytelling old man was also nodded and sighed. Even though the storytelling old human path knew everything, Tanji still smiled lightly, no panic in the eyes, calmly terrifying. The heavenly lightly smiled, saying, Master, you are wrong. Bloodline of Heaven and Earth Valley, I did not refine a drop. Yes. When the storyteller mentioned this, he also shook the head, expressing his emotions, saying, humans' calculation are inferior to the heavens' calculation. You have done everything but failed to calculate, and you have become the 6 blades of others. This sentence, like a spike, poked into Tanji's chest. He has been cultivation so far that he has done nothing and never carried such a big follower. The smile on Tanji's face gradually disappeared. Until this time, Tanji's eyes passed a trace of anger and unwillingness. But in a blink of an eye, it disappeared again without a trace. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1461 Chapter 1461 An Opportunity Part 3. The heavenly machine suddenly laughed and said, Master, in the final analysis, all this is just your guess, that's all. You can't just punish the crime of discipline because of some speculation. Very good. It is indeed my disciple. Storytelling old man nodded, expression mocking. Su Zimo is also lightly frowned. Tanji is right. Although these things told by the storyteller are facts, they are only speculations after all. In the eyes of everyone, it is just because of some speculation that it is necessary to deal with the opportunity, and it is indeed impossible to convince the public. The heavenly lightly smiled, saying, Heaven and Earth Valley battle, I did not kill anyone, My hands are clean. Although the machine is defeated, it has not been defeated. As he said, even if he set up such a big picture and counted everyone in, but his hand was not stained with a drop of blood. Master, if you want to heal my sin, I have nothing to say, but if you only speculate, disciple is not convinced. Tanji deeply worshipped the storyteller and stopped talking. Tanji hasn't hurt anyone. If punished, I'm afraid that sect's cultivator will be chilling to see it. Yeah, the partnership with Ferocious Clan can't be counted on the top of the machine. It is also the result of some of our elder discussions. Kiantan Elder and God Dove Elder too stood up to plead for the heaven. Suzaimo sighed. This is indeed a difficult problem for storytellers. Between two people, after all, there is a master and disciple affection. Just by guessing, they need to be punished. I'm afraid the storyteller can't bear this heart. The storytelling old men looked into the distance and remained silent for a long time, only slowly said, I will not cure your sin. The corners of Tanji's mouth slightly tilted. It seems that this result has long been expected. He knows his master so much. He dares to do these things. He just expected everything. Even storytellers, he counts. After a short pause, the storyteller spoke sharply and said, however, as I said to you, as the profound Principal Palace disciple, don't get involved in the battle of true cultivation easily. If you get in trouble, deal with it for yourself. The division will not help. Master teaches, disciple can't forget. Tanji expression respectful, and answered with a deep voice. Today, if you're in trouble, go and fix it yourself. No one at Profound Principal Palace can intervene. Storytelling elderly lightly saying. Suzaimo was shocked. Although the storytelling old man thought of the master and disciple love, but he was not selfish, but gave Tanji a chance. Of course, this is also Yanbichen opportunity. Azura, what do you think? Asked the storyteller. Thank you for being successful. Yanbichen's voice was cold, and her eyes were cruelly rising. Tanji is extremely calm, she said in a deep voice, Master, disciple seek a fair opportunity. A near-known fighting method, let alone death. No one can interfere. These words of Tanji are to remind Suzaimo and the others, and they can't help. You can rest assured that if you survive the Azura Blade, I will not punish you. But if you are in danger, I will not save you. Storytelling human path. This battle ends with grievances, regardless of victory or defeat, only life and death. It is good. The heavenly lightly smiled. A sip should come down. There is no fear in the eyes. Suzaimo seemed to think of something, lightly frowned, and stopped talking. But he thought for a while, and even if he spoke it out, with Yanbichen's temperament, he wouldn't care. After all, at this moment, he waited too long. Suzaimo's expression was a little worried, but he retreated with Meng Zhen and Jiojing. Everyone at Profound Principal Palace stepped back. In a blink of an eye, a large open space appeared in the air. Yanbichen and Tanji stood opposite each other. Azura, I know, the death of Qinpianren makes you saddened beyond relief. Tanji Dao, today every day of your life is suffering. You hate to reunite with Qinpianren, right? The eyes of Tanji glowed with a strange brilliance. His tone has become a little soft, letting people develop a kind of trust from the bottom of their hearts and put down their precautions. Yanbichen tightened his brow, bowed his head slightly, and seemed to evoke the past once again, falling into painful blame. What a brilliant charming technique. Jiojing frowned softly and muttered softly. She knows best about this technique. However, didn't expect that Tanji's accomplishments on charming technique are not weak to her. You know, Xuanshan contains 10,000 elephants. The heavenly body is the storyteller's disciple. The innate talent is amazing, and it is extremely extensive. No one knows to what extent Tanji's battle strength can reach, because Tanji seldom hits cultivation so far. If Tanji wants to do anything, it does not need to do it by itself. It only needs a little layout, and it can naturally solve everything. The two sides looked, standing opposite each other, motionless. But Tanji has made a move. Since you are so miserable, why not let me send you a ride? Tanji continued to bewitch Yan Yanshan, and said softly, give up. I'm helping you. As long as you die, you and Kinpianrun can be reunited. Kinpianrun is waiting for you from below, looking forward to wearing it. Can't you feel it? Yan Bichun's body was shaking more and more, and the 5 officials had been twisted together. What to do? Azura can't stand it. Jiojing's expression was worried, saying, if you can't get rid of the fascination of Danji, you don't need to do it. Azura is afraid to kill herself on the spot. Will not. Suzaima slowly shook his head and said, the big brother Yan practiced leaving regrets. Scripture. The hatred in his heart has surpassed everything. If you want to use this charming technique, you want to confuse the big brother Yan. Danji despised the leaving regrets scripture and despised the big brother Yan. Just then, Yan Bichun's body gradually stopped shaking and calmed down. What's wrong? Has it been decided? The secret machine slowly moved towards Yan Bichun, cautiously, asked softly. Yan Bichun suddenly looked up. His eyes were as dark as ink, like 2 huge black hole abyss, as if can devour everything. Seeing this pair of eyes, Danji heart startled. I do suffer, and I'm sorry Pianrun. Yan Bichun slowly said, but even if I kill myself, I have to suppress and kill you first. Without you, Pianrun simply wouldn't die. Heavenly, you, shit, dead. The words didn't fall. Yan Bichun's Lihen magic knife in his hands, across the void, moved towards the heavenly machine fiercely and cut it. This blade not only contains the endless hatred of leaving regrets scripture, but also contains the monstrous killing intent of Azura Sutra. 2 kinds of demonic art swordsmanship are integrated under this blade. This is Yan Bichun cultivation. The strongest sword broke out. Even Suzaimo, watching the battle from a distance, saw the eruption of his scalp and secretly tongued out when he saw the outbreak of this blade. Lihen across the sky, a black glow descended on the top of the heavenly machine, with hatred and slaughter, as if to destroy everything. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1462 Chapter 1462 Celestial Death. First more. The terrifying of this blade, even Suzaima may not be able to continue. The natural machine puts down a smile, expression grave. He didn't expect, and with some confusion, he forced the most terrifying Azura. Danji took a photo on the storage bag with his left hand, took out a body protection talisman, and shred it instantly, forming a defensive barrier around the body. At the same time, he continuously changed magic arts. Xuanshan vestment. Xuan Tanjing. On Danji's body, there was suddenly a magic power flowing, clothes flashing with mysterious brilliance. On his right hand, an ancient mirror has condensed, and the black glow that moved towards midair is resisting the past. In the twinkling of an eye, 3 Dao defense means broke out in heaven. Kaka. Xuan Tanjing is the first to break. Normally, this side of heaven can refract attacks. However, the power of Yan Bichun in this blade is too horrible. Combining the 2 demonic arts of leaving regrets scripture and Azura Sutra, even Xuanshan realm can't resist, and it instantly breaks. This was followed by a defensive barrier formed by the body protection talisman. The body of Lihen's magic sword was not cut on this barrier, but the black glow that broke out directly cut this barrier into 2.5. Bang! Afterwards, black glow chopped heavily on Xuanshan's vestment, and a loud noise came. Xuanshan magic power shattered, and the body of Lihen's magic knife came out, but this blade did not cut the heavenly machine into 2 pieces, but encountered a great resistance. Boom! The heavenly machine fell heavily on the ground, but soon struggled to stand up, covered with dust, look pale, and a bloodstain spilled from the corners of his mouth. The shirt on Danji's chest has been chopped by Lihen's magic knife, exposing the inner armor inside. This is a defensive innate great expert magic tool, which is quite precious. Last time in Heaven and Earth Valley, Danji suffered a loss. When he returned, he put this in a nail on his body, and today it is his life. In order to resist Azura this blade, Danji took out 4 defense methods to resist it. Kaka. Just then, There was a sound of infiltration from this inner armor. Tanji looked down. I saw a crack on the inner nail, and the whole inner nail was divided into two. The rays of light in inner armor quickly dimmed. Oh la la. This inner armor fell off from Tanji's body, and it has been completely destroyed. Kungsu uproar. This blade actually abolished an innate great expert magic tool. Good, good, good. Secretly slowly nodded, saying, it is indeed the weapon of Demon Sovereign Li Hen. It has been sealed for many years and can still have such a sharp edge. However, Azura, can you still release it? Heavenly sneered. This offensive blending two kinds of sword intentions is no less than Suzaimo's instant burst of 10,000 heaven-murdering sword chi, which consumes a great deal of primordial spirit. It is impossible to release the second knife in a short time. Tanji had already seen Yan Bichun's reality, smiled slightly, and said, Azura, you won't be able to last long. This blade has exhausted all you have. Yan Bichun came to the profound principal palace and was trapped in the Linglong killing formation, almost killed. When it came out, it was already full of bruises. But he did not heal at all, holding the injured body, and fighting against the heavenly machine. To this day, his injuries are even heavier, supported by a strong will and hatred. Of course, the situation of the natural machine is also very bad. Yan Bichun clenched her lips tightly without saying a word, and continued to kill the past. His pace has been a little daunting, but his eyes have always been on Tanji. Without a trace of shift, Tanji holds a folding fan. Two people fight again. Silhouette staggered. Bloodstains force splash. Yan Bichun is completely deadly. He is struggling to be seriously injured, but also cuts the magic of the sky. This style of play makes Tanji clumsy. His folding fan hit Yan Bichun's head. Yan Bichun didn't look at it, didn't go to defense, he slashed his back with one shot. But a dozen breaths, Yan Bichun once again prevailed. But to this day, two people have been struggling, and physical power, magic power, chi and blood have been consumed too much, leaving little left. This battle is no longer purely about skill and strength. The competition is a kind of psychology and a will. No one knows who the ultimate winner is until the last minute. Two figures staggered again. Tanji's folding fan broke Yan Bichun's arm. Yan Bichun's Li Hen magic knife cut a huge wound on the chest of Tanji, drenched with blood. Tanji's face has become extremely ugly. The wound caused by Li Hen's magic knife is extremely difficult to heal, and it contains Li Hen demon chi, which constantly destroys his fleshly body. If it continues to be consumed, he will most likely fall first. Yan Bichun, right hand holding the Li Hen magic knife as a crutch, limped away towards heaven. The other arm was tugging and hanging down. His bones were broken. His within the body has no magic power. It is impossible to repair this broken arm. Even so, the hatred and killing intent in Yan Bichun's eyes have not changed at all from beginning to end. That look made Tanji feel a panic. Tanji finally can't bear it. This is also his final hole card. Blood refining demon scripture. Before the war, he specifically asked the storytelling elderly to fight a fair battle and no one was allowed to intervene. By the time he said the request, he was ready to take out blood refining demon scripture. Even if this demonic art is running, no one else can intervene. Before profound principal palace, although there were not many people who really fell, as long as he refined these bloodline, it would be enough to restore him to peak status in a short time. Azura, it's over. The heavenly machine looked at Azura, who came over, expression mocked, and worked his mind. A strange bloodlight appeared in his eyes, and slowly said, blood refining demon scripture. Not good. Suzaimo was shocked. He had such concerns before the war. He knows best about blood refining demon scripture. If the release of blood refining demon scripture can be restored quickly, this battle will become suspenseless. Seeing this scene, the storyteller suddenly sighed, shook the head, and was disappointed in his eyes. Yan Bichun didn't seem to hear what Tanji said. In other words, he didn't care. No matter what cultivation technique is released by Tanji, there is only one obsession left in his mind, which is suppress and kill Tanji. Yan Bichun moved on, and soon came to the sky. Raise the Li Hen magic knife and make a forward move. This blade is soft and weak, and there is no blade technique, let alone a knife. Yan Bichun's arm, which can lift the Li Hen magic knife and cut it down, is already his limit. At this time, the expression of Tanji changed greatly, as if settled in place, staring at his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. With countless lines of sight, Li Hen's magic sword was chopped on Tanji's head. The blade penetrated into the bone, almost splitting his skull into 2.5. This blade, even the sea of consciousness of heaven is broken. Primordial spirit naturally, it is hard to escape. What happened? The machine is dead. Not only the cultivator present, but even Suzaimo was stunned, confused, watching this scene incredibly. Everyone sleep. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1463 Chapter 1463 Chess pieces second. Yan Bichun froze. He didn't even think that he could kill the heavens with this blade. The Li Hen magic knife breaks the sea of consciousness of the heavenly machine. The Li Hen demon chi carried on the sword body has already rushed in, and the primordial spirit of the heavenly machine will not last long, and it will be swallowed by Li Hen demon chi. How come? Tanji's face was covered with blood, his eyes stared, both shocked and angry, and his mouth repeatedly said, "How can this be?" Ugh. The old storyteller sighed, and there was a sadness and disappointment in his eyes. "Master, why is that me? How can I lose?" Tanji turned his head slightly, looking at the storytelling old man. Still unbelievable. Heaven, this battle, if you don't use blood refining demon scripture, you still have a little conscience. When you release this demonic art, you have already lost. The storytelling old man sighed again, expressing his emotions. This time, you lost completely, and you lost. This time? Tanji asked for a while, and seemed to think something. His eyes were angry. Suzaimo is also lightly frowned, looking thoughtful. At this moment, the storyteller said something again. Someone has come and refined the bloodline here. Suzaimo is shocked. Suzaimo suddenly realized. Great Clarity Monk. Just now, the Great Clarity Monk has come. But at the time before the Profound Principal Palace, there was a group war, and no one noticed him at all. The Great Clarity Monk secretly bleeds the bloodline here, and absorbs as much as possible. Therefore, Tanji has just released blood refining demon scripture. Because all the bloodline here has been refined, he released blood refining demon gong, without any reaction at all. Tanji had exhausted chi and blood, was overstretched, and because of this change, the reaction was slightly slower, and Yan Bichun split his head. The storyteller has known all about this for a long time, so when he saw Tanmang using blood refining demon scripture, he already understood the ending. The storyteller did not catch the Great Clarity Monk, which means that before the storyteller arrived, the Great Clarity Monk quietly retreated. During the whole process, no one found him at all. Unless the storyteller had broken it, even Suzaimo would have been unaware. Suddenly, Suzaimo thought of one thing. At 6-Star Hill, the Great Clarity Monk once told him that Profound Principal Palace might be able to resolve his assassination order. Suzaimo is somewhat wary of Great Clarity Monks. At that time, the Great Clarity Monk spoke this sentence, and Suzaimo always felt that it seemed that the Great Clarity Monk had a different purpose. Later, the Great Clarity Monk also said that Yan Bichun was going to the Profound Principal Palace to find revenge, and Suzaimo didn't think about it and went straight to the Profound Principal Palace. Didn't expect. He still became a pawn in the hands of the Great Clarity Monk. Most importantly, even if Suzaimo knew that the Great Clarity Monk was using him, he would have to come to Profound Principal Palace, whether for Lingxiu Anji, or for Yan Bichun. Profound Principal Palace, he had to come. And once he came to the Profound Principal Palace, he would be used by the Great Clarity Monk. How much better than such a means? But Suzaimo was still a little confused. If the Great Clarity Monk is only for refining bloodline, is it necessary for him to be in danger and refining before coming to Profound Principal Palace? This time surprised old ancestor of Great Ascension. there is also a storyteller. It is very likely that Sovereign's expert came. Once the actions of the great Clarity Monk are exposed, I am afraid it will be difficult to retreat. Moreover, in this battle, there were not many cultivators that really fell. Most of them were seriously injured, and bloodline was not much. The great Clarity Monk is so cautious. In order to refine this bloodline, would he arrange such a game? It's him. Just then, Tanji suddenly roared hysterically. Blood was still flowing on Tanji's face. When hearing this, the 5 officials were distorted together. Looking at the opportunity at this time, Suzumo sighed. Skyframe is a disciple for storytellers, and it can be described as planning strategies. It is a pity that this life, Suzumo and the others released the great Clarity Monk. In the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley, Tanji made a wedding dress for the great Clarity Monk, and the original Chi was seriously injured. And this time, Tanji lost again. This defeat, Tanji lost his life. You are coming out. Tanji looked around all around, roared loudly, and had completely lost his mind. You come out. I want to see who you are. The secret at this moment looks a bit pitiful and a bit sad. The great Clarity Monk didn't show up, and Tanji had already lost. Lost 2 times. It was a terrible loss. The important thing is that from start to finish, Tanji doesn't know who he lost to. He didn't even know that the person who calculated him twice in a row was male or female, which sect which school was born. What a blow to a person who considers himself extremely intelligent and in control. He's gone long ago. The storyteller shook the head and sighed. Leave, leave. Tanji grinned. Blood was still dripping on his cheek, softly muttered 2 times, and suddenly he smiled nervously. His expression stern. Hee, ha 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 ha. Tanji's eyes fell on Suzumo and the others, and he smiled strangely. Pawns, that's all. He is so powerful. He is not a pawn in the hands of others. You all person. Tanji pointed at Suzumo, Yanbichan, and even a storyteller. He grinned. None of you can escape. Your fate is already destined. Ha 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 ha. Pukai. Yanbichan couldn't hear it for a long time, rested for a while, regained some strength, and cut out the knife again, splitting Tanji's head into 2 halves with one stroke. Heavenly laughter came to an abrupt end. The primordial spirit of the heavenly machine was also chopped up by the Lihen magic knife, and died on the spot. Thump. Heavenly machine's body fell heavily in a pool of blood. But the laughter of genius just seems to be still around everyone's ears, and it's chilling for a long time. Have one's hair stand on end. The storytelling old man closed his eyes and seemed a little intolerant. In any case, Tanji is his disciple after all. He ended with this ending today, and his heart was full of guilt and self-blame. Lin Xuanji also lost the frivolous of the past, and the expression was a bit heavy. In front of his eyes, he could not help but emerge from childhood. He often haunted the scenes of heaven to accompany him to play. At that time, carefree, happy and warm. No matter what he plays, Tanji can easily beat him. Even on the cultivation realm, Tanji far surpassed him, stepping into the body fusion realm early. There are 4 disciples for storytellers. No matter which direction they are compared from, the heavenly machine is the best. Didn't expect, but today falls in front of profound principal palace. Binran. Did you see it? Suppressing and killing the air. Yanbichan's tone of breath suddenly leaked. The whole person knelt down, looking up at the sky, and said foolishly, "Kill your enemies. I have killed all." "None of them, Binran. Rest assured, I will be with you soon, soon." After saying this, Yanbichan couldn't hold it anymore. He made a splash and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yanbichan has already been exhausted and has been bruised all over the body. He can persist to this day entirely because of the imagination. If the machine was fuming today, he could not support it, and passed out. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1464. Chapter 1464, Bao Gifting Part 3. Big Brother Yan. Suzumo was worried, and moved to Yanbichan's body. From the storage bag, he found a few spiritual pills and forced them into Yanbichan's mouth. The storytelling old man lightened his fingertips, and a divine light was submerged in Yan Beichen's body. Yan Beichen's injury stabilized quickly. He's okay, but he was badly wounded. His revenge was revenge, his tense spirit was let go, and he passed out temporarily. Storytelling human path. With his bloodline, it only takes a few days of rest to restore an almost heirs of demon sovereign Li Hen. Unless he kills himself, it is difficult to die. His injuries are not outside but inside. The storyteller said something meaningful. Suzaimo understood. Yan Beichen's real injury was in his heart. Originally, he had incomparable blame and guilt. He was living in pain every day. The only thing that supported him to survive was revenge. Now, with great revenge, Yan Beichen without this obsession will most likely die like Demon Sovereign Li Hen. Wait a moment, take him with you, and stay at Profound Principal Palace for a few days. Storyteller human path. When he wakes up, you can also persuade. Many thanks Senior. Suzaimo thanks in a hurry. Yan Beichen killed Profound Principal Palace today, and even suppressed and killed Profound Principal Palace half-ancestor, but the storytelling old man did not blame it, but took Yan Beichen back. It is this grace and mind, and the rest of the cultivator of Profound Principal Palace is far behind. King's half-ancestor frowned, one step forward, seems to want to say something. King Qing old ancestor rolled his eyes and shook his head slightly. King's half-ancestor heart startled, and quickly returned. Suzaimo first supported Yan Beichen and gave it to Ming Zhen to take care of him. Then he came to the storytelling old man and worshipped deeply, saying, "Today is unreasonable, and he is good at breaking through the Profound Principal Palace, and please forgive Senior." Nothing, for a reason. It's not your fault. The storytelling old man didn't mean to blame at all, but laughed, and, compared with the War of Heaven and Earth Valley, you are very restrained. In fact, not many people have really fallen since the war. Even if some Profound Principal Palace half-ancestor were severely damaged by the broken bow, they were all fleshly body destroyed, and the primordial spirit escaped. If it is Suzaimo's means to want to suppress and kill their primordial spirit, it is simply with no difficulty. Although the storyteller was not present, he seemed to have insight into everything. He knew in his mind that if Suzaimo was really killing, in front of this Profound Principal Palace, I was afraid that blood would flow into a river. Suzaimo passed the broken bow again and said, "This is the treasure of the Profound Principal Palace. Today's matter. Now that it has been resolved, it belongs to its original owner." The storyteller glanced lightly and said, "Since you took this bow, take it." What? Suzaimo froze. "You know, this broken bow is one of the ancient treasures, and the formidable power is horrible before it has been revealed. In his hands, formidable power is even more amazing." Such a heavy treasure, the storytelling old man gave it to him casually. How is this going? King's half-ancestor finally couldn't help but said, "This broken bow is an ancient treasure and one of the treasures of Profound Principal Palace. How can I give it to outsiders casually? Do you still have a face to say?" The storyteller said with a sneer, "Since you can't even break the magic bow, people can take it away, proving that this bow is in your hands, and it is also a dusty pearl, so it might as well be given to others. Even if it is given to someone else, it cannot be Huang Wu." King's half-ancestor's face turned red, arguing, "Huang Wu just killed my palace body fusion great expert and seriously injured a number of half-ancestor experts. If the bow was given to him, the palace cultivator would not chill." Chilling? The storyteller sneered again. What's more chilling than the palace master? Unclear, right or wrong? King's half-ancestor was shocked. The storyteller's eyes fell on King's half-ancestor and the others. Coldly said, "You are really prosperous." The result of a group of people's discussion is that they have teamed up with Ferocious Clan and made skins with the tiger. Immemorial taboo. Why did you team up with Ferocious Clan? It's a fortune to forget the ancestors. Terrible. The storyteller's tone was extremely severe, and his eyes finally fell on King's half-ancestor, saying, "King's is incompetent, unexplainable, reverse is black and white. Starting today, he removed the post of palace master and thought about it. Without my order, no way. Kungsu uproar. Everyone didn't expect, because of this war, the profound principal palace master of King's half-ancestor was even withdrawn. This punishment is extremely severe. Is this punishment a little overdone? King Ching, old ancestor, slightly frowned, whispered. How can this blame King fellow Taoist's head? Ganshin half-ancestor stood out and looked at the storyteller. Shin said, although you are the storyteller of profound principal palace this life, you are in a transcendent position, but you can't be so unreasonable. Suzaimo's heart moved. Listening to the tone of Ganshin half-ancestor, it seems that the identity of storyteller is not easy. God of half-ancestor also nodded, saying, today's matter, Huang Wu and the others kill high sects and find prodig principal palace dignitaries. I have to wait for it. This matter, how to say it, is Huang Wu and the others are rude first. The storyteller said with a sneer. I have played the game and haven't returned to the palace for a long time, but I would like to thank Huang Wu. Without them, I really don't know that profound principal palace has fallen to this point. Our profound principal palace is really efficient dragons mixed in together. In this battle, what kind of cattle, ghosts and snakes have emerged? In the tone of the storyteller, there was a trace of cold killing intent. Ganshin half-ancestor and God of half-ancestor too are both somewhat guilty. Their eyes flickered a bit, they stopped arguing and kept silent. And also, the storytelling old man was cold and had no expression of laughter and scolding. He said slowly, this baby girl is the heir to Linglong sect founder. I won't hurt her. Do you actually kill her? King's half-ancestor and Li Hing half-ancestor and the others all hang their heads, and dare not speak. This incident is indeed due to them. Jiojing received Fairy Linglong's inheritance, status, and honor than profound principal palace master. Profound principal palace must not hurt her. This shot is tantamount to the disrespect of the most Linglong sect founder. Jiojing's heart was always afire. Now, when I heard the storytelling old man, the fire in my heart was suddenly disappeared, and I couldn't help laughing, and worshipped the old storyteller, saying, Senior, many thanks. You gave Yaoi and Gas nothing. The storytelling old man waved. Senior, it doesn't matter to me. For today, let's forget it. Jiojing also doesn't want to quarrel with most experts at profound principal palace because of this. No problem. The storyteller shook the head and said, today's matter is not over yet. The storytelling old man's eyes fell on the two of Ganshin half-ancestor and God of half-ancestor, asking quietly, when did you learn blood refining demon scripture? No change in the early morning, everyone goes to bed early. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1465. Chapter 1465, Killing the Fruits First. Dry Day half-ancestor and God of half-ancestor expressions have changed. King's half-ancestor and the others, is also slightly discolored, looking sideways, and looking at the two big half-ancestors of Qianshan and Shenju. Gantan and Shenku's two big half-ancestor look ugly, gloomy and uncertain. In front of the storytelling old man, the two did not even have the courage to lie. We did practice this demonic art, but that's fine. Ganshin half-ancestor laughed strongly and justified. We profound principal palace, 100 Sichuan Hainan, does not belong to any of the sects of immortals, Buddhas and demons, and there are some demon sect cultivation techniques in sect. Other demonic art is fine, but what kind of cultivation technique is blood refining demon scripture? You don't know. The storytelling old man's eyes are sharp. Icily said, 40,000 years ago, the calamity caused by the devil on heavenly desolate continent, you do not know. Once this demonic art is contaminated, it will sink into it. With your temperament, can you control it? Gantan half-ancestor and God of half-ancestor, under the pressure of the storytelling old man, were already sweating and could not speak. Say, who taught you this demonic art? The storyteller asked slowly. It's a secret. It's a secret. God of half-ancestor couldn't bear it, and first said, we have already lived over 10,000 to 5,000 years, and we are beginning to enter old age. but Great Ascension Realm has been unable to step in. It was Tanji who actively approached us and said that there is a cultivation technique that can help us step into the Great Ascension Realm. We also want to become an old ancestor of Great Ascension and strengthen the power of sects. No wonder there was a stun in Ling Xuanji's eyes. In the past 2 years, whenever there is any decision of Danji, Ganshin and Shenkyu half-ancestor will give their full support. Even teaming up with Ferocious Clan and imprisoning Ling Xuanji was the first to stand on the side of heaven, half-ancestor and half-ancestor. However, the source of two people's practice of demonic art was found. But how did Tanji learn this cultivation technique? But they can never be understood. The storytelling old man closed his eyes for a long time, and then slowly opened his eyes, looking at the two big half-ancestors of Kyonshin and Shenkyu, and said in a deep voice, "You have already committed a taboo to cultivate this demonic art. I remember that you have been in Profound Principal Palace for many years and can spare you once. But what you have learned in this life, give it back to Profound Principal Palace today. Become immortal in the future, don't cultivate it." Ganshin half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor are shocked. Be immortal. The meaning of storytelling old people is to abolish their deeds. Two people bow their heads slightly, and there is a strange blood light in the bottom of their eyes. Suddenly, a large group of blood mist burst out from the two people of Ganshin half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor. The whole person turned into two blood lights, and they fled away in two directions. The speed of this blood light is really too fast. Almost instantly, it is already 1,000 li. This is the blood puppet technique in blood refining demon scripture. King Qing old ancestor frowned, poked out the palm, moved towards Ganshin half-ancestor, grabbed it. Call. The palm of his hand passed the blood light. Old ancestor shot and was still a bit slower. Half-ancestor burned the bloodline, the blood splatter that erupted, and the speed was really horrible. When the old city of Anchengta responded, the two had fled to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Ganshin half-ancestor laughed. The old dog of storytelling. We have been at Profound Principal Palace for many years, and there is no hard work or hard work. If you have 3 words and 2 words, you must abandon our ways. Today, after the two of us fled, the sky is high and the sea is broad. Old dog, you will regret it sooner or later. When we become the old ancestor, it will be a comeback. Ha 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 ha. Two people laughed wantonly. Storytelling old man expressionless, motionless. Suddenly, the storytelling old man stretched out 2 palms and dragged towards the direction in which the two people escaped. This feeling is like pulling a half-ancestor back across 1,000 li. A strange power permeated. Nothing resounded from heaven and earth, but under the gaze of Kungsu, the two figures that are about to disappear in the sky are gradually clear. Half-ancestor and half-ancestor are still releasing the blood sacrifice, and their speed has not diminished. But the distance between the two and the storytelling old man is constantly shrinking. Obviously the opposite direction, but the two people fled, the closer to the storytelling old man. Hiss. Group repair. Suck in a breath of cold air. This method has exceeded the understanding of everyone. Is this the divine ability? Suzaimo softly muttered. It didn't take long for Gantan half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor to be told by storytellers. They were pulled back by 1,000 miles. Under the gaze of the old storyteller, the two big half-ancestors were frightened by 2 points and were still desperately fleeing. But no matter how they emit strength, they are getting closer and closer to the storyteller, and soon returned to the Profound Principal Palace. This time, 2 people were really frightened. Please, 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 for your life. Ganshin half-ancestor and God Dove half-ancestor plopped on their knees, their faces pale, and they said incoherently, "Before, I could spare you." The storyteller slowly shook his head and said, "But now dying." Tone barely fell, and the storytelling old man did not give the two big half-ancestor a chance to argue, extended the hand, turned it into a hand knife, and made a stroke in front of the two people. The head of the two big half-ancestor, like a divine weapon, was cut into 2 halves, blood spewed out, and the primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. 2. Profound Principal Palace Half-Ancestor, fall, above the heavens and under the earth. Half-Ancestor Expert is almost a peak in the true cultivation world, but in the hands of an old storyteller, it seems to crush 2 trivial ants and kill them at will. The eyes of every profound Principal Palace cultivator looking at the storyteller were full of awe. Suzaimo sighed. The storyteller was hesitant to deal with the problem of esoteric, and even finally gave him a chance. This gave everyone the illusion that storytellers were more kind. But in fact, the storyteller is so hesitant because the secret is his disciple. How many years of master and disciple affection? How can he give up and cut off in a short time? But at the back, the storyteller showed his decisiveness. 3 words and 2 words, abolish Profound Principal Palace Master. Kill the 2 big half-ancestor with thunderbolt. No hesitation. This shot completely shocked Profound Principal Palace up and down. Bury 2 people. The storyteller shook his hand and looked back towards Suzaimo and the others, saying, today, thanks to you, Profound Principal Palace can eliminate the big trouble. Senior is heavy, Suzaimo said quickly. If it's okay, take a few days at Profound Principal Palace. Storytelling human path, just right. Let mystery take you around. Okay, many thanks Senior. Suzaimo arched slightly. Yan Beichin was unconscious and was recuperated for a few days at Profound Principal Palace. And he can also take a chance and inquire about Bloodvine Clan's killing order. By the way, Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1466. Chapter 1466 Preaching the Word Part 2. Let's go with me into the palace. The storyteller said something to Suzaimo and the others slightly nodded. It's here. I'll retreat first. King Ching Old Ancestor bowed slightly to the storytelling old man, expressing respectfully. Well, you go back. The storytelling old man waved. King Ching Old Ancestor lifts the head. It seems that Suzaimo glanced at random before turning around. The palm of the hand in the sky stroked out a huge crack in the entire void. King Ching Old Ancestor jumped into the crack, and the silhouette disappeared. In a blink of an eye, this crack gradually healed and recovered as before. Tear the void at will. This is the power of the Great Ascension Realm. The storyteller explained. If you can step into the Great Ascension Realm and become the Old Ancestor, you can tear the void at any time, spanning 10,000 miles. Suzaimo nodded, still thinking about King Cheng Old Ancestor's look before he left. That look was a little hostile. Due to Suzaimo, King's half-ancestor's palace master was abolished. Even King Ching Old Ancestor was scolded by the storyteller and lost his face. Although King Ching Old Ancestor didn't say anything, there was definitely a rest chi in his heart. Suzaimo glanced at the storyteller again. As early as Zuking City, he met this old man. But who would have thought that the old man of this game Red Dust has such a strong identity and status? Even the old ancestor of Great Ascension has to bow down in front of him. Senior, are you sovereign? Suzaimo couldn't help but wonder. The storyteller laughed and said, yes. A simple word surprised Suzaimo and the others. Even though there was a hunch, when the storytelling old man acknowledged it, it was another feeling. And the legendary sovereign stood beside them. Jiao Jing blinked and asked, what's Senior's title? Generally speaking, sovereign has a specific title, like human sovereign, blade sovereign, thunder sovereign, etc. My title is the word Xuan. Storytelling elderly lightly saying, profound sovereign. Suzaimo thought about it and asked, what does the so-called storyteller mean? Storyteller is a special presence of Profound Principal Palace. It is outside the Profound Principal Palace and is not bound by any Profound Principal Palace. Storytelling human path. This existence can be traced back to antiquity time. The discipline of Ling Long sect founder is the first generation of storyteller. There is only one storyteller in each life. Storyteller's responsibility is to disperse the 4 parties in the red world and tell stories everywhere. Suzaimo has seen storytelling. The storytelling process by the elderly is really excellent. Most of them are weird, Monster Demon Legend. Suzumo has been watching a small section and it's really fascinating. What the storytelling old man said was as if it had happened in real, speaking of which, like the Buddha body, was immersed in it. However, the status of this storyteller in the profound principal palace is so noble and special. The responsibility is actually the game world. The four storytelling are really a bit absurd. Why did profound principal palace establish such an existence? Jiojing asked, confused. Do you know the significance of Fairy Ling Long creating profound principal palace? The storyteller didn't answer the question. Suzumo and the others both shook the head. Storytelling human path. The ancient sages used to say that 3 immortal is too high for virtue, 2nd for merit, 2nd for words, and immortal lied. Stand up, Suzumo softly muttered, looking thoughtful. The storyteller continued. The founding of the profound principal palace was for the sake of assertion. The so-called assertion is to record history, extend merits, inherit civilization, and inherit grand Tao. A lot of things. With the ebbing of time, people will gradually be forgotten as they get older. But profound principal palace will not forget, but record these things. Inheritance. I've traveled the world for 10,000 years. I've talked about immemorial era, human race's tragic and tragic days. I have talked about the battles of ancient times, and I have talked about the biography of the emperors. These things are all real, recorded in profound principal palace. This is the civilization of our human race. Suzumo and the others were stunned and shocked. Suzumo didn't expect at all. The story of the storytelling old man traveling through the 4 generals is not a fiction. It is a thing that has actually happened. He didn't even think about it. The founding of profound principal palace is not for inheritance style or secret technique, but for inheritance of the civilization of the entire human race and the soul of the entire human race. That's why Fairy Ling Long founded profound principal palace. The storytelling old man stopped, looked into the distance, and said with emotion, the world is changing. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. No race will prosper forever. Ling Long sect founder had long expected that the luck of human race would also one day fades. Perhaps human race will be robbed and experience hardships, but as long as profound principal palace is still the civilization of human race will be inherited forever. As long as the civilization is immortal, human race will rise again one day. One day, human race will usher in a glorious world like the antiquity time and the Emperor's Union. Hearing here, whether it is Suzumo, or Jiojing, Ming Zhen, looking at the direction of profound principal palace, they are full of respect. In an instant, everyone seemed to be living along river against time, and saw antiquity time, the woman standing on this land, peerless grace and elegance. Fairy Ling Long, although there is no conferred the sovereign title, it is worthy of praise from 10,000 worlds. After a while, Jiojing asked again, Senior, wouldn't it mean that profound principal palace records a lot of things on heavenly desolate continent? Yes. The storytelling old man smiled, nodded. What is the biography of the emperors that Senior just said? The storyteller laughed, saying, if anyone conferred the sovereign title, profound principal palace would pass it on for him, leaving a biography of him. Wow! Jiojing exclaimed, and said with some envy, this is really worthy of the name. It has been passed down for 10,000 years. This is a great glory. In the true cultivation world, the sovereign legend is widely spread, mostly because of the profound principal palace. Speaking of which, the storyteller suddenly turned his head, looked at Suzumo, and expressed deep expectations in his eyes, saying, Huang Wu, profound principal palace has decided to pass on your own independently. Ah! Suzumo was shocked and asked subconsciously, isn't it that only sovereign is eligible to pass alone? Brief biography for you. Nothing to do with sovereign, because you are Huang Wu, you founded martial Tao, Bu Wu Kang Sheng. Storytelling human path, this kind of achievements and virtues, even the ancient emperors have never stood down. Just this point, it is worth a single independent pass for you. Inheritance 10,000 world. Since 10,000 years, it is not sovereign, but passed on independently. only Suzaimo. The storyteller said, I didn't write the name of this biography because I don't know what your future will be. Maybe sovereign is not your end point. I hope I have the pleasure of writing this biography in this life. If it is not possible, I will have to rely on the next storyteller. After that, the storyteller looked at Ling Xuanji. This chapter is not easy to write. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1467. Chapter 1467, Human Race Changes the Fate. Third. Everyone looked towards Ling Xuanji. I heard the meaning of the old man, the storyteller of the next generation. It is most likely that inheritance was given to Ling Xuanji. Old fogey, you are so good. Don't rush to explain these things. Ling Xuanji muttered, I'm still young and I can't afford such a big responsibility. Storytelling Human Path. A man has good fortune and good fortune. Although I can figure out 10,000 things and 10,000 things, I can't figure out how long I can live. Some things are better said beforehand. Old fogey, stop talking. Listen ominous. Ling Xuanji is again frowned. Although he laughed and scolded the storytelling old man, no matter how big or small, but in his heart, the storyteller old man was his loved one. The storyteller laughed and recalled, saying, I have received 4 disciplines in my life, and arranged for you according to heaven, earth, profound and yellow. Heavenly Chance is your first senior brother. Of the 4 of you, Danji has the highest innate talent and the fastest cultivation speed. It is far superior to you in both battle strength and mentality. Ling Xuanji nodded, saying, Senior brother really wants to beat me. The 4 of you have very different personalities. They have a stable nature and are the most mature. The ground machine is a bit old-fashioned, behaves according to rules, and doesn't know how to be flexible. The storytelling old men looked at Ling Xuanji, paused, and said, Your disposition is most like me, unscrupulous and cynical. Normally, the best thing to inherit from storyteller should be heaven. Unfortunately, I didn't notice it for a while, and the secret machine went astray and fell to this point and couldn't turn back. When it comes to Danji, there is still a trace of sadness in the eyes of the old storyteller. No matter what, the heavenly machine is his eldest disciple, which is far better than Ling Xuanji. 3 people in mind, temperament, innate talent, and battle strength. The storyteller also had high hopes for the heavenly machine. I didn't expect, but in order to cultivate blood-refining demon scripture, Danji did not hesitate to make an under the heavens expert, which caused the blood flowing into the river in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. Senior, over the years, the ferocious clan traces have appeared frequently on the heavenly desolate continent, and the major ferocious clans are eager to move. The true cultivation community should still prepare early. Suzaima couldn't help but say. The storytelling old man didn't answer, looked slightly, and asked, Perhaps your heart is disappointed with the major sect forces in the true cultivation world. Suzaima didn't speak, but it was already the default. Throughout the years, I have experienced many things. Today's cultivator is no longer tough on ferocious clan, but full of fear. The southern battlefied group in the southern region was destroyed by Bloodvine clan. None of the super sects appeared. Without hurting myself, no one wants to go to this muddy water. But if the major sect forces always have this attitude, ferocious clan will step out of the forbidden area sooner or later, and occupy and kill 4 places on heavenly desolate continent. When the time comes, who can hide from it? Under the nest, I have finished eggs. Actually, don't blame them. Storytelling Human Path. In the first 10,000 years, human race has not been threatened. Under such circumstances, it will naturally be easy and timid. In 2 years, this life, human race's luck, has indeed declined. Whether it is old ancestor of great ascension or sovereign, it is far less than antiquity time. Some super sects don't even have sovereign. They are hidden and cannot fight ferocious clan at all. Suzaimo nodded. Dipankara Temple is one of them. The storyteller continued. It's the most important thing in 3 years. Today's true cultivation world lacks a peerless expert that can command a human race. Antiquity time, there is a peerless expert like human sovereign. With a raised arm and a crowded response, under the heavens sovereign dare not disobey. But today, human race lacks such an expert. Suzaimo gradually understood. Only by bringing together the under the heavens sovereign, it is possible to fight ferocious clan. Who is sovereign? Each and every one is on heavenly desolate continent. The most peak exists. If there is no peerless expert suppression, order under the heavens, who would willingly bow down? Can't even senior? Suzaimo asked. No. The storyteller shook the head and said, I'm far behind in terms of prestige and battle strength. As my profound principal palace storyteller, I may be able to gather some sovereign, but if we are expected to fight against the major ferocious clan, I am afraid that it is bode ill rather than well. Suzaimo's brows were locked tightly. In this way, if the major ferocious clan join forces to launch a world war against human race will most likely be completely suppressed. When the time comes, the major ferocious clan will regain control of heavenly desolate. The fate of human race will be the same as that of immemorial era, being enslaved, being treated as a ration, and losing its freedom. The storyteller thought for a while and said, of course, you don't have to be too pessimistic. This life, after all, there are some variables. After that, the storytelling old man smiled slightly and looked at Suzaimo. Suzaimo froze. The storyteller old man was nodded, and said, in the future, you have an avatar, cultivated in Dragon Clan, and have a distinguished status. It is Dragon Clan young master. I believe that with your temperament, if human race is difficult, your Dragon Phoenix true body will definitely not sit idly by. Suzaimo nodded. If it is really difficult for human race, Dragon Phoenix true body will make every effort to convince Dragon Clan to help human race. The storytelling old man continued. 2. It is the birth of a taboo. Immemorial era, 3 great taboos, has 2 major taboos born. And these 2 taboos are currently on the side of human race. The only weakness is that they have not really grown up. Suzaimo did not answer. In fact, this life is most likely to be a timeless situation where the 3 immemorial taboos gather. If there is enough time, the 3 major immemorial taboos will grow up, and the major ferocious clan will definitely have no chance. Unfortunately, ferocious clan doesn't give them much time. There is a third variable. The storytelling old man looked towards Suzaimo, was slightly paused. Suzaimo heart shivered with cold. Could the storyteller figure out the existence of the martial domain body? In fact, martial domain body is the biggest variable. After a short pause, the storyteller continued. The third variable is you. This life, human race lacks a peerless expert that can order under the heavens. You fleshly body, perfectly integrated with good fortune as your lotus, the future achievements are inestimable. Hearing this, Suzaimo was only sure that the divine ability of the storytelling old man was still unaware of the existence of the martial domain body. Senior, this expectation is too great. Suzaimo smiled wryly. I've just stepped into the body fusion realm. Not even half ancestor, even more how to order under the heavens, and let sovereign acknowledge allegiance. So this is the variable. Storytelling human path, this life, the battle between ferocious clan and human race is already inevitable. If you can grow up to that peerless expert before, the fate of human race will change as a result. You changed the fate of common people, and I hope you can defying changes the fate for human race heaven. 3. Even more. National Day is 7 days of fun. Every day adds more. It's about to cry. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1468. Chapter 1468. The storyteller has high expectations for Suzaimo. Of course, as the storyteller said, this is a variable. Suzaimo wants to grow to the level where all the underlords of the emperors have acknowledged allegiance. Today, the pattern on heavenly desolate continent is rapidly changing. Time is running out for Suzaimo. While talking, under the leadership of the storytelling elderly, everyone has entered the profound principal palace. Outside, you can't see the full picture of profound principal palace. Entering the realm of profound principal palace, you can really feel the precipitation of those years, and the shock is far beyond the reach of other sect forces. Suddenly, the old storyteller frowned. With a flick, his eyes turned, and landed on an area of profound principal palace. Suzaimo looked around. In that area, stands a huge palace, up to hunted Jiang, soaring into the sky, divided into 9 layers. Each layer is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. On the plaque of the palace are 3 large characters: Library Hall. Old fogey. Shit, Lin Xuanji asked the old storyteller differently. An outsider has come. The storytelling old man was a little dull, and his words were amazing. What? Lin Xuanji was startled and asked, what do you mean? Has anyone outside ran to the library? You know, this library contains many ancient books, secret art. The most important thing is not only the cultivation technique secret art, but also many historical books. The library of books. But the center of profound principal palace, not even profound principal palace master can enter it. If there is an outsider entering the library, this is fine. I have a look. When Lin Xuanji moved, he said that he would run over. People have gone. The storyteller old was coldly snorted. These people in the palace are really a bunch of waste wood, and they have been turned around by others. The outsiders have no knowledge of the library hall. Suzaimo's mind moved softly, muttered, is it him? The storyteller old man was lightly nodded, saying, no accident. The fallen bloodline outside profound principal palace is also refined by this person. Great Clarity Monk. The last doubt in Suzaimo's mind was finally solved. Originally, he had some doubts. If the Great Clarity Monks were to refine bloodline, why set up such a bureau? For one thing, not many bloodlines were left in this battle. In the past, this is in front of the profound principal palace. At great risk, I ran here to refine the bloodline. It is really worth the money and does not fit the personality of the Great Clarity. It wasn't until then that Suzaimo understood. The Great Clarity Monk set up this bureau and let him run to the profound principal palace to fight against the profound principal palace. The real goal is not to refine the bloodline at all, but the library of profound principal palace. Now thinking about it, refining the bloodline in front of the profound principal palace should be just after the Great Clarity Monk came to the library and did it. If you don't use blood refining demon scripture, you may have a chance to survive. However, in the fierce battle with Yan Bichen, once the blood refining demon scripture is urged, an accident will inevitably occur. Tanji sees the Great Clarity Monk as his biggest opponent. But the Great Clarity Monk didn't take the secret to his eyes from beginning to end. It was just a handy act that buried the best life of this profound principal palace. Senior knows who this person is? Suzaimo asked tentatively. I did it. The storytelling old man paused a little and shook his head. But it is not calculated that this person is very difficult to deal with. After the storytelling old man appeared this time, Suzaimo felt that he knew everything, omnipotent, and knew the ancient and modern. However, no old storyteller can predict the identity of the Great Clarity Monk. Today, the only one who really knows the Great Clarity Monk is Suzaimo. Suzaimo hesitated, and did not tell the storyteller the identity of the Great Clarity Monk. Either way, the Great Clarity Monk has saved his life. Moreover, at present the Great Clarity Monk is exactly evil. Even Suzaimo dare not be sure. Let's go and see in the library. There is something missing. The storyteller said something lightly, and brought Suzaimo to the library hall. The storyteller flicked his sleeves gently, and the door of the great hall opened. On the floor of the doorway, 2 silhouettes lay, tied up by 5 flowers, unable to move. These 2 people didn't seem to have any tacit spells. They couldn't speak, they just stared at the old storyteller. Senior brother, junior brother, you. Lin Xuanji froze for a moment. These 2 people are exactly the other 2 disciples of the storyteller, the local machine and the yellow machine. Although I know it's not good, but I don't know why. I just want to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xuanji laughed. 2 cultivator expressions are ashamed and flushed. The storytelling old man extended the hand, pointing across the void, making 2 strokes on the 2 of them. The rope on the person was cut into pieces in an instant. You know, These two cultivators are both body fusion realm. They can tie their ropes, and they are absolutely extraordinary. Now they are abandoned by old storytellers. The two stood up, ran to the storyteller, and knelt down. Master, disciple failed to protect the library, crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Master, please punish. The ground machine keeps nodding. Huang Ji's expression was ashamed and whispered, Master, disciple has shamed you. Suzaimo said secretly, the storytelling old man is really right. This local machine is old-fashioned and obedient. But Huang Ji looks honest. Come up, it's not your fault. The storyteller didn't mean to blame, and then asked, what did he do in the library? Disciple doesn't know. Huang Ji replied honestly, but this man didn't stay in the library for a long time before he left. He said that he came here to borrow Xuan Lu to see it. After reading it, he must return and, never to spread Xuan Lu. Suzaimo dumbfounded. This is the foundation of Profound Principle Palace, created by Fairy Linglong, including 10,000 elephants. Eternal human sovereign was finally perfected before it was finally formed. I didn't expect to be stolen today by the Great Clarity Monk. This is great generosity. The storytelling old man did not enter the Great Hall, but just closed his eyes and felt it, and nodded, saying, Xuan Lu was indeed taken by him. Disciple, damn it. Disciple, damn it. The ground machine knelt down again, and his uncle raised his head. There was blood on his forehead, and he didn't mean to stop. Senior brother, get up quickly, don't let your brain go wrong. Lin Xuanji rushed forward, forcibly pulling the ground machine off the ground. Hee. The storyteller laughed suddenly. The ground machine and the yellow machine are all confused, and the two have the heart of death. I don't know how the storytelling old man can laugh. It's amazing. The storyteller said with admiration, I ran to my Profound Principle Palace, stole Xuan Lu and admired it. Master, why do you still praise him? Xuan Lu is lost. This is a big thing. Huang Ji couldn't help asking. Forget it. Let him go. The storyteller smiled and said, this person is kind of funny, just to borrow a book to read. Moreover, he also promised that he would not return it and would return it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1469. Chapter 1469. Great Clarity. Suzaimo stood in front of the library, and suddenly remembered something. This is a speculation about the identity of the Great Clarity Monk. If according to the old storyteller, there are many ancient books in the collection hall through the ages, and many things are recorded, then he will probably be confirmed in the ancient book in the collection hall. Senior, can I go into the library and take a look? Suzaimo said, I won't go to the cultivation technique secret technique of Profound Principle Palace. I just want to find some historical records from 10,000 years ago to confirm something. How is this going? Before the storytelling old man responded, the local machine glanced at him with two eyes, and said in a deep voice, what is your identity? The library hall is so important that you, an outsider, can enter it casually. Lin Xuanji pouted, Senior brother, don't talk anymore. Isn't this just outsiders coming in and stealing Xuan Lu? If anyone knows about this at Profound Principle Palace, I am afraid it will cause a stir. The local machine was flushed with red faces, but still arguing with his neck around. That's different. Now that you've made mistakes, you can't make mistakes again and again. Okay. The storytelling old man waved his hand, facing Suzaimo nodded, and said, of course you are qualified to watch, but there are many books in this library, and the historical records record vast as the open sea. Which year do you want to see? Mystery takes you directly and saves you the effort to find it. 40,000 years ago. Suzaimo ambiguous too can be said. It is good. The storytelling old man looked towards Lin Xuanji and said, take Huang Wu in. The storyteller saw his eyes slightly, and when he saw that Jiojing was also curious, he laughed and said, if you are curious, follow along. Master, this is absolutely impossible. The local machine couldn't bear it, stood up again, and said in a deep voice, "You only need to make an exception once. How can you make exceptions repeatedly? What is the rule of sect? She is the heir to Ling Long sect founder. Do you say she is qualified?" The old storyteller stared at the machine and asked with a beard, local expression startled, and said, that should be qualified. "You kid, this is going to heavens." "Ah." The storytelling old man pointed at the nose of the ground machine, splitting his head and covering his face was a curse. "I'm doing something now. You dare to run out and point your finger? Tell me about sect rules." On the other side, Lin Xuanji waved at Su Zimo and Jiao Jing and said, "Let's go, I'll take you in." The old storyteller scolded him. The ground machine had been completely stunned, and the atmosphere was scared to pant. The storyteller looked at the back of the three Su Zimo, stroking the three long beards on his chest, and softly muttered, "Major event 3 years ago, 40,000 years. Blood Devil and Great Clarity battle. In the library, there is a stone pillar that rises through the sky. It takes dozens of people to hug each other. It stands in the center of the Great Hall and connects the entire library. Around the stone pillar, there are many ancient books, densely packed. On the walls of the Great Hall all around, the ancient book Bamboo Slips is even more as the open sea." Lin Xuanji is quite familiar with this place, and took Su Zimo to walk directly inside, and stopped after about a few dozen steps. "What happened about 30,000 years ago and 40,000 years ago are recorded in these ancient books, you see." Lin Xuanji pointed at an ancient book on the wall. "Many thanks." Su Zimo thanked him, stepped forward, picked up an ancient book, and browsed it. Jiao Jing also stepped forward, picked up a copy, and looked up. After a long time, Jiao Jing became impatient. She was originally curious, so she ran in to see who knew that what was recorded there was boring, and she just looked at it and was not interested. But Su Zimo was still browsing a little bit and seemed to be looking for something. Jiao Jing didn't leave, so he was quietly by his side, picking up an ancient book, and passing the time. On the other side, Su Zimo opened another ancient book, and after a few pages, suddenly stopped. This ancient book records the battle between Blood Devil Dao Monarch and Great Clarity Monks 40,000 years ago. The record of this battle is similar to that of old Monk Yuan. The two played against each other 2 times, and they didn't win. And after the last battle, both of them were missing. Their lives and deaths are unknown, whereabouts unknown has not appeared so far. They should have died. It's not the battle that Su Zimo depends on. It's about the origin of the Great Clarity Monk. There is a sentence in this ancient book. The Great Clarity Monk, not human race, was Heaven's Eye Clan lost species, abandoned by Heaven's Eye Clan, and then taken in by Great Clarity Temple. As predicted, this sentence confirms Su Zimo's speculation on the 6-star mountain. The Great Clarity Monk is not human race, but Heaven's Eye Clan. When he first met the Great Clarity Monk in the Supreme Beginning Ancient Temple, Su Zimo faintly saw a bloodstain on the eyebrow of the Great Clarity Monk. It's just that this bloodstain is covered by the long hair of the Great Clarity Temple, which is not obvious. It wasn't until this time on the 6-star mountain that he saw the Great Clarity Monk and Bloodvine Clan half-ancestor confronting him, and then he saw it really. That bloodstain is too similar to Heavenly Eye of Heaven's Eye Clan. This is also the case. This bloodstain can block the Azure Lotus Sword, and can block the Primordial Spirit secret technique of Bloodvine Clan half-ancestor. Because Heavenly Eye is originally the most powerful means of Heaven's Eye Clan. That said, the Great Clarity Monk hasn't actually used the Heavenly Eye card. He just uses Heavenly Eye to defend. Unimaginable. If this Heavenly Eye is opened and attacked, what a terrifying scene of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. At the same time, it unlocked another doubt in Su Zimo's mind. The dead bone in the sarcophagus deep in the ground at that time was the Great Clarity Monk. But the Great Clarity Monk was 40,000 years ago. Great Clarity is trapped in the underground sarcophagus 40,000 years, let alone Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, even if the body essence is 2 years old. The body fusion great expert has already run out of life essence. body dies and Tao disappears. But the great Clarity Monk did not die, but was born in this life. Among them, although there is Wisdom King's prayer beads, it is impossible for the great Clarity Monk to live 40,000 years. Today, Suzaimo only came to understand, because the great Clarity Monk is not human race originally, but Heaven's Eye Clan. Even if it's Heaven's Eye Clan lost species, his life essence in law manifestation realm also far surpasses human race, so he can sustain 40,000 years in the sarcophagus. After unraveling this confusion, Suzaimo is ready to leave. At this moment, he glanced down at the ancient book that Jiojing held in his hands, and his heart moved, asking, "What is your ancient book?" "Nothing. 20,000 years ago, a change in demon sect." Jiojing shrugged slightly and said casually, 20,000 years ago. Suzaimo's eyes lit up and he said, "I'll take a look." If it is calculated according to time, 30,000 years ago, there was a 10,000 monster robbery. 10,000 years ago, there was the Battle of the Dagon Empire. Well, in thousand years ago, there is indeed a major event that may have happened. The following plot was not straightened out. 2 more. Many thanks Feng Kanshin, a good man with a reward of 10,000 coins. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1470. Chaotic Sword God Chapter 1470. At the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, Suzaimo once told old monk Yuan and red-haired ghost that the bloody face had appeared in the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Monsters Valley. Subsequently, the red-haired ghost filed over 10,000 demons. According to legend, 30,000 years ago, the battle was extremely fierce. Not only the monster race in Thousand Monsters Valley, but also the remaining 7 monster domains monster race, all involved. In that battle, countless monster demon fell, and even monster sovereign fell into it. After this battle, 8 great monster territories was hit hard. Therefore, this battle was called the 10,000 demon robbers by future generations. If it is said that the blood face appearing in the ruins of the Dagon Empire and the blood face appearing in the 10,000 demon robbery are no coincidence, well, on heavenly desolate continent, 20,000 years ago, it is indeed possible that there was any major event. Suzaimo took the ancient book handed over by Jiojing and read on. Demon Sect 6 sects, Suzaimo softly muttered. Jiojing nodded. In fact, in thousand years ago, the pattern on heavenly desolate continent is Immortal Sect 9 sects, Buddha Sect 8 temple, Demon Sect 6 sects, Buddha Sect 8 temple, Suzaimo are all clear. The Great Clarity Temple of Buddha Sect, the Sublime Dharma Monastery 2 and the Super Sect, were destroyed during the Battle of the Dagon Empire 10,000 years ago and evolved into today's Buddha Sect 6 temple. As for Demon Sect 6 sects, he really doesn't know. Jiojing said, 20,000 years ago, in Immortal Sect 9 sects, there is no heavenly gang religion, but another major sect, Xing Sujiao. And in Demon Sect, there is no earthly fiend cult. Later, the Star Emperor's crossing tribulation failed and was scattered ashes and dispersed smoke by the heavenly tribulation, and the Star Emperor was in crisis. The horror of crossing tribulation is a little careless. Even sovereign will know body dies and Tao disappears, body and soul entirely exterminated. Jiojing continued. Just at this juncture, Star Ancestor Old Ancestor was attacked by a Demon Sect Old Ancestor sneak attack. He almost died, and Star Ancestor Old Ancestor was furious, directly launching the battle between Xingsu religion and Demon Sect. In this battle, among the Immortal Sect 9 sects, 5 super sects were involved, and Demon Sect 6 sects participated in the battle. At the end of the battle, it even rose to the sovereign level battle. While listening to Jiojing's narration, Suzaimo browsed the ancient book and contrasted with each other. It is recorded in the ancient book that this battle, Immortal Sect, Demon Sect's Fall of the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, has more than 30, and Star Ancestor Old Ancestor also has body dies and Tao disappears. Even Sovereign is dead. Seeing this, Suzaimo murmured secretly, Super Sect's heritage is really terrifying. Suzaimo cultivation so far, I rarely see old ancestor of great ascension, just because he has not cultivated to that level yet. After all, the life essence of the old ancestor of great ascension is hundreds of years old. Even if there is only one super sect Indiana 100,000 years, the accumulation of hundreds of thousand years has settled down. There are as many as 10. Gyojing sighed. Finally, it was Buddha sect Dharma sovereign and the others who came out to mediate before the battle was settled. This is the case. This battle has also caused demon sect Origin Chi to be greatly injured. The immortal sect 9 sects' astral religion has been broken apart and split into two major sects. One is heavenly gang religion in today's immortal sect 9 sects, and the other is earthly fiend cult in the 7 cases of demon sect. Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart burst into sorrow. When he first met Gyojing, Gyojing had a little disdain for Earth Fiend cult, and also said that Earth Fiend cult is not really a demon sect. Now he understands that the predecessor of Earthly Fiend cult is the star teaching of Immortal sect. This war, for Immortal sect, demon sect is a catastrophe, and the star religion is broken apart by life. And it is also called the star disaster by later generations. After a while, Gyojing saw Suzaimo still immersed in that ancient book, browsing it again and again, as if looking for something. Zaimo, what are you looking for? Gyojing asked. Suzaimo, I'm looking for the problem behind this war. What do you mean? Gyojing was a little confused. Suzaimo didn't answer, and after reading the ancient book several times, he asked, who is this sneak attack, the demon sect old ancestor of the old ancestor? I don't know. Gyojing shook the head. Suzaimo pointed to the ancient book in his hand and said, this is the problem. Even the ancient book of Profound Principle Palace, there is no record of this demon sect old ancestor. The cause of the horror of the stars is because of this. But no one knows who this demon sect old ancestor is. Gyojing frowns, saying, what else can this prove? This thing must be 1,000 true, 10,000 true, otherwise, star ancestor old ancestor will not be furious and start a war against demon sect. Suzaimo did not argue. In fact, it's like a catastrophe, whether it's the 10,000 devils heist or the star sudden heist. The same weirdness is revealed behind these two havoc. The big catastrophe was caused by the presence of two witnesses in that year. Old monk Yuan and red-haired ghost guessed each other and Dai took the shot. In the end, we can really discover the secrets behind the Great Holocaust. The 10,000 devils heist and the stars heist broke out 30,000 years ago. Those who have experienced the two catastrophes themselves may have died. Even if Suzaima can feel what's wrong with these two catastrophes, he can't find the real problem. The truth of that year may be buried forever with time. However, this incident confirmed his speculation. 10,000 The robbery of the demons, the robbery of the stars, and the calamity of the big daggers are no coincidence. Now count, it's 10,000 years away from the great calamity. Suzaimo softly muttered, expression grave. The crisis on heavenly desolate continent may not only come from the major ferocious clan, but also a pair of invisible blood hands. Stir the situation behind the scenes, control the life, and control everything. Come on. Let's leave here. Suzaimo took a deep breath, took these things to heart, and left the library with Gyojing. The storyteller didn't leave, so he stood at the door of the great hall, looking into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Ming Zhen, Little Fatty, Shijian, and Yan Bijun have no idea where they are going. They should be arranged to rest by Profound Principle Palace Cultivator. Find the answer? The storyteller looked aside slightly and asked with a smile. Suzaimo nodded. He entered the library, originally looking for the secret of the Great Clarity Monk, didn't expect, and accidentally learned of the catastrophe 20,000 years ago. On 6-Star Hill, you did the Bloodvine clan destruction? Asked the storyteller. Yes. Suzaimo hesitated, still nodded. About half of this incident was done by the Great Clarity Monk, but since the Great Clarity Monk did not want to show up, he did not mention it. How come you are in Profound Principle Palace in 6-Star Mountain? The storyteller asked again. Suzaimo was about to say this, And Shin said, I was killed by Bloodvine clan, and someone said to me that profound Principal Palace might be able to resolve it. The storytelling old man changed dramatically and suddenly turned around. The storytellers within both eyes, a grey misty mist, seems to be able to see all the secrets of Suzaimo. Really? The mist in the eyes of the storyteller gradually dissipated. Frowning, extending the hand, pinching his fingers, a blink of divine light flashed in his eyes, and whispered, not good. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1471 Chapter 1471 Rebirth from a Drop of Blood. Senior, what's wrong? Suzaimo asked quickly. The storytelling old man felt that he was either laughing and scolding, calm, or decisive, but never had such expression. Bloodvine clan is here. The storyteller said something, his hands waving in front of him. Suddenly, a mysterious and powerful power pervaded in the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun, covering the entire profound Principal Palace. This power, not at all, is a powerful killing, but it seems a bit mysterious and empty. But in front of this power, Suzaimo felt as small as a dust, and would be drowned at any time. Go to the library, don't come out. The storyteller shook his robe sleeves, pushed Suzaimo and Gyojing back into the library, and thundered, the door of the Great Hall closed. In the Great Hall, Suzaimo held his breath and was a little nervous. Reading the story of the storytelling old man, the person who comes from Bloodvine clan is by no means easy to deal with, at least an Ancestor Realm expert. You know, some Ancestor Realm experts from Ferocious Clan can even fight against Sovereign of Human Race. Call. At this moment, in the distant sky, a large cloud of blood cult clouds floated, rushing, very fast. In the blink of an eye, come to profound Principal Palace, Great Ascension Realm. Even hiding in the library, Suzaimo and Gyojing can still feel the horrible and bloody atmosphere outside, which is far beyond body fusion realm. The great Clarity Monk once said that Teng Lingzai died in the Battle of the Six Star Mountains, and that the Bloodvine clan of Six survived, which is likely to alarm Bloodvine clan old ancestor. This time, he was spoken again. In order to suppress and kill him, a body fusion great expert, Bloodvine clan even sent old ancestor of Great Ascension out of the mountain. Suzaimo listened intently, a little nervous. Bloodvine clan, after all. He brought in. If there is a war with profound Principal Palace and many cultivators fall, Suzaimo's heart will be extremely guilty. At this moment, a small hand took the initiative to pull his palm, warm and soft, so that his mind gradually calmed down. Suzaimo looked sideways, seeing Gyojing's bright eyes. These eyes are enough to upset all beings and charm the under the heavens, but at this moment there is a touch of comfort and a touch of softness. It's okay, there is a storyteller senior. Gyojing quietly sound transmission. Suzaimo nodded, slightly smiled. In the sky in front of the profound Principal Palace, the blood-colored floating cloud suddenly cracked a gap, and a thick, blood-colored vine like an old tree came out from it. At the top of this blood vine, the face without eyes and nose, opened the bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, exposing the fangs inside, flashing cold light. This blood vine seems to be patrolling inside profound Principal Palace, over and over again. However, this blood vine also seems to know something, always hovering outside of the Linglong killing formation, and dare not take a step beyond the Thunder Pool. The movement here has alarmed many profound Principal Palace cultivator. HMPH. The silhouette of the storytelling old man suddenly appeared in the air. You bloodship old ancestor went to my profound Principal Palace to do something. The storytelling old man looked coldly at the blood vine in the air, icily said, don't get me out. The storytelling old man is extremely powerful, you're welcome. Under the scolding of the storytelling old man, the blood-colored clouds burst into disintegration, the blood vine shrank back, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a silhouette, treads the sky. This blood-luck old ancestor doesn't look very big, but in middle age, the eyes are filled with heavy blood and killing intent, and the lips are scarlet. Hee hee. Blood anguish old ancestor chuckled and said, It turned out that Profound Sovereign was guarding here. It's a coincidence. Between us, bright people don't tell the truth. Huang Wu is in your Profound Principal Palace. Is he at Profound Principal Palace? Wouldn't you see it yourself? The storytelling old man, expressionless, said with a sneer, since you had given him a killing order, and by the means of blood transport, old ancestor, can you still find no one? Hee. Blood anxiety. Old ancestor stared at the storyteller faintly and laughed. Just before, I also saw the breath of the killing order, here, but somehow it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Then you look for it. Don't stay here at my Profound Principal Palace, get out. The storytelling old man was cursed again, and in his eyes, a bit of killing intent had been revealed. It seems that next moment, he is ready to start. What happened to old ancestor? A few steps back, slightly with a sneer, Profound Sovereign, I advise you, it's better not to swim in this muddy water. Huang Wu, this child, has been killed by my 6 great ferocious clans. Today, I can't detect the breath of Huang Wu, but if I come to Bloodvine Clan Sovereign, I will definitely find out where Huang Wu is. By that time, if you find Huang Wu's whereabouts in your Profound Principal Palace, you will be ready to withstand the anger of 6 great ferocious clans. Noisy. The storytelling old man suddenly extended the hand, moved towards the direction of old ancestor, fiercely stroked, and shouted lightly, Big Tear. Call. The storytelling old man simply waved his hands, but the palm of his hand issued a terrifying force, and the entire void was torn into 2.5. Its great divine ability. Bloodship. Old ancestor complexion greatly changed, turned and fled. But even so, he was a step slower. He didn't expect it at all. The storytelling old man was so strong, without saying a word, he must suppress him. This great divine ability came to him instantly. Blood flow. Old ancestor's fleshly body was instantly torn into countless pieces, and a blood mist gushed. The shattered flesh block, under the power of this great divine ability, continues to explode, turning into a blood mist. This is already 10,000 segments. Even Body Fusion Great Expert can be reborn with broken arms, but it can't heal. But at this moment, a bloodlight rose from this blood mist, and moved towards the distance and fled away. The blood mist in the air, moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly moved towards this bloodlight, and in a blink of an eye, the fleshly body of the old ancestor blood was healed and restored as before. The Profound Principal Palace group repairers saw this scene with a burst of astonishment. Presumably, this is the divine ability, rebirth from a drop of blood, which can only be realized in the Great Ascension realm. It's terrifying. It's too difficult to kill old ancestor of Great Ascension. Body Fusion Great Expert, magic power is boundless, and can be reborn with broken arms. Cultivate to the Great Ascension realm, that is, the vast ability to divine, not to mention the broken arm. As long as the primordial spirit is not destroyed, even a drop of blood can be reborn. Just now, the blood released by old ancestor is the divine ability of rebirth from a drop of blood. Profound Sovereign, don't be proud, I'll be back with Bloodvine Clan. Blood transport. Old ancestor has fled far away, but his voice has spread far away, full of resentment and resentment. The storyteller expression was indifferent, looking at the distant bloodlight, and did not catch up. It's all gone. The storyteller returned to the Profound Principal Palace and said casually, Profound Principal Palace group repairs have dispersed, but each and every one is still expressive and whispered. Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 1472. Chapter 1472. Kunlun Ruins. Suzaimo and Jiojing, although hiding in a library, and using divine consciousness, can still sense the outside scene. Two people look at each other, they can see the shock in each other's eyes. The power of Great Ascension realm has completely surpassed other realm. Below the Gold Core realm, most of them are killed by melee and spirit techniques. On Gold Core realm, there are many more methods, such as spell, secret technique, heaven and earth dharma, idol, primordial spirit, and other fighting methods. And for the old ancestor of Great Ascension, The most powerful is the divine ability. The divine ability is also the biggest difference between Ancestor Realm Expert and Body Fusion Great Expert. The divine ability that the storyteller released freely seemed nothing but formidable power was extremely scary. Even Bloodvine Clan's old ancestor, fleshly body was torn into a ball mist. "It's all right, come out." When Suzaimo too was thinking wildly, the voice of the old storyteller sounded, and the door of the library opened. "Many thanks, Senior, for help." Suzaimo came to the storyteller and worshipped deeply. "Nothing." The storyteller shook his head slightly, but there was still a hint of anxiety in his eyebrows. Suzaimo's mind was vaguely guessing, and he asked tentatively, "Senior, Profound Principal Palace couldn't resolve the killing order on me, right?" "Ah." The storytelling old man did not conceal, nodded. Suzaimo suddenly remembered the scene where Old Ancestor came to Profound Principal Palace, and Old Ancestor did not seem to be sure he was in Profound Principal Palace. At this moment, I only heard that the old man explained, "I saw a killing order on you, and I used a divine ability to temporarily block your breath and blind it." Suzaimo was shocked. After the storytelling old man whispered badly. His hands waved in front of him, permeating a vast force, covering the Profound Principal Palace. It turned out that the storytelling old man had already released a divine ability. Storytelling Human Path. Under the cover of this divine ability, even the old ancestor of Great Ascension of Ferocious Clan, I will definitely not find you, but, pause a little, Storyteller Human Path, if Sovereign of Bloodvine Clan comes, or Sovereign of Heaven's Eye Clan comes, I can't hide this divine ability. Suzaimo's eyes darkened. On this heavenly desolate continent, the storyteller's sovereign is definitely one of the most powerful cultivators he has encountered. But even storytellers, there is no way for Profound Principal Palace. This means that even other sects, such as Misty Peak and 100 Refinements sect, have no other choice. Although heavenly desolate continent is big, there is this killing order. But there is no place for him. So what should I do now? Jiojing was anxious, and asked, Senior, you have a vast diversity of abilities. There must be a way. Senior, since Profound Principal Palace has no alternative, I will leave tomorrow. Suzaimo thought for a moment. Shin said, in all fairness, Suzaimo has no clue and doesn't know where he should go next. But his stay in Profound Principal Palace will not be of any benefit other than involving Profound Principal Palace. Didn't expect. The 6-Star Wars battle actually put me in such a situation. Suzaimo softly muttered. Although he got the Wayfree Wood, he was also issued a killing order, and he will always be chased by Bloodvine Clan. There is no time at all. And there is no place for him to refine cultivation. The end of this Azure Lotus true body is probably doomed. This is a dead end without solution. The storyteller looked at Suzaimo suddenly and asked, are you sorry, N? Suzaimo hesitated for a moment, and immediately came to understand that the storyteller was asking him if he would regret the Battle of Xingshan. Suzaimo laughed dumbfounded and shook his head. Don't regret it. If I do it again, I will kill 6 Xingshan. It is indeed Huang Wu. The storytelling old man was satisfied with nodded, and sighed. Actually, it is not impossible to break the killing order on your body and break the deadlock. The storyteller said suddenly. Suzaimo was pleased and asked quickly, please, Senior. The storyteller narrowed his eyes and slowly said, there is an unknown place on this heavenly desolate continent. Even the old ancestor of Great Ascension, the major sovereign, dare not set foot. What? Suzaimo asked. Don't you dare to set foot on the sovereign of the major ferocious clan? There is the forbidden area of the major ferocious clan. The storyteller said something amazing. In the true cultivation world, the human race 9 large forbidden area is spread. In fact, it corresponds to the habitat of 9 great ferocious clans. Now, for the first time, Suzaimo has heard that there is a place on heavenly desolate continent, which is Ferocious Clan Forbidden Area, and even Ferocious Clan Sovereign dare not set foot. Senior, do you mean there? Jiojing seemed to think of something, subconsciously looked towards the west. Not bad. The storyteller old man was nodded and said, extreme western land, Kunlun Ruins. Kunlun Ruins. Suzaimo softly muttered. The name was extremely strange to him. What the hell is there? Suzaimo couldn't help asking. No one knows what is there. What is there? The storyteller shook his head and said, but one thing is certain, that is the last battlefield of Immemorial War. Immemorial War. Suzaimo was shocked. The storyteller said, to be precise, it was originally called Kunlun. Because of a world-shaking, earth-shattering battle, it became a huge ruin, and it was called Kunlun Ruins in the future. According to legend, in the Immemorial War, Dragon Phoenix and Taboo camping out Taboo, leading the 8th ferocious clan, countless races attacked Kunlun, and the 10,000 clan warfare led by Taboo. Wait. Suzaimo's heart moved and suddenly asked, Senior, should it be 9 great ferocious clans? The storyteller shook his head and said, according to the records of Linglong sect founder, at the beginning of Immemorial era, there seemed to be only 8 big ferocious clan. God clan only appeared on the Immemorial era late stage, and it wasn't climate during the Immemorial War. Suzaimo slightly frowned. For some reason, he always felt that there was something unusual hidden in it. But for a while, he couldn't figure it out and had no idea. The storytelling old man's Immemorial War talks a little bit differently from Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder. After all, that's too ancient age. Not to mention that the war has been 10,000 years old. Even if it was 2 Devil's Heist and Star Sudden Devil's Heist 30,000 years ago, it is difficult to know the truth. The only certainty is that the Immemorial War is indeed extremely fierce. Much more fierce than the battle between Antiquity Time human race and 9 great ferocious clans. Countless races have been killed in the Immemorial War. 3 great taboos, and indeed in that battle, all died. 9 great ferocious clans was seriously injured by this origin chi. Immemorial era, therefore ended. Then, entering the Antiquity Time, human race rose, the true cultivation civilization gradually prospered, ushering in a glorious prosperity, and finally broke out with the ancient battle of 9 great ferocious clans. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1473. 1473 Divine Ability. The storyteller's voice continued to sound. There are too many experts falling in Kunlun Ruins. Countless. In that great battle, countless divine ability broke out. The Kunlun mountain range has been shattered. Among the ruins, there is still a terrifying divine ability. 10,000 ancients. Suzaimo was shocked. You know, in the Immemorial War, countless genocides, 9 great ferocious clans origin chi were seriously injured, 3 great taboos were all dead. And the divine ability's power remaining in Kunlun Ruins should be so vast and terrifying. That is simply unimaginable. Storytelling Old Human Path. These terrible divine abilities form a very unique domain. Whenever the old ancestor of Great Ascension steps into it, it is easy to cause a storm of divine abilities. Divine ability storm. Suzaimo and Jiojing looked at each other, and with the cultivation realm of 2 people, it was difficult to imagine what the so-called divine ability storm was. Not even 2 people know much about the divine ability. The storyteller said in a deep voice, if it brings in a storm of lesser divine ability, maybe the old ancestor of Great Ascension can save its life, and if it causes a storm of great divine ability, then bode ill rather than well. If a storm of peerless divine ability develops, Sovereign stepping into it can easily be torn into pieces. Lesser divine ability, great divine ability. Suzaimo listened more and more confused. Antiquity Time, when Kunlun Ruins was just formed, there were a dozen old ancestor of Great Ascension and 2 sovereign from ferocious clan, and they wanted to go in and find out. Storytelling Old Human Path. It's a pity, a dozen old ancestor and 2 sovereign, the whole army was wiped out. Hiss. Suzaimo sucking a breath of cold air. In this way, this Kunlun Ruins is ferocious clan forbidden area, there is no exaggeration. Then, every 10,000 years and 10,000 years, there will be ferocious clan experts who are unwilling to step into Kunlun Ruins. After all, in the Immemorial War, there are too many treasures left in that ruin. unimaginable. Suzaimo nodded. Immemorial war, the demise of numerous races, the fall of countless experts, the treasures left by these experts can all become masterless objects. If all the treasures in the ruins can be taken out, what immortal sect 9 sects, monster race 8 domain, demon sect 7 cases, Buddha sect 6 temples add together? I am afraid they are all inferior. Storytelling human path. It's just that many ferocious clan experts who have entered Kunlun ruins successively, only one person has escaped alive, and has been scared to death. Since then, no ferocious clan has dared to step into that ruin. What about the old ancestor of great ascension of human race? Suzaimo curiously asked. No way. The storyteller shook the head. Surely you don't need to ask, and you know, antiquity time so far. There must have been human race old ancestor, and I have not been able to come out alive. Jiojing thought about it and said, since old ancestor of great ascension cannot go in, you can let law manifestation Tao monarch, or body fusion great expert go in. Ah! The storytelling old man was nodded and said, the cultivator of the great ascension realm stepping into it will not cause a storm of divine ability, but in Kunlun ruins, the environment is terrible, the danger is 10,000 points. The crisis is everywhere, and every step is shocking. Indeed, there have been cultivators below the Great Ascension realm, and very few come back alive. Moreover, these people didn't go deep into Kunlun ruins, they just couldn't survive just turning around. A little groaning, storytelling old human path, Linglong sect founder. Before stepping into the Great Ascension realm, in order to save people, he took great risks and entered Kunlun ruins for an ancient divinity medicine. Linglong sect founder records that among Kunlun ruins, there are not only the treasures left by the expert in that year, but also countless spiritual grasses of immemorial era. Of course, in addition to these, there are many remaining races in the immemorial war, extinct creatures. Those beings in Kunlun ruins live, reproduce, merge with each other, and have adapted to that environment and become a new race. Linglong sect founder calls it the Kunlun family. Suzaimo gradually understood. Kunlun clan is not a new race, but an ethnic group formed by integrating major races. There may be a human race, monster beast, or plants and trees. Kunlun ruins, like a world isolated from the world. The Kunlun family is the owner of that world. They will not leave Kunlun ruins, but they are also extremely resistant to the outside. If anyone is found coming in, they will never be released. Huang Wu, the storyteller, said in a deep voice, Kunlun ruins, because of the unique ability left by immemorial era, formed a unique domain. You have been cultivation there for a long time, and the killing order within the body must be gradually resolved. If you enter Kunlun ruins, must be careful and avoid the people of the Kunlun family. Just outside Kunlun ruins, look for a hidden safe place, work hard to cultivate, and step into the Great Ascension realm as soon as possible. Suzaimo nodded, worshipped deeply, and said, many thanks senior for pointing. Profound Principal Palace doesn't know much about Kunlun ruins. It is because of the precious records that Linglong sect founder went in once. After a little groaning, Suzaimo asked again, senior, what is the lesser divine ability, the great divine ability you just said? The storyteller old man smiled lightly and said, these things, step into the Great Ascension realm, you will understand. And it is okay to tell you in advance, divine ability can be divided into 3 types, lesser divine ability, great divine ability and peerless divine ability. The formidable power of these 3 divine abilities naturally increases in order, getting stronger. Suzaimo secretly nodded, and asked, the one that old ancestor released from blood, only a drop of blood can reshape the divine ability of the fleshly body. What is it? That's one of the lesser divine ability. Storytelling elderly lightly saying. Suzaimo and Jiojing both felt shocked. A powerful method like rebirth from a drop of blood is just less divine ability. Imagine what terrifying the great divine ability, the formidable power of the peerless divine ability. Storytelling human path. There are more than 10,000 known types of lesser divine ability, and there are several 100 types of great divine ability, but there are only dozens of known peerless divine ability. Normally, even if there are more than a dozen lesser divine abilities, they are not equal to a great divine ability. Even if the 100 great divine abilities add up, there is no way to stop a peerless divine ability. Although there are only 3 levels of divine ability, the power gap is getting bigger and bigger. After a short pause, the storyteller said hesitantly, "Of course, in the notes of Ling Long sect founder, I also said that, perhaps, above the peerless divine ability, there is a kind of divine ability, called the supreme divine ability. The so-called supreme is that there is no divine ability above it. Paragon supreme." Of course, Ling Long sect founder has also heard of this statement. After all, since immemorial era, there has never been any supreme divine ability. The storyteller laughed and said, "If this divine ability really exists, I am afraid that it will be released. Heavenly desolate continent will be turned into ruins. The supreme divine ability is really too vague." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1474 Chapter 1474 Three Great Tribulations of Tao. Throughout the ages, Human Race Cultivator 10001000 absolutely, body fusion great expert is numerous. But you can step into the Great Ascension realm and realize the ability to become a divine asceta, but there is no one. "Do you know why?" asked the storyteller. "Divine ability?" Suzaimo tries to be replied. He has heard people mention that from body fusion realm, if you want to step into the Great Ascension realm, you have to go through a Tao tribulation difficulty. This is the divine ability. From ancient times to today, this divine ability is robbery. I don't know how many heaven-chosen funerals have been buried. The owner of more than 30 stone statues of Land of Preaching the Tao was the most famous heaven-chosen on heavenly desolate continent. However, these people still failed to take the last step, and regretted their lives before stuck in Great Ascension realm. The storytelling old man expresses some emotions, nodded, saying, "Cultivation, this is heaven-defying. During this period, there will be countless dangers. These dangers may come from their own heart's demon, or from outside killings. There has been no such thing as a robber. As before, no matter if it is a breakthrough gold core, or a realm such as Nascent Soul, Void Return, etc., it will encounter fierce danger, but it cannot be called robber. It can be called robbery, it must be difficult to survive, 9 deaths and still alive." The storyteller said slowly, "The so-called divine ability is actually 3 great tribulations of Tao, wind, fire and thunder." "What?" Suzaimo felt a little familiar. The storyteller laughed and said, "It seems that you also think of Land of Preaching the Tao." Suzaimo nodded. Land of Preaching the Tao has a 3 robbery domain, which contains 3 Tao robberies, which are Yin Feng robbery, Karmic Fire robbery, and Thunder Tribulation. Storytelling Human Path. At that time, there were many heaven-chosen monsters who left inheritance there. Since the establishment of the 3 Tao calamity, how can it be casually arranged? It must have its meaning. There was a faint stun in Suzaimo's eyes. But the storytelling old man turned sharply. The 3 disasters of the divine ability robbery are the calamities brought by heaven and earth, but they are more terrifying than the 3 robbery domains. That wind is not an ordinary wind, but a wind of heaven. Its sharpness is like a blade, its sharpness is like a cone. It enters from the heavenly spirit, passes through 5 dirty, passes 6 bowels, wears 9 tips, flesh and hair will be blown away. The wind blows, everything is invading. The primordial spirit is not condensed enough, and it will be blown away. Suzaimo and Jiojing listened secretly. That fire is not all fire, but the fire of the earth. It was born from the spring under your feet, straight into heaven sect. If the fleshly body is not strong, the bloodline is not full. As long as it is 5 dirty and grey, 4 limbs decay, 10,000 years, ashes. The storyteller continued, that thunder is not Fan on earth, but 5 elements divine thunder. Yengjin divine thunder, second wood divine thunder, Gishui Divine Thunder, Sing Divine Thunder, Woodidi Thunder, 5 thunderbolts. A little worse. The soul flew away and scattered. If the 3 disasters are unsuccessful, it is body and soul entirely exterminated, and skeleton doesn't exist. Of course, if you can survive, you can realize a divine ability in the calamity of the 3 major disasters, which is rebirth from a drop of blood. Suzaimo finally understood. Every old ancestor of great ascension knows how to rebirth from a drop of blood, because, under the baptism of the great 3 plagues, you can understand this divine ability. Suzaimo suddenly remembered a former confusion and couldn't help but ask, Senior, the old ancestor of great ascension in the true cultivation industry rarely shows up. Can't it be closed in the major sects? Suzaimo cultivation so far, there are too few old ancestor of great ascension I have encountered, which is strange. It's as if all the old ancestor of great ascension are hiding in one place. There is nothing big and nothing will come out at all. Profound Principal Palace. This time, the old city of old ancestor seems to have returned from another place. Storytelling human path. Generally speaking, after stepping into the Great Ascension realm, I don't pay much attention to any magical treasure secret technique. Old ancestor of Great Ascension has only one goal, which is to understand the divine ability as much as possible. When you step into the Great Ascension realm, if you want to improve the cultivation base and the battle strength, you will realize the ability of the divine. Every time you realize the divine ability, primordial spirit, fleshly body, and bloodline, you will be divine abilities power baptism, and the battle strength will increase significantly. And in the real cultivation world, the best place to realize the divine ability is not on the heavenly desolate continent, but on. Having said that, the storytelling old man paused suddenly, and a faint smile looked at Suzaimo, which obviously meant a test. Suzaimo slightly frowned. Reading the tone of the storytelling old man, this place must be known to him, and it is most likely a familiar place. But how is he familiar with the place where old ancestor realizes the ability of divine ability? Suddenly, in Suzaimo's mind, a flash of light flashed out, saying, Ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield, self-contained space, is a broken world. Suzaimo has been to junior ancient battlefield and intermediate ancient battlefield, but has never heard of rumors of advanced ancient battlefield. Now thinking about it, the place where these old ancestors are most likely to realize the divine ability is the advanced ancient battlefield. Suzaimo said, if I expected it well, the last list in the Mystery 3 list, Divine Abilities list, should also be in this high-level ancient battlefield. Not bad. In the eyes of the storytelling old man, there was a glimpse of appreciation. And the lightly nodded said, in this last ancient battlefield, there are many divine abilities left over from the ancient battle. These divine abilities may be in what ruins, on a certain mountain top, or in a tree and a tree. Actually, Kunlun Ruins has more and more horrible divine abilities, but because the immemorial war is too horrible and the environment there is extremely sensitive, the old ancestor of great ascension stepping into it will form a divine ability storm. Divine ability under the storm, I can't keep my life, let alone feel the divine ability. And the environment left by ancient battlefield is relatively soft. As long as you can find the remaining divine abilities power, you can feel it. Suzaimo got it. The old ancestor of great ascension in the true cultivation world. In order to improve the cultivation base battle strength, look for the divine ability in this ancient battlefield and feel the divine ability. In this process, the old ancestor of great ascension will not be attentive to any vendettas and battles in the true cultivation world. After all, finding a divine ability is not easy. The process of realizing the divine ability is even more rare. This is why, unless sect is in distress, sect cultivator will not alarm old ancestor and old ancestor will not appear easily. Is that ancient battlefield only accessible by the old ancestor of great ascension? Suzaimo asked suddenly. The storyteller shook his head and said, it's not absolute, but with your fleshly body and primordial spirit, If you want to comprehend the divine ability forcibly, you can't bear the divine ability's power at all. The storyteller saw Suzaimo's heart and knew that he wanted to realize the divine ability as soon as possible and step into Ancestor Realm. But there is no shortcut for cultivation. Storytelling human path. You want to appreciate the divine ability, fleshly body, and primordial spirit. You have to reach a certain level. 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus is definitely not enough. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1475. Chapter 1475 Concealing the Sky and Crossing the Sea. I heard the old man's implied meaning. Want to enter the advanced ancient battlefield. Suzaimo's Azure Lotus true body. Have to grow to 8th grade. 8th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, extremely difficult to conceive, antiquity time, and only Buddha Sovereign has conceived it. Even if Suzaimo refined and absorbed that large part of the Wayfree wood, it would be difficult to transform Azure Lotus true body into 8th grade. But this is not without opportunities. Good fortune Azure Lotus has been integrated with his fleshly body and bloodline. As long as his cultivation base improves, Azure Lotus true body will grow. Kunlun Ruins is dangerous, but there are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And, in that ruin, the ferocious clan expert didn't dare to go in. As long as he could avoid the danger of Kunlun Ruins, he could continue cultivation there. For Suzaimo, this is a rare opportunity and a cultivation land. Just rest here for a few days. The storyteller old man smiled lightly and said, my divine ability can be hidden for a few days. At least during this time, you are safe in Profound Principal Palace. Senior, what's your divine ability? Suzaimo was curious and asked a question. Hiding the sea. The storyteller said slowly, this is a peerless divine ability. Ah! Suzaimo and Jiojing both exclaimed. Two people were fortunate to see a peerless divine ability with their own eyes. Storytelling human path. Peerless divine ability is diverse and focused on different directions. Some are heavy body and some heavy killing. Such a way to hide the sky and cross the sea is the first way to conceal the opportunity. Like endless growth, the emphasis is on healing. Universe in the sleeves. The focus is on accommodation and space transfer, burning the sky and boiling the sea. 6 paths of reincarnation. Heavenly cut. Heavenly punishment and other peerless divine capabilities, focusing on is killing, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Universe in the sleeves. 6 paths of reincarnation. Suzaimo could hear the eyes of greatly rises. He is getting closer to these legendary forces. You know, where is the dividing line between old ancestor of great ascension and sovereign? The storyteller asked again. What kind of old ancestor can confer the sovereign title? Suzaimo. Two people looked at each other and both shook the head. Understand the peerless divine ability. Storytelling human path. Only after you realize the peerless divine ability, can you confer the sovereign title, called the real sovereign. Suzaimo showed a stunned look. No wonder, Yanb Oak once said that even sovereign belongs to the great ascension realm. The reason why he is called emperor is because old ancestor realized the peerless divine ability. The storyteller continued, sovereign's battle strength is different, because each sovereign understands the peerless divine ability and focuses differently. Like the Dharma sovereign of that year, I realized that the peerless divine ability was endless growth, which focused on healing, and eventually lost to the ancestor realm torch dragon. Hearing this, Suzaimo sighed. That year, even the storyteller did not know the truth about what happened in the buried Dragon Valley. Dharma Sovereign did not want Dragon Clan to start a war with human race, and recreated the slaughter, so he sacrificed his little life essence to continue his life for the red-haired ghost. Of course, if you just realize that the peerless divine ability has a different emphasis and the battle strength is different, it will not be too disparate. Storytelling human path. If anyone can comprehend 2nd, 3 Dao, or even more peerless divine ability, then his battle strength is multiplied. It's too difficult. asked. Jiojing shook the head. It is 100 million in 10,000 and does not have one to realize the peerless divine ability of sovereign. Even more, how is the peerless divine ability of 3 Tao? When manpower is always exhausted, even sovereign does not have that much time and energy. Suzaimo's heart moved, and she suddenly asked, how many peerless divine abilities did you realize in the eternal human sovereign? Jiojing also showed curiosity. Full 6 paths. Storytelling elderly slowly said. Suzaimo, 2 people are shocked. Storytelling human path. Antiquity time. So far, there have been many heaven-chosen evils, and the achievements have even surpassed human sovereign. Suzaimo nodded, like him, and the fallen Yin. At least in Gold Core Realms, achievements have surpassed human sovereign. But among these evildoers, very few can become sovereign. Don't say that in the end, we surpassed human sovereign, and no one can match human sovereign. Jiojing suddenly asked, Demon Sovereign Li Hen, how many peerless divine abilities did you realize? 5. Storytelling human path. However, with Demon Sovereign Li Hen's innate talent, if he hasn't died, he should be able to comprehend the 6th path, which is comparable to human sovereign. As for the remaining Buddha sovereign, Sword sovereign, Blade sovereign, and Thunder sovereign, they only realize the 3 Tao peerlessness. Most of the ancient emperors just realized that one's all. So much worse. Suzaimo was shocked. Even Buddha sovereign, Sword sovereign and other renowned sovereign, and Demon sovereign Li Hen are still 2 complete peerless, and the gap with human sovereign is even greater. Storytelling human path. So, without eternal human sovereign, the war of the ancients, human race will be defeated. According to legend, the battle of the ancients, human sovereign, almost by the strength of oneself, reversed the whole situation. Today, Suzaimo only knows that this legend is not exaggerated or false. Suzaimo thought for a moment, solemnly asked, this life, the sovereign of human race, how many peerless divine abilities have you learned? 3 Tao. Storytelling elderly faintly sighed. Suzaimo finally realized the pessimism of the storyteller. This life, human race's strength, is far worse than antiquity time. In the battle of ancient times, there was human sovereign, and human race was just a terrible victory. Even more, how is this life? You don't have to think about these things first. The storyteller looked at Suzaimo, Shin said, the most important thing for you now is to cultivate as soon as possible and grow up as soon as possible. I know. Suzaimo nodded. The storyteller told a few more words before leaving, and Suzaimo and 2 stayed temporarily at Profound Principal Palace. Yan Bijan's injuries gradually improved. Within a few days, it has recovered almost. It was just that the scar in his heart could not heal. In his eyes, there was still silence, without any glory. Suzaimo sighed. Still, as he expected, after Yan Bijan suppressed and killed the heavens, he lost his obsession and could not find any hope of survival. I'm afraid as soon as he leaves, Yan Bijan will die himself. Suzaimo tried to persuade comfort, but found that she didn't know where to start. Any consolation at this time seemed pale and weak. Silent for a long time, Suzaimo said, Big Brother Yan, have you ever thought that on heavenly desolate continent, there is no power to save fellow Taoist kin? There may be in the mysterious upper realm. I can have today because a woman from upper realm defying changes the fate for me. Big Brother Yan, I believe that the power of upper realm can also control life and death. Alive is always a goal. My goal is to fly upwards to upper realm, to follow her steps and stand with her. Speaking of this matter, Suzaimo's eyes are firm, and the whole person seems to be shining. Jiojing glanced aside and pursed his lips, his eyes flashing away. Anyone needs to have a goal? Yan Bijan suddenly softly muttered, and there was a wave in her eyes. Just then, Lin Xuanji pushed in and said, Brother Su, someone is coming for you. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1476 Chapter 1476 Unparalleled Azura. Somebody is coming. Suzaimo slightly startled. Seeing Lin Xuanji so easy, The incoming person is obviously not an enemy. Now he is in a very dangerous situation and is jointly hunted down by 6 great ferocious clans. If he is an old man, who would dare to come to him at this time? Just then, 2 people appeared at the door. Seeing 2 people, Suzumo couldn't help laughing, and hurried forward, saluted to one of them, arching, "Meet the master." This person is the Jihyuo, a great expert of 100 Refinements sect. The other person was a young girl with wavy hair hanging from 2 shoulders, a little yellow, but could not hide the beautiful face. The girl's skin is victorious, and her facial features are exquisite, without any flaws. Although the charm is a little worse than Jihyojing, but this appearance is already comparable. Moreover, the eyes of the young girl are not ordinary black and white, but a hint of clear jade green, like a stream of clear water, sparkling, showing a different beauty. Beautiful little Missy seems to have grown up. Jihyojing couldn't help but sigh when he saw the girl. "Young master." The girl came to Suzumo, with joy in her eyes, and a call of joy as if the girl is not someone else. It was Suzumo who had collected it in Zuking City, and then worshipped at Misty Peak. Within the body Nianchi flowing half of God Clan bloodline. Suzumo glanced away, slightly nodded, "Yes, I've stepped into body fusion." Although Nianchi is considered a God Clan lost species, but this innate talent is horrible. The cultivation speed is also closely behind Suzumo and has not been left. Although the bloodline of the lost species is impure, its achievements may not be comparable to others. Like the great Clarity Monk, Blood Devil, who was 40,000 years ago, is a lost species bloodline, but even the pure blood expert of each major ferocious clan, under the same realm, I am afraid it will be suppressed by 2 people. "Master, how can you come together?" Suzumo asked. Jihyuo laughed, saying, "I heard that you were ordered to kill by 6 great ferocious clans, and I will leave from 100 Refinements sect and become a free body, ready to go to the southern region to find you. It's just that, before I arrived in the southern region, I heard that a war broke out at the Profound Principal Palace, and I arrived here, but fortunately you didn't leave." Although Jihyuo speaks blandly, Suzumo's heart is touched. He was assassinated by 6 great ferocious clans, and everyone was afraid to avoid it. Dipankara Temple didn't even dare let him go up into the temple, fearing to be involved. But Jihyuo immediately came to him. Moreover, Jihyuo has already made the worst plan, and for fear of involving 100 Refinements sect, he will leave 100 Refinements sect in advance and recover free body. "It didn't take long for me to meet here before I met this baby girl." Jihyuo pointed at Nianchi and continued. Suzumo's eyes looked towards Nianchi. Nianchi laughed, saying, "I also heard that the young master was hunted down by 6 great ferocious clans. I just wanted to help the young master. Beside the young master, I have stepped into the body fusion, and Immortal Crane Master also agreed to let I'll come over." "Master, Nianchi, you..." "Hey." Suzumo sighed, but a warm current flowed through her heart. He has been cultivation to this day, and has devoted numerous days to Heavenly Desolate. But he also met a lot of friends, brothers who have passion and passion. These people value emotion, value friendship, even if they know that he is in danger. They have not left him. Jihyuo, Nianchi. This is the case with Yan Bichen, and so is Jihyojing. Little fatty, so is Shijian. Jihyuo said in a deep voice, "Zimo, you were hunted down by 6 great ferocious clans. On Heavenly Desolate Continent, it is difficult to find your own place. But there is a place where there may be some vitality." "Oh?" Suzumo wondered, "where is it?" Jihyuo said, "I almost died, and got Yiling and Torch Shining Sword formation." Suzumo's heart moved and suddenly thought of a possibility. Just listen to Jihyuo continue. "There is the extreme western land of Heavenly Desolate Continent, Kunlun Ruins." "Really?" Divine whose egg was brought from Kunlun Ruins by Jihyuo. This speculation was also just thought of by Suzumo. Jihyuo once said to him that he was looking for a 2 ancient vestige and almost fell. On Heavenly Desolate Continent, the most famous and biggest one is 2 ancient vestige. I am afraid that it is only Kunlun Ruins. Most importantly, Kunlun Ruins is the battlefield of the immemorial war. This also has a 100,010,000 relationship with Yiling. After the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley, Yiling was separated from him, whereabouts unknown. But Suzaimo believes that Yiling is by no means easy to die. If Yiling is still alive, is it possible to be in Kunlun Ruins? Jihuo said, for the ancient vestige, I have gone in after all. I know a little bit. Together, we may have a better chance of survival. Suzaimo nodded, looking thoughtful. Originally, Kunlun Ruins was a cultivation land for him. But now, thinking that Yiling is most likely in Kunlun Ruins, he has a little more anticipation. Just then, Yan Bijin suddenly sat up from the couch. Big brother Yan, how are you? Suzaimo hurried forward and asked softly. At this time, Yan Bijin looked better, and looked at Suzaimo intently, and asked again, Zaimo, will Upper Realm really have the power to rescue Pianren? I believe so. Suzaimo nodded. In fact, death cannot be resurrected. This is the rebirth of Grand Dao, and even he cannot be sure. But at this time, he couldn't care much. At this moment, the storyteller appeared out of thin air in front of Yan Bijin's collapse, and Shen said, between heaven and earth, there are endless mysteries. Heavenly desolate continent, maybe just a well. Only if you jump out of this well, you can see the broader heaven and earth. Perhaps, in that heaven and earth, you can come into contact with the profound mystery of life and death. But if you die now, you will never have this opportunity. The storytelling old man said the weight of this remark, but it is much heavier than Suzaimo, and more credible. As predicted, in Yan Bijin's eyes, some vitality was gradually restored, with a rays of light flashing. The brighter it became. Suzaimo knows that the story of the old man told Yan Bijin a new hope. If you say that the revenge was Yan Bijin's hope for survival, now, saving Qin Pianren is the hope of Yan Bijin in the future. I saw it for the first time when old Foggy went out to persuade others. Ling Xuanji was on the side, quietly speaking to Suzaimo. Divine consciousness sound transmission. Storytelling elderly is profound sovereign. The first generation of sovereign, put down his status to persuade Yan Bijin. It can be seen that the storytelling elderly valued Yan Bijin. The storyteller said, Azura, you got the inheritance of demon sovereign Li Hen, but I believe you are not another Li Hen. Go out of your own Grand Dao. Get rid of the influence of leaving regrets scripture on you, and let go of your obsession. I believe that demon sovereign Li Hen will leave inheritance and never want you to be the second one. You are Azura, this world is unique and unmatched. Azura of unrivaled Wushwang. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1477 Chapter 1477 Entering Kunlun. Yan Bijin caressed the Li Hen magic knife beside him, softly muttered, If I were not Li Hen, would you still follow me? Zheng. Li Hen's magic sword seemed to understand Yan Bijin's words. Trembling, it has determined that Yan Bijin is its owner. Whether Yan Bijin is Li Hen or Azura, it will live and die with it. It is good. In the eyes of Yan Bijin, the rays of light gradually flourished, proudly saying, I Azura, this life, I will take you to the upper realm to take a look. Azura, I also want to heaven-defying changes the fate, tamper with life and death. After speaking, Yan Bijin worshipped the storyteller deeply and said, Many thanks, Senior. The storytelling old man was lightly nodded, expression rejoicing. He does take Yan Bijin very seriously. In his mind, Yan Bijin's achievements may be even higher than the demon sovereign Li Hen of the year. Yan Bijin turned his head and looked towards Suzaimo. Shen said, Zaimo, Kunlun Ruins, I will not be with you. You have to be careful. Relax, big brother. Suzaimo nodded. Yan Bijin has his own way. If he followed Suzaimo to Kunlun Ruins, he might be bound. Now, when seeing Yan Bijin's endlessness, Suzaimo is completely relieved. There is no need to stay at Profound Principal Palace. Zaimo, as soon as Jiojing spoke, Suzaimo already knew what she wanted. Suzaimo laughed and shook the head, and said, It doesn't have to be that way. You are a prime daughter of this life, How can you just run with me to Kunlun ruins? If this matter lets Maiden Sect know, I'm afraid I will be hunted down by Maiden Sect's expert. Jihuo also nodded, and said, you can rest assured that with me and Nianchi accompanying Zaimo, we can always take care of each other. Master, Nianchi, don't follow me. Suzaimo groaned. This Kunlun ruins is not kind. You don't need to accompany me to risk. What did you say? Jihuo too glared, Pat's storage bag, and said, you kid, don't be affectionate. I have a treasure concealing map. I go to Kunlun ruins for this treasure concealing map. Young master, I have already come. You can't leave. Nianchi pouted and smiled. Suzaimo no longer talks. The three of them smile at each other. All the emotions are in silence. Now that he has decided to leave, Suzaimo has no further delay, bids farewell to Shijian and the others one after another, and is ready to leave. Storytelling Human Path. You still have Bloodvine Clan's assassination order. If you leave Profound Principal Palace, you will be seen by Bloodvine Clan. I tear the space and take you directly. The storytelling old man extended the hand palm while talking, a stroke of void in front of him. The void seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, cracking a huge gap, dark and deep inside. With wind and gust, the storyteller Gon shook his sleeves, rolled up Suzaimo, Jihuo, and Nianchi, and jumped into the crack. Old fogey, bring me one, and I'll pass by. When the crack was about to close, Lin Xuanji shouted, yanked the sleeve of the old storyteller, and jumped in. A turn of the sky. This feeling is like using great teleportation talisman. The eyes are dim, there is no light, and it is difficult to breathe. It felt like just a dozen breaths of work. Suzaimo and the others felt light. His eyes were bright, and finally he saw the light again. Although Downtooth, everyone's hearts are somewhat heavy and extremely depressed. The crowd looked subconsciously and couldn't help but be shocked at the spot. In front of everyone, there was a rolling mountain range, and some mountain ranges seemed to have been severely collided and cut into 2.5. Some mountain ranges have broken most of them. Between this mountain range wasteland, there are corpses and white bones. Horrible to see. Some of the bones have not been rotten so far, maintaining their original shape, with a long body, 1,000 jang or so, which looks like a dis in a divine dragon. This is a dragon skeleton, 1,000 jang or so long divine dragon, which means that this is a real Ancestor Realm divine dragon. Just on the edge of Kunlun ruins, everyone saw the body of an Ancestor Realm divine dragon. It's unimaginable how terrible the immemorial war was. Everyone looked around. Wherever you look, not only are the corpses of Dragon Clan, but the rest of Ferocious Clan. There are many unexplained corpse bones, covering the entire mountain range. Such a scene is too shocking. The breath emanating from this ruin is too depressing. If Dao Heart is unstable, in this environment, it is very easy to collapse. Jihuo looked at the scene in front of him, and seemed to think of something, and sighed gently. In the past, more than 10 of us came to explore this treasure, didn't expect, but only I survived. One of the fellow Taoist, not long after entering Kunlun ruins, Dao Heart collapsed. After a pause, Jihuo sighed again. Actually, if I hadn't met Zaimo, I would have been body dies and Dao disappears. In retrospect, what I experienced over the years is really regrettable. The storytelling old man looked at this ruin and was silent for a long time before slowly said, Zaimo, you are in good cultivation at Kunlun ruins, heavenly desolate continent. You don't have to worry, I will do everything to deal with the major Ferocious Clan. As much as possible you fight for time. Suzaimo nodded. He went to Kunlun ruins. His life and death are unknown, and his future is uncertain. He didn't even know if he could come back alive and when he would be back at Heavenly Desolate. Senior, take care of you. Suzaimo worships the old storyteller deeply. Brother Su, I am waiting for you to come back. Parting soon, Lin Xuanji, who was cynical, gave birth to a bit of perseverance. Suzaimo waved his hand and stepped into Kunlun ruins with Jihuo and Nianchi. Three people walk very slowly. Divine consciousness looks around all around, tense, for fear of any accident. The storytelling old man always looked at 3 people outside Kunlun ruins, and it wasn't until the silhouette of 3 people disappeared that he came back to his senses. "Old fogey, why have you suddenly become a little sentimental?" Lin Xuanji frowned. He knows too much about storytellers. He could feel the pessimism inside the storytelling old man. Brother Su's innate talents include Dragon Phoenix True Body and Azure Lotus True Body. If you grow up, Ferocious Clan is definitely not an opponent. Lin Xuanji is optimistic. The storyteller shook his head slightly and said, "I'm afraid there's not much time. If you wait another 10,000 years, I believe Huang Wu will definitely reach the top and become a human sovereign." But now there are more and more conflicts between Ferocious Clan and True Cultivation. The movements of Ferocious Clan are more frequent. "This last battle is coming." Lin Xuanji's heart shivered with cold, asking, "Old fogey, how long do you estimate?" "No more than 100 years. The voice of the old storyteller was heavy. 100 year. Lin Xuanji finally understood why the storytellers were so pessimistic. 100 years, too short. For cultivator, 100 years is fleeting. Not to mention stepping into the Great Ascension realm, Suzaimo can improve a small realm, which is already very good. Step back and think. Even if Huang Wu steps into the Great Ascension realm, how can he fight against the major Ferocious Clan experts and the major Ferocious Clan sovereign? The storyteller softly muttered, "Do everything, listen to destiny. Set up a flag and add more tomorrow." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1478. Chapter 1478. Spirit Fruit First. Kunlun Ruins. Suzaimo. 3 people march along the road. The more they get scared, the surrounding environment is also more and more spooky. Ghost shadow is heavy. On the ruins of the Dagon Empire, only 10,000 years ago, there was a strong baleful chi coupled with soul of a deceased has not yet dispersed. Many evil spirits and wicked spirits have been born. For Kunlun ruins in front of Dagon ruins, it is that fireflies are better than Haoyu, and water drips are better than the ocean. The baleful chi here made Suzaimo 3 feel a little discomfort. In the 10,000 years, it is not surprising that in such a dense baleful chi, what kind of evil spirits have been born. Suzaimo 3 people chi and blood are strong. The magic power is agitated, the surging is surging. The average ghost knows well, and dare not approach. But gradually getting into Kunlun ruins, the ghost shadow occasionally flashed in front of the 3 people. The chi and blood on 3 people is also an item of great nourishment for them. Suddenly, the baleful chi surged in front, quickly condensed into a large black mist, and moved towards 3 people wandering over, even swallowing all 3 people in. HMPH. Jihuo coldly snorted, "Bright daylight. But just a ghost, dare to come out and hurt people." The words didn't end. Jihuo pinched the magic arts and moved forward. A scarlet-eared flare burst out, and instantly fell into the rotating baleful chi black mist. Lightning and the power of flames are quite restrained against such evil charms. Even more how? The fire of Jihuo is the result of Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. Most body fusion great experts can't bear it. It's just that this fire was not submerged in the black mist, but it just stopped the black mist a little, and it didn't cause any waves. Black mist continued to move towards 3 people coming. GGGG. In the dark fog, there was a laugh of Sen. Cold shivers down one's spine. How can there be any daylight in this ruin? There is always no darkness here. Call. Half barely fell. In this dark mist, a huge skull suddenly appeared. A cave with 2 eyes, a bloody rays of light surged, opened a big mouth, and moved towards 3 people, swallowed it all. Courting death. The magic arts in Jihuo's hands changed again, and 3 flames emerged, directly condensing 3 secrets Dao fire, and hit the past. The formidable power of 3 secrets Dao fire can be more than double that of the previous flame. 3 secrets Dao fire fell into Skull's mouth and instantly ignited a raging fire. The black mist around this skull was burned into nothingness. Ow! The skull sent out a very painful roar, but no matter how he urged baleful chi, it was difficult to extinguish 3 secrets Dao fire on his body. However, within a few breaths, Skull's skull has been burnt and crackled, and a path of gap has emerged. Dare you step into Kunlun ruins? Don't even think about going out alive. Skull Evil fiercely said. The fire here will definitely attract more evil spirits. You just wait to be swallowed. The words didn't fall, and Skull suddenly burst, scattered around the bones, and quickly turned to ashes. Jihuo sighed and said, at the beginning of our entire group, we were killed by these evil spirits alone. In the end, when we entered the treasure land, there were only 3 people left. After this incident, the 3 were more careful and moved on. What? Not far. Nianqi's eyes turned and fell on a black fruit. His eyes brightened. This fruit baby is the size of a fist, dark in appearance, but bright in it, like a large grape picked by Linglong. It's spirit fruit, Jihuo whispered. Seeing Suzaimo's cheeky confusion, Jihuo explained, this spirit fruit is extremely rare, and it can only be born in countless years in the most dense places of the evil land. Spirit fruit is a poisonous fruit for most cultivators. If swallowed, it will undoubtedly die. But if you step into the Great Ascension realm and experience the earth-shake fire in the Great 3 disasters, you will serve the spirit fruit. It works wonders. Crossing tribulation success rate increased by at least 30%. Such spirit fruit is definitely not available on Heavenly Desolate Continent, because the conditions for wanting to breed spirit fruit are too harsh. Even the environment like Dagon Ruins cannot be born. Only possible at Kunlun Ruins. As the storyteller said, in Kunlun Ruins, danger and opportunity coexist. Suzaimo didn't say anything, but he was lightly frowned, looking under the strain of spirit fruit, looking thoughtful. Nianqi has already stepped forward, ready to pluck this spice spirit fruit. Do not move. Be careful. Just then, the 2 sounds sounded almost simultaneously. The first warning was from Suzaimo. The second one is a strange voice. At this point, mutation suddenly started. The ground under Nianqi's feet suddenly cracked. A pair of sharp cold lights flashed, and the silhouette moved toward Nianqi was beheaded. Nianqi heard Suzaimo's warning and was prepared to jump up and look down. Hong Long Long. In the crack on the ground, a huge red-backed centipede crawled out, and the whole body was several tenjang, chasing Nianqi in the air and biting it. This bareback centipede's cultivation base has been cultivated to the body fusion realm great perfection. If it is innate great monster territories, it is also a scary ominous beast with battle strength. Although Nianqi has just stepped into the body fusion realm, but within the body is flowing half of the divide blood, a coquettish sound, urges bloodline, runs magic power, and in the palm of your hand, there is a dazzling sword, rays of light 10,000 jang. Cut. Nianqi holds the sword in both hands, and the cut towards the red-backed centipede fiercely below falls. Glang. This great sword stood on the red-backed centipede, but failed to cut into it, but aroused a series of fire stars. The red-backed centipede likes to eat and corrode. In this ruin, I have been cultivation for many years, and the shell drive has been impervious to sword or spear. Neither water nor fire can approach. HMPH. Nianqi didn't panic either. He spread the big sword and directly urged the bloodline phenomenon. An ancient boss gas pyramid appeared in the air. Numerous souls worshipping under the pyramid. Hong Long. Pyramid moved towards centipede naked. Fiercely's suppression continues. Bareback centipede wailed. Although its body is not afraid of sharpness, this pyramid carries extremely terrifying coercion and weighs 10,000 kilos. It suppresses it and smashes its body directly into 2.5. Black blood gush for splash. The black blood of the naked centipede within the body is highly poisonous and can easily poison a body fusion great expert. A red-backed centipede opened a big mouth, spraying a black poison mist, and then shaking his upper body. He had to get back into the ground and escape. Nianqi is under God clan bloodline. Under the scourge of qi and blood, these poison mists, poisonous blood can't get near. Nianqi fell in shape and rushed down in no time, grabbed a barefooted centipede's foot, and pulled it straight out of the ground slit. In 9 great ferocious clans, God clan's fleshly body, bloodline, are at the top, and they are no different from Dragon Clan. Although the body of Centipede is huge, it is inferior to Nian Qi in strength. After Nian Qi pulled the red-backed centipede out, fiercely fell to the ground, and the pyramid came down again, suppressing it, and directly pressed the red-backed centipede into a bloody mud. This counterattack was extremely powerful, showing Nian Qi's extremely powerful means and battle strength innate talent. Even Suzaimo looked nodded. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1479 Chaotic Sword God Chapter 1479 In this Kunlun ruins, in addition to the countless evil spirits, there are also some terrifying creatures. After Nian Qi suppressed and killed the centipede with his naked back, he landed, his eyes turned, and he moved towards the other direction. There was a white-shirted man standing there, Body Fusion Realm Cultivation Base, Fengshan Junling, staring at the stars, standing not far away, his clothes fluttering, looking at him, glorious. At that time, she wanted to pick spirit fruit, and there were 2 voice reminders. One is Suzaimo and the other is this white shirt man. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Nian Qi thanked the person slightly, arching his arms. Good to say. The white-shirted man smiled lightly and said, forgive me, look at the 3, I'm afraid I just came to Kunlun ruins. Exactly. Nian Qi nodded. There is no need to conceal the matter. Suzaimo and Jihuo did not speak, and their eyes fell on the man in a white shirt, looking up and down. Man in white shirt said, in this ruin, the danger is everywhere. Treasure like spirit fruit. There must be a strong ominous beast guard nearby. There are also ominous beasts, guarding some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, waiting for other creatures to enter the trap. With that said, the white-shirted man's eyes were dark and his tone was low. He said, we had 7 people on this trip, but we fell into the trap of a powerful ominous beast. Only I escaped. Alas. Hearing this incident, Jihuo also touched the past, adding a little sympathy to the white-shirt man. However, Jihuo was still a little cautious, tentatively asking, are you coming for this spirit fruit too? I did it for spirit fruit. The white-shirted man laughed, looked towards Nian Qi, and said frankly, but this spirit fruit obviously belongs to this fellow Taoist. Jihuo slightly nodded. Of course, in the real cultivation world, people's minds are just met for the first time. Between 3 words and 2 words, no one can guarantee what the other person's mind is thinking. 3 fellow Taoists, I stayed in this piece of Kunlun ruins for a while, and I don't know if I can go with 3 fellow Taoists. A look of expectation appeared in the eyes of the white-shirted man. This. Jihuo was hesitant. Normally, the 3 people are familiar with each other and more resistant to strangers. But here is Kunlun ruins. When Jihuo heard this man's experience, he couldn't help thinking of himself. If he was allowed to wander around Kunlun ruins alone, I am afraid that this person is also bodil rather than well. Otherwise, let's take him. Jihuo's secret sound transmission. With our 3 methods, if this person really has any concerns, we can easily deal with it. Nian Qi has no objection, just looked towards Suzaimo. In her mind, everything like Suzaimo was the main thing. Suzaimo hasn't spoken since the white shirt man appeared. At this point, he suddenly asked, what is fellow Taoist? Underneath, white shirt man smilingly smiled. Suzaimo nodded, I am Huang Wu. Meet Huang Wu fellow Taoist. The man in white shirt arched slightly towards Suzaimo. Although the conversation between the 2 was simple, Jihuo and Nian Qi expressed slightly changed. 2 people have heard a problem. The white-shirt man was so calm when he heard the name of Huang Wu. Suzaimo's gaze was so faint smile asked, it seems that fellow Taoist hasn't heard me. The man in white shirt laughed slightly apologetically, and said, in the next introduction to Loose Cultivator, the perennial cultivation, I don't know much about true cultivation. Ignore and inexperienced, but let fellow Taoist laugh. This explanation barely makes sense. but Jihuo and Nianqi have become vigilant. Huang Wu stood up, Bu Wu Kang Sheng, under the heavens shaking, even if it is loose cultivator, closed all year round and isolated from the world. It is unlikely that he has never heard the name of Huang Wu. Suzaimo also laughed and asked, "When are you going to pretend?" The smile on the white shirt man's face continued. The expression became a little weird, and there was a burst of overcast, dreary and cold aura, and he grinned and said, "It's really amazing. For so many years, there have been many cultivators in Kunlun ruins. You can see through my disguise. You are still the first." Jihuo and Nianqi both feel a little scalp. Even if they have been punctured by Suzaimo, the two still can't see what this white shirt man is. If this person were to walk with them, the consequences would be disastrous. In fact, even Suzaimo couldn't see through the person. But after the white shirt man appeared, Suzaimo's spiritual awareness was constantly alerting him, so he only made a tentative test. "I'll see what you are." Suzaimo didn't make nonsense with this white shirt man, flicked. "Hey!" A white word chi burst out, and it was dazzling, and in a moment, it was already in front of the white shirt man. The sharpness of heaven-murdering sword chi makes the white shirt man slightly discolored. The man in the white shirt shook his body, disappeared in front of Suzaimo 3, and moved to the other side. The speed was amazing. Jihuo's eyes are not catching up. The figure of the man in the white shirt was revealed again. There was a blood mark on his cheek, blood was flowing, and he had a disgusting stench. Even though the white shirt man dodged extremely fast, he was still cut in the cheek by heaven-murdering sword chi. It turned out that the bones got the way, even the flesh evolved. Suzaimo sneered slightly, stepped forward, two fingers close together, and moved towards the white shirt man. Waved. More than a dozen heaven-murdering sword chi burst out, divided into different directions, moved towards the white shirt man, strangling away. The man in white shirt felt the danger and suddenly screamed. All the flesh and blood on his body suddenly collapsed and turned into a path of thick baleful chi, condensing a stalk of yin evil, and moved towards heaven-murdering sword chi. Hit it. The man in white shirt had only one bone left, standing in place. This white bone is obviously a bit strange. Like various bones are put together, there is a keel, a bone of Golden Crow clan, and a bone of God clan. This bone was first made up of bones from Kunlun ruins, and after conquering the word, he condensed the flesh with Yin Fiend Chi. If this bone is allowed to continue cultivation, it is no different from a real cultivator. When the Yin sharp gun erupting from the bones collided with heaven-murdering sword Chi, but it did not fall into the wind, and a harsh fighting sound broke out. This boneless cultivation base has reached half ancestor. Suzaimo's eyes look at the greatly rises, step forward, squeeze the magic arts with both hands, and spit Brahman sound. Well, oh me. When the six-word Great Clarity incantation broke out, 6 paths Great Clarity Dharma seal came at the same time. The spell of Buddha sect will do the most damage to bones. When the Great Vajra wheel seal and the Great Mount Xumi seal arrived, the bones trembled, and the skeleton was shaking like it was about to fall apart. Suzaimo sat down, folded his hands together, and lowered his eyebrows, like a respectable monk, solemn appearance, groaned in his mouth, and read a series of incantations. Great Light Curse. Here Relief Spell. Intuitive Great Secret. 6 Paths Vajra Mantra. These spells are all used to relieve the dead soul, and to express extreme resentment. At the center of the brow's brow, a group of ghosts struggled constantly, but under this continuous curse, it gradually became unsustainable and eventually extinguished. Oh la la. Bones scattered all over the place. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1480. Chapter 1480 Kunlun Barrier 3rd. This bony ghost seems to be easily suppressed by Suzaimo, but in fact, his deeds, even on the heavenly desolate continent, are peak. Jihuo and Nianqi are not their opponents. If Suzaimo does not have the support of Buddha sect's cultivation technique Profound Truth, It will take a lot of effort to completely suppress this bone. Let's go. Be careful, Suzaimo said, and 3 people moved on. The 3 people walked in Kunlun ruins for a full day. On the way, they encountered countless battles, but fortunately they were shocked. The existence of Kunlun ruins, but no matter what heaven chosen you are, they don't know Huang Wu at all. Suzaimo 3 people, in their eyes, is the kind of fresh flesh that is swallowed down and will be of great benefit to cultivation. Even with Suzaimo's strong physical strength, fighting for a day is a bit lacking. Jihuo and Nianqi were even more exhausted, and their faces became a little pale. Where are we now? Suzaimo just shot, suppress and kill a pure blood ominous beast, and stopped to ask. Jihuo gasped slightly, saying, "It's still outside Kunlun ruins. This Kunlun ruins is too big." 3 people walked for a day, still wandering around. "Look over there." Jihuo pointed at the light of the purpley golden in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "There is the Kunlun barrier, and only by entering the barrier can it be the core of entering Kunlun ruins." However, with the existence of the Kunlun barrier, the outside cultivator simply can't get in. Over the years, some cultivators who have entered Kunlun ruins in search of opportunities have hovered around, that's all. Suzaimo looked at the brilliance like an aurora in the distance, looking thoughtful. "Go, look at the past," Suzaimo said. When going first, Jihuo and Nianqi followed closely behind. 2 people swallowed pill medicine while recovering chi and blood energy. That Kunlun barrier didn't look too far. But Suzaimo 3 people walked for another 3 days before they really reached the foot of the Kunlun barrier. Along the way, it was naturally a battle for logging. 3 per person is the strongest heaven chosen of body fusion realm. With Suzaimo's current cultivation base, these creatures outside Kunlun ruins cannot threaten him. King's half-ancestor of Profound Principle Palace once said that Huang Wu's climate is already in place. Unless old ancestor takes the shot, no one can threaten him. This sentence is not exaggerated. Suzaimo looked at the Kunlun barrier in front of him. As long as you walk through this barrier, you can get to the real secrets of Kunlun ruins. You can see another world. And you can see the legendary Kunlun clan. The strength of this barrier is extremely mysterious and a bit cold. Jihuo should go first and try to cross this Kunlun barrier. His body, just after touching the barrier, encountered huge resistance. Even if he pushed the bloodline to the limit, he could not pass through it. With a stalemate, Jihuo could only retreat. Or not. Jihuo smiled bitterly. "I tried it that year. Didn't expect. Stepping into the body fusion realm, I still can't walk through it." "I will try to," Suzaimo said while moving towards Kunlun barrier. The moment he touched the barrier, he also felt great resistance. Suzaimo slowly urged bloodline, within the body burst into the sound of the tide, the bone of Azure Lotus, emitting a path of divine splendor. The internal organs were shining with glory. Azure Lotus' true body becomes crystal clear and near-transparent under the barrier of this barrier, faintly imitating the shape of good fortune Azure Lotus. Under the gaze of Jihuo and Nianqi, the silhouette of Suzaimo gradually disappeared into the Kunlun barrier and disappeared. "Break-in?" Jihuo opened his eyes. "Some unbelievably should be." Nianqi nodded. 2 people waited quietly here. Not long after, Suzaimo's silhouette reappears, came back from the Kunlun barrier. "How about it?" Jihuo asked quickly. "I walked by," Suzaimo Shin said. "This Kunlun barrier is a Taowei street." "No wonder," Jihuo softly muttered. "For many years, no Kunlun clan has appeared on the heavenly desolate continent. The reason is this Kunlun barrier. The power of the old ancestor of Great Ascension can of course pass through this barrier, but the old ancestor of Great Ascension is afraid to come at all, for fear of causing a storm of dividability. Body dies and Tao disappears. The half-ancestor expert, body fusion great expert, cannot cross the Kunlun barrier. This Kunlun barrier completely isolates Kunlun ruins from heavenly desolate continent, forming 2 worlds. Kunlun ruins is so mysterious that no one has been able to lift it for so many years. and this Kunlun barrier has a great reason. I will try to. Nianqi saw that Suzaimo and Jihuo had tried it, and she was eager to try it. She stepped forward and moved towards Kunlun barrier. But the moment Nianqi touched the Kunlun barrier, the mutation suddenly started. On the Kunlun barrier, a path of fiery brilliance suddenly burst out. This calm barrier is like a huge rock thrown off the lake, setting off 1,000 waves. The Kunlun barrier turned out a terrifying force, and moved towards Nianqi. Hit it. The terrifying of this power, even Suzaimo changed color slightly. Bang! Nianqi was unprepared. The force erupted by this Kunlun barrier directly hit his chest, the bones of his chest, and it instantly broke. You know, God Clan's fleshly body and bloodline are extremely powerful. But under the impact of the Kunlun barrier, Nianqi's fleshly body almost hit 40%. 5. This change is too fast. Even Suzaimo was unprepared and had no time to shoot. Nianqi fell out, looked pale, spit out blood, and the internal organs of the body were shattered. Call. The Kunlun barrier seems to have spirituality. When I realized that Nianqi was not dead, I gathered my strength again, and a huge cricket claw emerged in the air. Suzaimo slightly frowned, flickering, grabbed Nianqi, turned into a golden light, quickly retreated, and left the Kunlun barrier far away. As the distance pulled away, this cricket's claw could not support it, and gradually collapsed. The Kunlun barrier restored peace again, as if the scene just now was just an illusion of everyone. How could this be? Jihuo chased after him, and expression was surprised. Suzaimo and he entered the Kunlun barrier, but only encountered resistance. And Nianqi almost lost his life. Suzaimo first gave Nianqi a spiritual pills before frowning and asking, who arranged this barrier? I don't know. Jihuo shook the head. Not to mention him, even profound Principal Palace may not know the origin of this Kunlun barrier. Suzaimo's eyes flickered, and there was a suspicion in his mind when he recalled the crippled claw just now. He was very familiar with that paw. It is Yiling who transfigured the body to reveal the claws. If this Kunlun barrier has existed for 10,000 years, it means that the Kunlun barrier is most likely laid by the side of immemorial era. If so, new doubts arise. What's the use of this barrier? Why did Nianqi break into the Kunlun barrier and cause such a big reaction? It actually attracted the killing intent of the Kunlun barrier. This can never be a coincidence. It must be a kind of will left by the archaic air, and Kunlun barrier will bring about such a change. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1481 Chapter 1481 The Secret Realm Part 4 What should we do now? Jihuo asked. Suzaimo groaned. It won't work like this. You have to find a safe and quiet place to calm down and practice for some time. They wandered through the Kunlun ruins and were always fighting. Although they accumulated a lot of insights, they did not end at all. There is also no opportunity and time to settle these feelings. Even more, how? Nianqi is seriously injured and should not move more. The injury to Nianqi, even if he has God Clan bloodline, has a strong self-healing power. He must rest for 10 days and a half months. I know a place where no evil spirits will come in. Jihuo Shin said, it was the secret realm where I entered 5,000 years ago. Yiling and Torch Shining Sword formation were all obtained in that secret realm. Okay, go there for a while and cultivation. Suzaimo decides. In the end, Nianqi can meditate on his injuries. In the past, they fought in these days, and they all have a lot of insights. If they cultivate quickly and settle down, they can have a great improvement in cultivation-based battle strength. For Suzaimo, this opportunity can also be used to refine the large section of Wifree wood in the storage bag. When the time comes, the battle strength of the three of them all broke through, and it will be more secure to come back to explore Kunlun ruins. Jihuo took a map from the storage bag and compared it, saying, it's not far from here, come with me. Jihuo said, go first. Suzaimo was carrying Nianqi on his back, followed closely behind. In Kunlun ruins, Step by step is dangerous. 3 people walked uncomfortably and it took almost half a day to reach their destination. In front of me is a mountain soaring into the clouds. Above this mountain, there are strange rocks, barren, without any vitality. Jihuo led 2 people into a cave at the foot of the mountain. Inside this cave, there are 9 bends and 8 bends, and there are countless caves. At first glance, you can't tell the direction at all. Come on, don't lose 10 million, Jihuo yelled, following the map in his hand, and walking down a cave. There are many forks in this cave. Jihuo often walked, and then changed direction to one of the forks, occasionally left, and occasionally right. There is no regularity at all. It took a long time for Jihuo to stop. Suzaimo looked around. In front of it was a very long martyrdom, which could not be seen. The martyrdom was covered with many corpses, lying horizontally, vertically, and horizontally. Suzaimo glanced through these magic tools on the ground. It can be inferred that the owners of these corpses are mostly law manifestation realm, and some are body fusion great expert, even half ancestor expert. These experts do not know how long they have died, and their bodies are covered with dust. Even the fleshly body, the uncorrupted body fusion great expert, and the half ancestor expert, had only a run-down bone, wearing a shirt and empty. Some of these corpses are human, and some are ominous beast monster races, all kinds. But each body had a purple golden ribbon on it. Kunlun family? Suzaimo softly muttered. There was a vague speculation, but he didn't dare to judge it. This martyrdom, including the extremely complicated caves outside, was obviously artificially excavated. If there is no way to do it, you won't be able to enter or get out. I don't know. Who is the owner of this secret realm? What's the purpose? I don't know what happened that year. So many people died here. Master, did you get poisonous here? Suzaimo asked. After he entered this place, he had already dispersed his divine consciousness, and he searched in 4 places, but found no other creatures and dangers. Jihuo nodded, looking at the storage bag next to one of the corpses, and sighed softly. In the beginning, I came here and saw so many treasures on the ground. It was naturally very exciting. It can be imagined that it was still Jihuo of Law Manifestation Dao Monarch. When I saw so many magic tools and the storage bag left by Great Expert, it was naturally exciting. Jihuo pointed to the corpse, and said, I saw no danger around me, so I stepped forward and wanted to open this storage bag for a look. Didn't expect. The moment the storage bag opened, a poisonous insect ran out and bit me. That's it, I almost buried here. Suzaimo's eyes turned, and not far away, a poisonous insect's body was found. It is not necessary for Jihuo to return to revenge. Without the owners feeding, this poisonous insect has already died. Jihuo reveals the color of his memories, and still feels reluctant, saying, at that time, I felt a while too have a dizzy. I didn't have much time to think about it, and quickly crushed the shifting sign in my hand. At the same time, I shook my robe sleeves, rolled up the contents of the storage bag, and then fell into a space tunnel and transferred to the Grey Wolf mountain range in the northern region. Later, Jihuo used the remaining consciousness to open up a cave mansion there, fighting Venomous for 5,000 years before meeting Suzaimo, and finally survived. All this, in retrospect, can only be described in terms of yin and yang. Jihuo now remembers the past, and still has some emotions in his heart. So, Yiling, Torch Shining Stone, Torch Shining Sword formation, all fell out of that storage bag? Suzaimo asked. No. Jihuo shook the head, saying, I opened the storage bag and did drop a lot of things. There were Torch Shining Stone and Torch Shining Sword formation, but I didn't have the egg of Yiling. When it comes to this, Jihuo also seems to be in the memory, frowning. At that time, my vision was a little blurred, and it felt like Yiling's egg rolled over from the side of the martyr, jumping into the space crack formed by the shift symbol, and following me. What? Suzaimo's heart moved. If Jihuo feels right, it is not that he brought Yiling out, but that Yiling has spiritual wisdom. chose Jihuo himself, and left Kunlun ruins with Jihuo. This is not impossible. Deep in the ground floor of Beiming town, the Kunping egg bred in immemorial divine spring had spiritual wisdom that was not weaker than adults, with many complex emotions. That Kunping egg can even feel the terrifying of martial Daomain body. The original Yiling was just an egg. How could it be in this secret realm? Why did Yiling choose Jihuo to leave Kunlun ruins? Suzaimo has a hunch. If he explores this secret realm again, he will most likely get the answer he wants. Just then, Nianqi uttered a nightmare on Suzaimo's back. This secret realm, don't rush to find it. Suzaimo said in a deep voice, let's cultivation here, wait for a breakthrough, and then it's not too late to explore this secret realm. It is good. Jihuo should also be nodded. There are many closed rooms on both sides of this corridor. Suzaimo 3 people came to the nearest secret room, walked in and started the retreat cultivation. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1482 Chapter 1482 Jade Rakshasa Part 5. There are no armors in the mountains, and no cultivation. 20 years have passed since Suzaimo entered Kunlun ruins. In 20 years, the heavenly desolate continent has undergone a lot of changes. In addition to Dragon Clan, Kun Clan, and Barbarian Clan, 6 great ferocious clans moves more frequently, and Ferocious Clan continues to appear in heavenly desolate continent to expand its territory. For 20 years, I don't know how many small sect forces have been annexed by 6 great ferocious clans. Falling Cultivator is even more numerous. 6 great ferocious clans is currently restrained and has not clashed with the major super sects. Occasionally, some frictions have disappeared. For 20 years, the search of Suzaimo by 6 great ferocious clans has not been slack. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find Suzaimo's whereabouts. It's like Suzaimo disappeared from heavenly desolate continent. Primordial sect. Li Fan is sitting in the cave mansion. His Majesty is standing in a row of disciplines. He has just returned from heavenly desolate 4 and 3 Heizu, and has endured the hardships of a long journey. Still no news of Huang Wu. Li Fan frowned. No, one of them discreetly said. Since Huang Wu appeared outside the profound principal palace, this person seems to have disappeared suddenly, without any trace. Disciple even suspects that Huang Wu may have fallen. HMPH. Li Fan coldly snorted, his eyes crossed the disciple, scaring the man to shrink his neck and tremble. Who is Huang Wu? Li Fan coldly said, if he was so easy to die, how could he be in my hands? 2 times escape alive. The other disciple, one after another, prosecuted the news of the probe, but found no trace of Huang Wu. Master, a cultivator said in a deep voice, should be blunt. According to the message from the profound principal palace World War I, Huang Wu's azure lotus true body has completely transformed, and his battle strength is even comparable to half-ancestor. If there is any news from him, Master can't carelessly. He. Li Fan coldly smiled. What do you know? Originally, I wanted to do it myself, but now that 6 ferocious clans has issued a killing order, I don't need to do it myself. All I have to do is get the news of Huang Wu as soon as possible, spread the news, and the expert of 6 great ferocious clans will naturally kill him with a sharp knife like 6 great ferocious clans. Don't waste it if you don't use it. A disciple groaned a little, his eyes rolled slowly, and suddenly said, Master, disciple has a plan, but some can't get on the table. But if this plan is successful, Huang Wu must show up. Oh? Li Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, you talk about it. The disciple slightly smiled, saying, I heard that Huang Wu values affection very much. He is from Misty Peak in the northern region. If we board Misty Peak and suppress the Misty Peak group repairs, as long as we spread the news, Huang Wu knows that we will definitely show up. Li Fan's eyes brightened, looking thoughtful, and softly muttered, this method can be tried. Northern region. Northern region. This incident happened to be called the Dust Feather of Colored Glaze Palace. The Sword Sect's ground must wait for several fellow Taoist. Go to Misty Peak. At this point, Li Fan took out a few cranes from the storage bag, wrote a paragraph, scattered the communication cranes, and flew to the super sects such as the Colored Glaze Palace and Sword Sect. Northern region. On this day, near Grey Wolf Mountain Range, two people came on this day. One man and one woman are both body fusion realm cultivation base. The man was tall, wearing a huge cloak and a hood on his head, covering all his face. The woman looks the same as the human race. She is slender, curvaceous, and has two long legs, bare and slender. Women's skin wins snow, and a face is born beautiful and alluring. Whoever sees this face, such a figure, will have a stunning feeling in his heart. Haijuo, what did you mysterious and secretive take me here for? The woman was slightly frowned and asked. The voice of a woman is also very pleasant. The man who changed to Haijuo laughed aloud, opened the mouth and said, young master, you don't know, the place where I brought you today is related to the Huang Wu. The voice of Haijuo is husky. Oh, the woman raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a trace of expression of interest. If the people of 6 great ferocious clans came here, they would recognize these two. These two are Rakshasa clan people. A man named Hechuo Rakshasa. Woman, this life is Rakshasa clan's most famous demon, Jade Rakshasa. Rakshasa family, quite mysterious. Men are extremely ugly, ferocious looking, like evil spirits. Women are more beautiful than 9 heaven immortal. This Jade Rakshasa, not only has the same strength as Rakshasa clan, but also has the best looks in the whole family. Young master, look over there. Hechuo Rakshasa pointed not far away, where the peach trees stood the most lush, and said, there is a town over there called Pinyon Town. I saw. You Rakshasa nodded, closed her eyes and felt, this town is nothing strange, nothing more than a group of human race with a long life essence. Oh, there's a better intelligent, Tao To Jing, but it's nothing. In a blink of an eye, Jade Rakshasa searched Pinyon Town up and down. Young master, you don't know. Haijuo Rakshasa said with pride, I have already explored this Pinyon Town, which is where Huang Wu rises. I heard that it was in this town that Huang Wu got it and was born. So what? You Rakshasa disagreed, saying, Huang Wu's old man has long since passed away, and this Pinyon Town has nothing to do with him. Young master, I heard that Huang Wu is very concerned about the past, and has returned to Pinyon Town several times. Hector Rakshasa said, this town can be preserved so well in today's troubled times. Huang Wu must have played a significant role in it. Since we can't find Huang Wu, it would be better to let the people in this town eat our hate. Hechuo Rakshasa mentioned that eating people. His tone became excited. Under the dark hood, a scarlet tongue stuck out and licked his lips. Jade Rakshasa was slightly frowned, with some resistance in her heart, saying, it's all mortals, that's all. What to eat? Young master, how do you become so kind-hearted? Hido Rakshasa asked. HMPH. If you really want to eat, go and eat some expert of human race. Eat these mortals, what kind of ability? You Rakshasa sneered. What is there? Hector Rakshasa twitched his lips, saying, anyway, it's already here. You can't go back empty-handed. How can you fill your belly? Young master, rest assured, the peach quince of the body fusion realm, I will definitely leave it to you. Just as the two were talking in the Grey Wolf Mountain Range, Pinyon Town, Sudai's dim room suddenly lit 2 divine lights. A cultivator in a purple robe fell down from the couch, gazed as if a torch, smiled lightly, and whispered, it's the idea of Pinyon Town. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1483. Chapter 1483, who are you saying Azuant? First more. Suzai. The door of the room opened in response. A childish boy who hadn't taken off came in and saw the martial domain body, pouting slightly. Young master, there are 2 people coming over, and the breath is very nasty. Tao Yao was inspired by spiritual wisdom by Dai. The cultivation speed is extremely fast. Now he has stepped into the body fusion realm. The cultivation base of martial Dao main body is law manifestation realm, great perfection. This cultivation speed is already quite scary. 20 years ago, when he set off for the southern region, he was just stepping into the law manifestation realm. Young master, go ahead and practice. I'll get these two people off. Tao Yao raised his fist. Come back. Martial Dao main body shook his head slightly. You are not your opponent. What? Tao Yao slightly startled. In fact, Tao Yao's battle strength is very strong. When he was at law manifestation realm, he could even suppress Hu Zi, Ling Wu and the others. However, Tao Yao is pure-hearted. Since the cultivation, he has never killed anyone, and has not hurt any lives. He didn't want to kill either. This is Tao Yao's belief. Tao Yao doesn't like to fight and kill in the real cultivation world. What he longs for most is life in Pinyon Town. It is peaceful and peaceful. And these two people coming today are by no means good. Rakshasa clan, the most ferocious, is addictive. If it is just a battle, Tao Yao may not be invincible to these two people, but if it is a life and death fight, Tao Yao will surely have body dies and Dao disappears. Young master, what then? Tao Yao became a little nervous. No problem. Martial Dao main body slightly smiled. I'll take care of it. Go and make me a pot of tea. It is good. Tao Yao responded brittly and turned to prepare tea. Martial Dao main body came to the house and sat on a stone bench, waiting quietly for someone to come. Pinyon Town. Hydro Rakshasa and Jade Rakshasa are extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to come over Pinyon Town. Two people stood on the sky, and once they appeared, they attracted countless lines of sight. Pinyon Town seemed to be silent for a moment, but just in a blink of an eye, the pedestrians on the street continued to move forward. The crowd was crowded and bustling. Seeing their mortals, there was only a hint of surprise in their eyes, but not at all what a big reaction. Pinyon Town soon restored the hustle and bustle of the founder. Hachuo Rakshasa expression was cold. This feeling made him very upset. As one of Swaya's ferocious clan, Rakshasa, even the cultivator of human race, in his eyes is only ants' food, that's all. During their trip, they have encountered many cultivators, and when they saw them, they turned pale with fright. Scaring the soul flew away and scattered. And these mortals now dare to ignore them. Hato Rakshasa felt severely insulted. Hector Rakshasa sneered, suddenly extended the hand palm, took off the hood above his head, revealing an extremely ugly face. Ferocious looking, nose and mouth facing the sky, like the commanding evil in hell, with sharp nails growing on fingers and toes. This has not stopped. Whoosh sound. Hector Rakshasa broke free of the black robe on his body, revealing the complete form. A pair of dark meat wings grew behind, sharp spikes grew on the edges, and cold light flashed. Hachuo Rakshasa fanned huge meat wings, filled with bloody murderous aura, stuck out scarlet tongue, licked his lips, and looked around the many mortal people in Pinyon Town. As predicted, there was a riot in the crowd. When many women saw this monster, they were all startled and exclaimed. Some simply fled home and closed the door. Some children are so scared that they cry. In a courtyard, a 56-years-old child was crying and sitting on a rocking chair in the arms of the great-grandpa, who was basking in the sun, and did not dare to look up. Seeing this scene, Hato Rakshasa felt better, and his eyes flashed with excitement. His favorite thing is to see these ants panic, fear, and yell in front of him. Child, don't be afraid. This great-grandpa was calm, smiling, and patted the child's back, soothing. It's all act recklessly, little monsters, nothing. What? Hato Rakshasa froze for a moment. For the first time since his cultivation, I have heard people use Rakshasa clan to describe Rakshasa clan. Moreover, he was surprised to find that even after he revealed his body, there was no mess in this Pinyon Town. Just a little restless, and gradually returned to normal. No one cares about him at all. In fact, Pinyon Town has not experienced how many winds and rains it has experienced in these years, but it is all safe and sound under the protection of Taoya and martial Dao main body. Especially the older generation in Pinyon Town, it's no wonder that these things have happened. In their hearts, there is the second young Master Su of Pinyon Town. These monster demon ghosts can't make any waves at all. I think you and Tsar act recklessly. Hachuo Rakshasa staring at the great-grandpa in the courtyard, opening his mouth wide, and swallowing this one old and one young all in his belly. Suddenly, next to the Jade Rakshasa frowned. It's not right. What happened? Hido Rakshasa asked subconsciously. Jade Rakshasa pointed to an unremarkable courtyard in Pinyon Town, and condensed, there is a man there. It's a law manifestation Dao monarch. Hato Rakshasa glanced. In that courtyard, there was a purple robe cultivator, facing them, expression indifferent, sipping tea leisurely. Behind the purple robe cultivator, there was still a pink boy who looked very well behaved, exactly the peach tree essence they found. This person seems familiar. Rakshasa looked at the side of this purple robe cultivator, and for a while wanted to do not raise. It's just law manifestation realm, what's wrong? Hector Rakshasa twitched his lips, saying, young master, you may make a fuss about nothing. Rakshasa still frowned, but, just now my divine consciousness, when I searched for Pinyon Town, I didn't find this person at all. That is to say, this person can hide my divine consciousness induction. Ha ha. Hekaku Rakshasa laughed heartily, saying, young master, you think too much. A law manifestation Dao monarch, even if Huang Wu is here, what can I do? Young master, see me, and suppress this cricket ant. Hato Rakshasa's body flickered, and she was extremely fast. In a moment, she descended over the mansion. Jade Rakshasa was confused, and followed closely. At this moment, the purple robe cultivator in that courtyard turned his head and looked at the Black Lord Rakshasa in the air, indifferently asked, who do you say are ants? You are. Seeing the positive face of the purple robe cultivator, Rakshasa's pupils suddenly contracted. The face of this person looked exactly like the portrait of the person she had seen in Rakshasa clan. It's just that the person in the portrait, as your clothes, black hair, and this man was wearing a purple robe, and there was an unexplainable coercion and thickness all over his body. Even she felt heart palpitations for a while. Huang Wu, Jade Rakshasa exclaimed. Incredible colors radiated from the beautiful eyes. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1484 Chapter 1484 Ten Jiang. Second more. Hachuo Rakshasa heard the word Huang Wu and stunned for a moment, then reacted. He is definitely not Huang Wu. Hector Rakshasa said with a sneer, Huang Wu has stepped into the body fusion, and everyone knows under the heavens. I guess this is just Avatar, that's all. Jade Rakshasa is also nodded. This is the most reasonable explanation. Generally speaking, if the cultivator cultivates the clone technique and cultivation realm, it will be lower than the deity, and the battle strength will be reduced a lot. Originally, I just wanted to come and go around Pinyon Town, and eat some small fish and shrimp casually. Didn't expect, but caught a big fish here. Hato Rakshasa grinned. Huang Wu, you are just an avatar of a law manifestation realm. Dare to fight with me. Even if your deity comes, I can take him alive. Jade Rakshasa lightly saying, I have heard that Huang Wu also has a dragon phoenix avatar. Didn't expect. And you have the third Dao avatar. Now that your deity is hiding, destroy your avatar today. Originally, Jade Rakshasa was not interested in this Pinyon Town at all. However, now that Huang Da's avatar has been discovered, this trip is not worthless. Martial Dao main body expression said indifferently, I did practice the clone technique, but you said something wrong. Oh? Jade Rakshasa raised her eyebrows slightly. Martial Dao main body slowly said, to be precise, the body of Dragon Phoenix and the body of Azure Lotus are just my avatar. What you see now is my deity. Jade Rakshasa and Hachuo Rakshasa are slightly startled. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, Rakshasa burst into a laugh and said, Huang Wu, Huang Wu, do you think this kind of crap? I believe it. A deity of law manifestation realm. I can crush you to death with one finger. Is it? Martial Dao main body sips a cup of hot tea and slowly rises. An extremely terrifying momentum, erupting from within the body of Martial Dao main body, was just a simple movement to get up, but it affected heaven and earth. In an instant, the void is shaking. Behind Martial Dao main body, a phantom suddenly started, soaring into the sky. Heaven and earth Dharma idol. At the beginning, even in the northern sea polar, Martial Dao main body did not use heaven and earth Dharma idol when playing against 3-body fusion realm monsters, because there is no need for that. But this time is different. Although these two people are both body fusion realm, they are Rakshasa clan, one of ferocious clan. One of them is Rakshasa clan young master, whose terrible battle strength can even easily suppress and kill human race half-ancestor. Hee. Hecto Rakshasa said with a sneer, heaven and earth Dharma idol, even dare to take it out. Even Supreme Dharma idol can't stop me from punching you. Rakshasa didn't laugh. In this rapidly rising law manifestation, she felt a breath that made her all tremble. How can this be? A heaven and earth Dharma idol. How could it threaten her? 9. Just in a blink of an eye, heaven and earth Dharma idol of Martial Dao main body has climbed to a height of 9 feet. But this heaven and earth Dharma idol is still growing rapidly. There is no tendency to stop at all. Is this Huang Wu's original law manifestation also cultivated to a height of 9 feet 9? Jade Rakshasa slightly frowned. At the beginning of the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley, Azure Lotus True Body used 9 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol to suppress and kill ferocious clan's body fusion great expert. Of course, Jade Rakshasa was not afraid. 9 Jiang 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol, although a little tricky, but not threatening her. 9 Zhang 9 Jiang 5, 9 Jiang 9. An extremely high phantom soared into the sky, exuding a breath of horror, able to support both heaven and earth, gaze as if a torch, just like spiritual god. Then, under the gaze of Jade Rakshasa and Hechuo Rakshasa, the 9 and 9 Heaven and Earth Dharma idol climbed another foot. Hong long vibration of heaven and earth. A thick and unrivaled coercion shrouded it. This power surpassed common sense and broke the limit. Even this heaven and earth can hardly accommodate this law manifestation. In the sky around this heaven and earth Dharma idol, a path of fine cracks appeared. Ten Jiang law manifestation. In the real cultivation world, 9 for extremity, even if it is Azure Lotus True Body. The fusion of 3 Tao Supreme Dharma idol has only reached the height of 9 feet 9 without breaking this barrier. But the deities inoculated the great furnace of martial Tao with 100 sutras and smelted 10,000 methods, condensing the shaking the old illuminating the new, unprecedented Jiang heaven and earth Dharma idol. If you say, there really is a saying of Supreme, that heaven and earth Dharma idol can be called supreme law manifestation. No heaven and earth Dharma idol can surpass it. Even the 4 paragon Dharma bodies of the great clarity monk cannot stop the majesty of this supreme law manifestation. The existence of Martial Dao main body is an anomaly. No one can show his future. Jade Rakshasa's complexion suddenly turned pale. 9 Jiang 9 and 10 Jiang, although it is only a foot difference in height, this is as different as heaven and earth. Martial Dao main body's supreme law manifestation, slightly bowed down, looking down at the black Rakshasa and the Jade Rakshasa. Their eyes shone, like the 2 rounds of hot sun, cannot be seen. Under the watchful eye of this supreme law manifestation, Hato Rakshasa first felt his smallness. That feeling is like being stared at by a true spiritual god, and it seems to be suppressed at any time, so skeleton doesn't exist. Rakshasa clan? In my eyes, it's ants. Martial Dao main body spoke slowly, loud and loud. Majestic. What about 10 Jiang? After all, it's just a Dao law phase. Hechuo Rakshasa spurred bloodline madly, and the sky shouted. 2 cold light scimitars were added between his hands, and his wings were urged to use his body style to compete with this Tenjang Supreme Law manifestation. Overestimate one's capabilities. Martial Dao main body sneered slightly, the dive consciousness moved, and the Supreme Law manifestation behind him suddenly extended the hand, and moved towards the Black Lord Rakshasa to suppress it. This huge palm is simply covering the sky and blocking the sun. The terrifying coercion, the violent power, pouring down, the speed of the Black Lord Rakshasa, under the shroud of this power, became extremely slow. Under the suppression of Supreme Law manifestation, Hector Rakshasa's figure is useless. He can only choose to rock with Supreme Law manifestation. Kuroda Rakshasa roared, urged bloodline magic power, raised his double sword, and the palm of moved towards Supreme Law manifestation was cut off. When the swords of Hajuo Rakshasa were cut on the palm of Supreme Law manifestation, but the voice of Jinj was heard, but he did not kill them. Hiss. Hajuo Rakshasa changed color. Tenjang Hai's heaven and earth Dharma idol, magic power has condensed to this point, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. Great expert magic tool can't hurt him. Great power, flowing along the machete into the inside of the Black Rakshasa. Kuroda Rakshasa's arms burst into a blood mist. Immediately after, his upper body, chest, legs, and skull, under the suppression of this terrorist force, burst as much as a blood mist. Hong Long. The giant palm of Supreme Law manifestation was suppressed, and Hector Rakshasa was directly pressed to the ground, turning it into a body of bloody mud. Primordial spirit did not have the opportunity to escape and died on the spot. Martial Dao main body. With just one hand, the Rakshasa clan's body fusion great expert is completely suppressed. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1485. Chapter 1485. Acknowledge allegiance, or die. Third. Hato Rakshasa died too fast. Jade Rakshasa was stunned by the Tenjang Supreme Law manifestation of the martial Dao main body. For a while, he was unable to recover slowly. Rakshasa has already been body dies and Dao disappears. Martial Dao main body expression indifferent. His eyes turned and fell on Jade Rakshasa's body. The Supreme Law manifestation behind him also made the same action. Two divine lights enveloped him, and Jade Rakshasa felt a tremendous pressure. He seemed to have no secrets all over his body. Acknowledge allegiance, or die. Martial Dao main body opens slowly. Supreme Law manifestation also speaks at the same time. This voice is deafening, in this side between heaven and earth, echoing endlessly. Even when the Jade Rakshasa II arrived here, the martial Dao main body had already started the nearby formation, which had long been isolated from it. Otherwise, Pinyin Town is enough to be razed to the ground due to the spread of the fighting between the two sides. Acknowledge allegiance. Jade Rakshasa seemed to hear a big joke, and she was extremely angry, and said, even if you are Tenjang Law manifestation, a law manifestation Dao monarch also deserves my knowledge allegiance. Jade Rakshasa flashed, holding a machete, and moved towards martial Dao main body. Rakshasa clan's men were born ferocious looking, with wings and horrible infiltration. However, Rakshasa clan's woman is extremely beautiful and has no flesh. The shape of sharp nails just looks a little taller than the ordinary human race. Although there are no meat wings, Rakshasa's body speed is even faster than Hajuo Rakshasa. Rakshasa clan's body speed ranks first in 9 great ferocious clans. Even the Golden Crow family is slightly inferior. However, this Supreme Law manifestation of the martial Dao main body, wherever the eyes can see, the void collapses and twists. Just take a step, it is the earth quaked and the mountains shook. This Supreme Law manifestation, which is exhales one breath saying, will form a magic power hurricane, condensing a terrible spell. Raise your hands, all spell. In an instant, the magic power of this side of heaven and earth has completely boiled. No matter how fast Jade Rakshasa's stature is, he needs to have enough space to move around. But on this side between heaven and earth, there are endless spells, and each one is formidable power. She can't escape. How can that be possible? Jade Rakshasa expression was shocked, and there was a flicker of panic among the beautiful eyes. A man's time and energy are limited. How can he cultivate so many spells? Bang! Suprema Law Manifestation punched him in a punch. Huge air currents. This fist seems to break the sky into a hole. Jade Rakshasa is already inevitable. Huang Wu, you bully intolerably. You Rakshasa suddenly screamed, urged Bloodline, squeezed a Dao Law trick with both hands, and moved towards this huge fist. At the same time, Jade Rakshasa's eyes brightened, and she turned the scimitar in her hand, lightly shouted, Rakshasa cuts off. A shadow of a knife flashed and beheaded at the fist of Suprema Law Manifestation. Martial Dao main body stared in the eyes of others. This is just the Jade Rakshasa cutout. But in his sight, Jade Rakshasa cut at least 100 knives at least in an instant. The number of 100 knives is extremely fast. There is almost no interval, and they are all superimposed together to form a knife shadow. The explosion of this secret technique directly increased the formidable power of this blade several times. This blade is indeed eligible to be called extinction. Bang! Many spells hit the fist of Martial Dao main body Suprema Law Manifestation. Like throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea, without arousing the slightest wave. Then, the shadow of the sword came and fell on the fist of Suprema Law Manifestation. Bang! Heaven shaking. Earth-shattering cry. Supreme's aggressiveness force splashes, trembling in the void. This deadly Rakshasa was chopped and crushed with a punch by Suprema Law Manifestation. On the fist of Suprema Law Manifestation, a path of fissure has already appeared. This blade, after all, hurt the Suprema Law Manifestation. Jade Rakshasa as the young master of Rakshasa clan. The cultivation base also crushes the Martial Dao main body, a great realm, which is by no means easy to follow. Break for me. Jade Rakshasa did a secret technique that failed to break the Suprema Law Manifestation, urged Bloodline again, and within the body came the sound of waves. Then, a natural phenomenon rose behind her. Jade Rakshasa deserves to be the demon of Rakshasa clan this life, and has cultivated the bloodline phenomenon. Around the Jade Rakshasa, 5 Rakshasa daughters emerged, all born beautiful and alluring, flawless, dressed in tulle and charmingly shaped, but expressionless, watching the Martial Dao main body without any emotion. Kill. Jade Rakshasa coquettishly. The 5 Rakshasa women beside her shot at the same time, and the Annihilation Rakshasa broke out. 5 knife shadows are coming. This time, even the Suprema Law Manifestation of the Martial Dao main body couldn't escape, and was chopped on the body by 5 Annihilation Rakshasa. Kaka. Suprema Law Manifestation's body gradually cracked. No matter how strong the Suprema Law Manifestation is, there is also a limit. Under the continuous killing impact of the Jade Rakshasa, the Suprema Law Manifestation finally cannot support it. In a blink of an eye, it collapsed. Jade Rakshasa is standing among 5 Rakshasa clan, like the stars and arches, said with a sneer, Huang Wu, your 10 Jiang Law Manifestation is broken. I'd like to see what you take for me to acknowledge allegiance. What is the bloodline phenomenon? Martial Dao main body lightly saying, I do too. The words didn't fall. The body of Martial Dao main body suddenly disappeared. The Jade Rakshasa heart shivered with cold, the spirit was instantly tense, exuding divine consciousness, constantly exploring the surroundings, but could not find the trace of Martial Dao main body at all. Huang Wu, where are you? Jade Rakshasa was a little nervous, urging her bloodline phenomenon, and 5 Rakshasa daughters guarded her tightly. Suddenly, Jade Rakshasa felt the temperature of the entire heaven and earth suddenly rising. In the sky, a path of purple flames, burning, raging. The bloodline phenomenon of Martial Dao main body is a huge great furnace. You can incubate 100 sutras, and you can also smelt 10,000 methods to smelt the great furnace of Martial Dao of heaven and earth. Jade Rakshasa can't see Martial Dao main body because she is already in this huge great furnace. This is the confrontation of the bloodline phenomenon. Make a sound. On the body of a Rakshasa's daughter next to you, Rakshasa, there was a blazing fire, soar into the sky. Just in a blink of an eye, the daughter of Rakshasa, condensed by this bloodline phenomenon, turned to ashes. Jade Rakshasa's complexion was pale. She has realized that she is caught in the bloodline phenomenon of the other party. Acknowledge allegiance, or die. The sound of Martial Dao main body was full of endless majesty and overbearing, and there was no choice for Jade Rakshasa's third way. Either acknowledge allegiance, or die. As a Rakshasa clan young master, how can I acknowledge allegiance to you? Jade Rakshasa sneered. Huang Wu, go dreaming. Call. Between the purple flames, another Rakshasa's daughter turned into nothingness and disappeared. Call. 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 However, between a few breaths, the daughter of Rakshasa beside you, Rakshasa, has been refined by the great furnace of Martial Dao. This means that the bloodline phenomenon of Jade Rakshasa has been burned to ashes by the great furnace of Martial Dao. Acknowledge allegiance, or die. The sound of Martial Dao main body sounded again. And in this time's voice, in addition to the endless majesty, there is a trace of absoluteness, a trace of coldness, a trace of killing intent. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1486 1486 Chapter 4. Rakshasa has realized that if she does not acknowledge allegiance again, Huang Wu will really turn her into ashes. In Huang Wu's mind, there is no such thing as have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex. Somehow, suddenly, Jade Rakshasa's heart burst into grievances. Since she was cultivation, her innate talent is terrifying. Her face is also the best in her family. I don't know how many heaven chosen behind her. Have you ever been bullied like this? She is Rakshasa clan young master and she is extremely proud. When she wants to come, this between heaven and earth can make her acknowledgement allegiance, simply cannot exist. Don't say let her acknowledge allegiance. Who deserves her? None of the entire Rakshasa clan. But the hegemony of the Martial Dao main body has caused Jade Rakshasa's belief to collapse. To date, she has never encountered such an unreasonable and overbearing person who has been in chaos for a while and has no idea at all. Did I die in the hands of a law manifestation Dao monarch today? This Huang Wu is awful. It is awful. Isn't there a third option? Between this line of life and death, Rakshasa's mind was completely confused. No one wants to die. She practiced to this step. If nothing unexpected happens, she will most likely step into the Great Ascension realm and become Old Ancestor. She doesn't want to die here. But Jade Rakshasa was unwilling. Is it really necessary to acknowledge allegiance to Huang Wu? Jade Rakshasa's faith has begun to shake, expression struggling and plunging into great pain. The purple flame in the great furnace of Martial Dao, but did not mean to stop, began to burn on her body. Huang Wu, you are so abominable. Rakshasa screamed. This Huang Wu didn't even give her more time for consideration. Jade Rakshasa's eyes were reddish slightly, tears swirled inside, and stubbornness refused to fall. At last, Rakshasa gritted her teeth and hated. Let me acknowledge allegiance. But I will never betray Rakshasa clan, and I will never hurt my clansmen. She is Rakshasa clan young master, and within the body is the bloodline of Rakshasa clan. This is her bottom line. Suddenly, Jade Rakshasa felt light all over, and the sense of crisis hanging on the line had disappeared. The purple flame that had been round her has also disappeared. She seemed to be back in that familiar heaven and earth. No more suffocation. No more heat. The air is fresh. Not far from the stone table, Martial Dao main body sat casually, expressing indifferently, drinking tea leisurely. The pink and well-behaved boy kept quietly behind him. Everything looks peaceful and peaceful. Jade Rakshasa felt the joy of avoiding a catastrophe. Even the most abominable person seemed to be pleasing to the eye. But soon, Jade Rakshasa realized his situation. She now acknowledges allegiance to Huang Wu. Theoretically, the law manifestation Dao monarch in front of her is her master. However, she couldn't say anything about the word master. Rakshasa froze. She said, Huang Wu, I am acknowledgement allegiance to you. But I will not call you master. Whatever, Marshal Domain Body lightly saying, without being angry or forcing. Jade Rakshasa is slightly frowned, which is different from her expected reaction. After a little groaning, Rakshasa said, also, I don't do anything like tea and water. Whatever. Marshal Domain Body is still these two words. Jade Rakshasa froze for a moment. Why did Huang Wu suddenly become so talkative? Immediately, she seemed to think of something. She couldn't help but slightly change her color, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. Huang Wu, don't want to touch me. As a Rakshasa clan young master, my body will never. You think too much. Rakshasa didn't finish talking, but was interrupted by Marshal Domain Body. This time, Jade Rakshasa is really confused. You don't have to call her host, she doesn't have to pour tea, she doesn't have to give her up, she doesn't have to betray clansmen. From this point of view, the acknowledgement of allegiance in Huang Wu has not lost much. As soon as the thought rose, Jade Rakshasa whispered in her heart. She is in this situation because of Huang Wu. How could such a thought come into being? Rakshasa shook her head, and her heart murmured, it must have been burned. A little bit confused. Just then, Marshal Domain Body slowly said, I don't have any demands on you, nor do I restrict your freedom. Even if you feel that you are strong enough, you can challenge me at any time. As long as you can beat me, naturally you do not have to submit to me. Hearing here, Rakshasa's eyes lighted up, and she asked, is this true? This is tantamount to giving her a hope. As long as she can defeat Huang Wu, she can get rid of this bondage. You don't have to question what I say. Marshal Domain Body indifferently said. Then what do you want me to do? Jade Rakshasa solemnly asked. Marshal Domain Body said, you leave now, go to Misty Peak, guard in secret, anyone who breaks Misty Peak, you must kill them. It's that simple. Rakshasa was still unbelievable. This Huang Wu asked her to acknowledge allegiance, but she just sent her to guard a sect. It's that simple. Marshal Domain Body nodded. Jade Rakshasa looked at Marshal Domain Body with complex eyes. She suddenly realized that she didn't understand the person. After a while, Rakshasa suddenly asked, I want to know why you gave me an option and didn't kill me directly. 2 reasons. Marshal Domain Body said, first, you have blocked that Rakshasa outside Pinyon Town, and you do not kill mortals. Second, I'll keep you alive, I just want you to guard Misty Peak. Gone. Jade Rakshasa slightly frowned. Gone. Marshal Domain Body nodded. HMPH. Rakshasa coldly snorted, turned and left. For some reason, an inexplicable loss and irritability burst into her heart. Before walking far, Jade Rakshasa suddenly turned around and looked at Marshal Domain Body, said with a sneer, Huang Wu, I didn't even make a vow. Wouldn't you be afraid I would flee back? You run away, and I will of course catch you back. Marshal Domain Body has a flat tone, but what he says is extremely overbearing. It's still so abominable. Rakshasa sneered and turned away. A gust of wind passed, and the silhouette had disappeared. Thanks to the pioneer for 10,000 book coins. Many thanks for the Season of the Wind and other book friends for the reward. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1487. Chapter 1487. Half Ancestor Gathering. First, young master, just let her go like this. Tao Yao tilted his head slightly, asking a little confused. If not, Marshal Domain Body laughed. Will this Jade Rakshasa reveal the secret of the young master deity? Tao Yao was a little worried. Will not. Marshal Domain Body shook her head and said, this woman is proud and arrogant. I give her a hope. She will definitely obsession here, thinking that she can defeat me one day. Even more how? Marshal Domain Body slightly smiled, saying, I left a mark of martial soul on her primordial spirit. If she is not honest and has 2 hearts, then there is no need to keep her. When the great furnace of martial Tao refined the Rakshasa's bloodline phenomenon, Marshal Domain Body had already left this mark. At that time, Jade Rakshasa was on the verge of death, and she was so confused that she didn't even notice it. Marshal Domain Body, if you find any changes in Jade Rakshasa, you only need to move your thoughts, and the primordial spirit of Jade Rakshasa will be burned to ashes by fire of martial soul. The means of martial domain body is almost ghosts. Young master, why did you ask her to guard Misty Peak? Tao Yao thought about it and asked, is there any danger for Misty Peak? Do not know. Martial domain body shook the head, saying, however, as your lotus true body is cultivated in Kunlun ruins. After not appearing for so long, Rakshasa clan has been unable to bear it and started to think of Pinyon Town. Anyone is eyeing no wonder Misty Peak. Just in case of 10,000, if no one hits Misty Peak's idea is the best, if anyone really act recklessly, with the strength of you Rakshasa, you can handle it. Jade Rakshasa is the young master of Rakshasa clan. The cultivation base is body fusion realm. But even if human race half ancestor meets her, it may not be beneficial. Unless it is human race's most powerful half ancestor, it is possible to compete with her. Today's Misty Peak is not even high sects. Even if there is anyone, focus on Misty Peak. The highest cultivation realm is just body fusion great expert, half ancestor expert. Old ancestor of great ascension is on the high level ancient battlefield. Who would waste time and go to the northern region to do such a thing? Young master, I can help guard Misty Peak too. Tao Yao raised his head slightly and shook his fist. Somehow, after martial domain body surrendered to you Rakshasa, Tao Yao always felt that his position seemed to be challenged. Martial domain body smiled. You have to guard me. What? Tao Yao froze for a moment. Martial domain body still needs human protection? I want to break through. Martial domain body said lightly, got up and moved towards the room, and said, Tao Yao, Pinyon Town will leave it to you. Young master rest assured. Tao Yao responded quickly. Northern region. Colored glaze palace. In front of an immortal mountain cave mansion, stood a middle-aged cultivator, tall, wearing a glazed robe, shining in the sun, shining seven colorful brilliance, extremely gorgeous. This person stands on the sky, with divine light flashing on him, like a god. Terrifying breath. Dust feather. Half ancestor expert at Colored Glaze Palace. Chen Yu's life is also legendary. He experienced war in his childhood. His family was destroyed, and he became an orphan. With his childhood, he was very strong and tall. Coupled with his young age, he had a terrible temperament. Soon he gathered a group of people to make a living in fight. Later, Dao Monarch of Colored Glaze Palace saw aptitude, stepped into cultivation, and soars toward sky in a leap. Whether it was the Gold Core Phenomenon list or the Heaven and Earth Dharma Idol list, Dust Feather had been in the top 3 that year and was hailed as one of the most powerful heaven chosen of that era. It didn't take long. In the sky in the distance, suddenly a cloud came. The 4 silhouettes came from the clouds, and the breath emitted was not inferior to Chen Yu. 4 more half-ancestor experts. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yu laughed heartily. Yu Feng moved forward, and greeted him, saying, 4 fellow Taoist, I trust you have been well since we last met. The 4 half-ancestors are from different sects. The middle one is Defan, half-ancestor of Primordial sect. Another was thin and expressionless. The whole person stood there, like a long sword, showing off one's ability, killing intent exclamation mark. This is Sword Sect style half-ancestor. The leftmost cultivator, square-faced, looks majestic, and his body is faintly flashing with lightning. It is the half-ancestor of the Wind Thunder Temple. The rightmost cultivator is wearing a dark golden robe with a path of mysterious stars, this from Heavenly Gang religion, like the half-ancestor. These 5 half-ancestor experts are regarded as fierce. Each one who walks in the real cultivation world must attract countless attentions. Even more how? It's 5 half-ancestor gathered. Among these 5 half-ancestor, even some were heaven-chosen monsters of the same age, who had fought and killed. I waited for each cultivation and realized the way of the divine ability. I did not see it for some time. Li Fan groaned. This life, if there were no Huang Wu this child turned out, it would not have surprised us a few. It's just that we're late. Heavenly Gang religion. The elephant half-ancestor shook his head and said, I heard that Profound Principal Palace had a great battle in the previous battle, and this Prabhat Principal Palace Master was suppressed by him. This child has become a climate, and I'll wait to join forces. I'm afraid I'm not sure. Half-ancestor faintly sighed by Wind Thunder Temple. HMPH. Half-ancestor of Sword Sect suddenly sneaked. If you are afraid, I have one man one sword. It's enough. I'd like to see if it's his Huang Wu's heaven-murdering sword art, or my earth-murdering sword art. Art is amazing. Both the half-ancestor and the half-ancestor are frowned. They are all half-ancestor experts, and their reputation is similar to that of the Jedi half-ancestor. Now they are so ridiculous that they can't hang on their faces. Well, we have a rare meeting here to deal with Huang Wu. Don't fight with yourself first, it makes people laugh. Chen Yu hit the round. Jedi half-ancestor is still expression disdain. You know, earth-murdering sword art is always in Sword Sect, but this sword technique is obscure and difficult to practice. Throughout the ages, there are very few that can cultivate success in this sword technique. At that time, Sword Sovereign, in order to make Sword Sect cultivator enhance the battle strength, only based on earth-murdering sword art and promoted a soulless sword technique. This spiritual sword technique is relatively simple to practice. Of course, formidable power is far less than earth-murdering sword art. Jedi half-ancestor does have his proud capital. Among these 5 half-ancestor, if it is really a life and death killing, the last one who may survive is the Jedi half-ancestor. Jedi half-ancestor, there is no deep hatred with Suzaimo. He came out of the mountain with only one goal: heaven-murdering sword art on Suzaimo. If he can get heaven-murdering sword art, he will surely step into the Great Ascension realm. The future potential is also unimaginable. We are heading to Misty Peak for the purpose of forcing Huang Wu to show up. Li Fan said in a deep voice, from the information I collected, Huang Wu valued love very much. If he knew this, even if he knew it was a trap, he would break in stupidly. This is a good plan. Like a half-ancestor nodded, he said, if Huang Wu appears, even if I wait together to suppress him, the expert of 6 great ferocious clans will surely lock it. When the time comes, Huang Wu will die. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1488. Chapter 1488. You are too noisy. Second more than 100 years ago, Suzaima came out and stepped into Law Manifestation Realm, the High Sect's sect master in Northern Region, to pay homage. Subsequently, Suzaima set foot on the Dragon Tiger Pavilion and kept many of the Dragon Tiger Pavilion's cultivation techniques secret techniques at Misty Peak. At the Dragon Tiger Pavilion, Suzaima will have many high-end spiritual pills, Dao Monarch magic tool, and a large number of spirit stones from the sect masters of the high sects. After that, old monk Yuan passed away, and Suzaima transferred the ancient book at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley to Misty Peak. With such huge cultivation resources, rich cultivation techniques secret technique, Misty Peak's many cultivators, cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. The overall strength has been greatly improved. You know, Misty Peak gets more than just the resources of a Dragon Tiger Pavilion, but also the resources of Great Clarity and Sublime Dharma Monastery. For more than 100 years, the old immortal Crane broke through again and stepped into the body fusion realm. And Misty Peak Sect Master Ling Yan is already Law Manifestation Dao Monarch. The 5 peaks of the year taught Xuan Yi, Liu Hu and the others, and they all stepped into the Void Return realm. In recent years, because of the rise of Misty Peak, the sect includes the Great Clarity Temple, the Sublime Dharma Monastery, 2 Super Sect Cultivation Technique secret technique, and even attracted some Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, and several body fusion great experts joined the sect. If you count Nian Chi, Misty Peak's current strength and heritage is already similar to 108 high sects. This day, over Misty Peak, 5 people came. The 5 men descended and stood in 5 different directions, surrounding the huge Misty Peak. Who? The cultivator guarding the mountain gate is loudly shouted. HMPH. Among the 5 people, an expression of indifference, showing off one's ability of the cultivator, remained motionless, but there was a bright light in his eyes. The cultivator guarding the mountain gate was instantly cut into two halves. Blood spluttered on the spot, body dies and Tao disappears. The ground is called Half Ancestor, Suppress and Kill a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Just one look is enough. When Misty Peak sounded a warning bell quickly. Many cultivators appeared one after another, and moved towards watching it in midair. The old immortal crane, Ling Yun, Xuan Yi and the others also broke through. This aura. The old immortal crane looked at the five silhouettes in the air. The expression changed greatly. Its half-ancestor expert, a body fusion great expert looked pale next to it, exclaimed. The exclamation sounded, and Misty Peak immediately stirred up and down. In the minds of most cultivators of Misty Peak, half-ancestor expert is the existence of legendary, which is 8,000 miles away from them. Didn't expect. But today I saw it, and all of a sudden appeared five statues. The most terrifying thing is that the five half-ancestors are obviously bad murderers looking. Under the coercion of the five half-ancestors, the five peaks are somewhat unsupportable, and a path of cracks appears in the mountain. Although the old immortal crane did not recognize the five half-ancestors, he saw the sect logo on the five people and understood. Sword Sect, Primordial Sect, Wind Thunder Temple. These super sects have deep grudges with Suzaimo. Five half-ancestor experts, definitely for Huang Wu, a Misty Peak great expert, under the coercion of half-ancestor, expressed horror and trembled. Meet the five half-ancestor seniors. Huang Wu is not at Misty Peak. It does not matter. The fan expression was indifferent, interrupting the body fusion great expert, lightly saying, Huang Wu came out of Misty Peak. This is enough. Let's come today, count 10,000 cultivator up and down Misty Peak. Just don't think you can leave alive. One sentence from half-ancestor is equivalent to announcing the death penalty for all Misty Peak. The old immortal crane was bitter. Even if she practiced to body fusion realm, she could not defeat the power of half-ancestor. In the face of absolute power, she still had no room to fight. Please, Senior, forgive me. Frightened by the great expert expression of Misty Peak, they knelt down and begged loudly. That doesn't blame me, Li Fan coldly said. The strange thing is that you shouldn't join Misty Peak. You shouldn't be related to Huang Wu. We all joined Misty Peak later. We haven't met Huang Wu at all. We have nothing to do with Huang Wu and Misty Peak. These great experts are trying to explain. What nonsense with them. The Jedi was sneered, waving his sleeves, and burst out a few sword chi in an instant, extremely fast. Under the gaze of these great experts, they fell into their brows. These Misty Peak great experts put down their dignity, put down everything, and begged hard, but didn't expect, and they fell first. Not to mention the ground is definitely a half-ancestor expert. Even if the ground is in body fusion realm, these great experts can't stop the sword. The old immortal crane shook his head slightly. At the time of Misty Peak's crisis, these great experts did not hesitate at all, and tried to clarify the relationship with Misty Peak. They fell, and there was no mercy in the old immortal crane. Start. The old immortal crane loudly shouted. Xuan Yi and the others have long been prepared, and a finger-stroked owl or forces injected into every corner of Misty Peak. Formation mark lights up. The great formation of Misty Peak is now open. In front of me, I dare to come up with such a formula, which is really ignorant. Our half-ancestor sneered slightly, extended the hand palm, moved towards vault of heaven finger. Clouds over Misty Peak in the blink of an eye. Kaka. A huge lightning came down and landed on the great formation of Misty Peak. Kaka. A path of fissures emerged from the great formation of the Guardian, and shattered under the desperate eyes of many cultivators at Misty Peak. Huzong's great formation can't even stop the free hit of Sky and Hafter. The old immortal crane sighed. The gap is too big. Don't say it's Misty Peak's other cultivator. Even in the eyes of these five half-ancestor, she is just two ants. You can easily die. Just rest assured. Li Fan slightly smiled, saying, we will not kill you all in one day. We will kill slowly. Today, Only kill half. Kill half again tomorrow. I will spread the news. As long as Huang Wu is still on Heavenly Desolate Continent, he will know. Misty Peak is desperate, expressing despair. The 5 half-ancestor looked at each other, but laughed softly. 5 of you are too noisy. Can you get away with me? Just then, there was a sound in Misty Peak. This is a woman's voice. Very sweet, but the tone is deeply impatient and disgusting. Misty Peak crowded and watched subconsciously. Some of them dared to speak to half-ancestor. Li Fan and the others' eyes turned and locked on a woman. The woman slowly emerged from the crowd. Body fusion realm cultivation base was taller than the people around her. Her skin was better than snow. She was extremely beautiful and alluring, and she had an exotic touch between her eyebrows. Li Fan and the others slightly frowned. This woman looks the same as human race, but they have lived for 10,000 years and smelled an unusual smell. The old immortal crane was also on the spot, because she simply hasn't seen this woman. She didn't even know when the woman appeared here. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1489. Chapter 1489 The Wrath of Jade Rakshasa Part 3. By means of Jade Rakshasa, it was too easy to hide the old immortal crane and the Misty Peak people. Martial Domain Body keeps her secret, so she hasn't exposed her tracks. Didn't expect, really let that abominable person guess, someone really came to the trouble of Misty Peak. Jade Rakshasa took a big loss in the hands of Martial Domain Body and was also taken advantage. There was a fire in her heart long ago. As a Rakshasa clan young master, she spent the entire day in Misty Peak, unable to show up, and no one spoke. The fire never escaped, and, the more she wanted to get more and more on. Today, Li Fan and the others bumped into herself, and she finally found the vent. You are not human race. The elephant half-ancestor narrowed his eyes and said suddenly, no matter what. You Rakshasa sneered slightly, and said, I'm upset. You 5 of you don't have long eyes. If you find it by yourself, I can only kill you. Empty Xiao half-ancestor's gaze unscrupulously glanced at the Jade Rakshasa, said with a smile, Fairy does not need to be angry. If you submit to me in the future, I can be the master today and protect you. Acknowledge allegiance. These 2 words instantly stimulated you Rakshasa. She now, the most unbearable, the most audible is what knowledge allegiance. Ah! Jade Rakshasa screamed suddenly, like crazy, yelled, you have an old dog with no shame, you are really courting death. Ha! The silhouette of the Jade Rakshasa suddenly disappeared. The old immortal crane stood not far away, just blinking, and Jade Rakshasa was gone. And, she didn't notice Jade Rakshasa at all. The speed is too fast. The old immortal crane was shocked. Sky Xiao half-ancestor is also heart-shivered with cold. Although he was insane and wanted to surrender you Rakshasa, after all, he was a well-known half-ancestor expert, and he was always vigilant. The moment Jade Rakshasa disappeared, he tore a talisman, and his body retreated. At the same time, a cold light chopped heavily on the top of half-ancestor. Kaka. Sky Xiao half-ancestor's body protection talisman just condensed. It instantly broke. This one can scare the Sky Xiao half-ancestor into a cold sweat. If he reacts a little bit slowly and the body protection talisman is not condensed out, this cold light has already killed him. It's Rakshasa clan. Once Jade Rakshasa shot, 5 half-ancestor recognized her identity at the same time. 4 fellow Taoist help. Empty Sky half-ancestor quickly shouted, this mother Rakshasa is a bit tricky. No need to remind him. Li Fan, Jedi, Dust Feather, and Elephant half-ancestor have also shot, and moved towards you Rakshasa Guild. Good, good, good. Jade Rakshasa saw 5 half-ancestor siege up, she was even more angry. Coldly said, 5 of you are really recklessly, dare to besiege me. Kill. Jade Rakshasa urged Bloodline, holding a machete, relying on the horrific speed of the body, shuttled between 5 half-ancestor. Great Primordial Palm, Earth-murdering sword Chi, Tanlij 7K Iluli body. Light of the next day. 5 half-ancestor burst out of a path of horrible spell, coming to nothing. There is a divine abilities power in this Tao law operation. Suddenly, the situation changed color. Jade Rakshasa's body was completely restricted. Normally, with Rakshasa's battle strength, suppress and kill human race half-ancestor is completely possible. But these 5 people are the most powerful heaven chosen in human race half-ancestor. With 5 people joining forces, even Jade Rakshasa felt great pressure. But this pressure made her anger even stronger. As a Rakshasa clan young master, she bears the reputation and dignity of the entire Rakshasa clan. She has already lost one time and doesn't want to lose it a second time. Hong Long. Jade Rakshasa spurred bloodline madly, and within the body came the sound of the tide, deafening. But this has not stopped. The momentum of Jade Rakshasa is still rising rapidly. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, 5 silhouettes of Rakshasa's daughter emerged behind the Jade Rakshasa, exuding powerful coercion. Bloodline phenomenon. 5 half-ancestor slightly frowned. Anyone who can cultivate the bloodline phenomenon is the evil in the evil. Give me kill. Jade Rakshasa pointed forward, and the 5 Rakshasa daughters started to move, dancing with 2 swords, and moved towards 5 half-ancestor. And Jade Rakshasa himself has been following the Sky Xiao half-ancestor. Crazy shot. The power of the bloodline phenomenon multiplies the pressure on the 5 half-ancestor. The fan expression fluctuated, suddenly loudly said, as a Rakshasa family, you obviously have a deep hatred with Huang Wu. You actually came to protect Misty Peak related to Huang Wu. This matter, if you let Rakshasa clan's patriarch, young master know, you will not escape heavy punishment. HMPH. Jade Rakshasa sneered, saying, I am Rakshasa clan young master, I am Jade Rakshasa. 5 bits half-ancestor expression changed. If it was just an ordinary Rakshasa clan, they killed 5 people. But in front of this, but Rakshasa clan's young master. This identity is too sensitive. The 5 half-ancestor didn't say a word, but in their eyes, there was a hint of fear. I think that Huang Wu suppress and kill the young master of Bloodvine clan and was issued a killing order. So far I don't know where to hide and dare not come out. If they suppress and kill this Jade Rakshasa, I am afraid it will be very difficult. This thought came to mind, and the 5 half-ancestor shots started to become a little cautious. The 2 sides were originally in a stalemate and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Today, one side is terrified and overcautious, with hands and feet in fear, while the other side is crazy and the most terrifying offensive has erupted. In a blink of an eye, the situation facing Sky Ancestor turned sharply. Li Fan, Jedi, Chen Yu, and Xiang looked at each other, and made no secret, and at the same time made a decision withdrawal. Today, Jade Rakshasa is here, and even if they continue to struggle, there will be no results. If you are not careful, it may be suppressed and killed by you Rakshasa. Among them, if one-on-one fight, no one is the opponent of you Rakshasa. Ha ha ha. Li Fan and the others once again broke out a Tao law technique. After the bluff, they released the puppet technique and escaped in 4 directions. Empty Xiao half-ancestor has long realized the plan of Li Fan and the others, and dare not stay here. A path of lightning emerges from the whole person. The wind howls, half-ancestor releases thunder and lightning, and his head will not move towards fleeing in the distance. Old dog, do you still want to escape? Jade Rakshasa was unable to attend to other things. But she only stared at the Sky Xiao half-ancestor. No matter how fast the wind thunders, it can't be faster than Rakshasa clan. After more than a dozen breaths, you Rakshasa has already caught up, and the machete of his hands has been chopped forward. Destroyed Rakshasa. 2-blade Tao light is coming, with a breath of terror. Feeling the crisis, Kong Xiao half-ancestor knew that he could not escape, and could only hold his body, throwing a huge shield in his palm, blocking him. When Jinji's clashes sounded, Sky Xiao half-ancestor is shaking. This 2-blade Tao light actually penetrated this side of the half-ancestor magic tool, submerged into his body, and broke out a destructive force sufficient to destroy all vitality. Today 3 more Sleep. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1490 Chapter 1490 Changing to Pinion Town first. Bang! Half-Ancestor's fleshly body exploded in an instant, flesh flew, and half-ancestor blood dye turned half a piece of sky. In the blood mist, a primordial spirit moved towards fleeing in the distance. Expression panic. HMPH. When Jade Rakshasa moved, she caught the primordial spirit of half-ancestor in the palm of her hand, coldly said, "Old dog, don't you want me to acknowledge allegiance? You deserve it too." Jade Rakshasa didn't give the empty night half-ancestor the opportunity to ask for mercy, and directly put the empty Xiao half-ancestor's primordial spirit into his mouth, and swallowed it. Just under the watchful eye of Misty Peak, a half-ancestor was suppressed and killed by Rakshasa on the spot. Misty Peak's eyes are about to fall to the ground. Such a gorgeous and aggressive woman, the means turned out to be so powerful and so cruel, swallowed a primordial spirit of half-ancestor. The remaining 4 half-ancestor were also run away by this powerful woman. A movement of Jade Rakshasa divine consciousness instantly spread out of several tens of thousands of li. But Defan, a 4-bit half-ancestor, has escaped the scope of her divine consciousness and disappeared. Jade Rakshasa slightly frowned. If she sets off to chase now, it will be difficult to catch up with Defan 4. Moreover, if she leaves Misty Peak and there are no more powerful enemies coming, Misty Peak will be in great trouble. After a little groaning, Jade Rakshasa decided to guard Misty Peak without leaving. Although this battle was short, suppress and kill a fire of half-ancestor, Rakshasa's heart finally vented. "I heard that Rakshasa clan people are extremely ugly. Why is this Jade Rakshasa so beautiful? It is more beautiful than senior sister Yun." "I don't know. I have also heard that Rakshasa clan is a brutal bloodthirsty. Why did he take the initiative to help us? Is there a good guy in Rakshasa clan?" Many cultivators at Misty Peak whispered. The old immortal crane has stepped forward and bowed to Jade Rakshasa, saying, "Many thanks Rakshasa clan young master for his help. Misty Peak is grateful." Although in the mind of the old immortal crane, the impression of Rakshasa clan was very poor. But this Jade Rakshasa, after all, helped Misty Peak through this catastrophe. Either way, she had to come and say thanks. "It's nothing." Rakshasa waved his hand. If it was normal, she wouldn't bother talking to an ant like the old immortal crane. But she had just suppressed and killed a half-ancestor, and the fire was let out in her chest, and she felt much better. "Excuse me, I wonder why Senior was at Misty Peak, and why did he help us?" The old immortal crane was puzzled and couldn't help asking. Speaking of this matter, Jade Rakshasa's mind emerged with a delicate and pretty face, and her teeth were itchy. "Because an abominable person," Rakshasa said resentfully. "What?" Old immortal crane slightly startled. Jade Rakshasa turned his eyes and fell on the old immortal crane, and suddenly asked, "I heard that Huang Wu came out of Misty Peak. So, do you know Huang Wu's past?" "Ah." The old immortal crane's unknown white Jade Rakshasa's thinking, "Why jumped so much?" and turned to Huang Wu's body. She was just subconsciously nodded and said, "No some." "Okay, come here and talk to me." Carefully, Jade Rakshasa said, turned and moved towards a cave mansion. The old immortal crane was confused, and still followed along. Normally, Rakshasa clan and Huang Wu are already incompatible as fire and water. This Jade Rakshasa should be hated by Huang Wu. But somehow the old immortal crane couldn't feel it. Instead, this Jade Rakshasa seemed to be a little curious about Huang Wu. 100 miles away from Misty Peak, Defan, Jedi, Dust Feather, and Elephant were together again. They looked ugly, and there was a hint of wolf in their brows. The elephant-like half-ancestor said, "It seems that Xiao is dead." Fuck. Chen Yu's half-ancestor couldn't help but curse. How can there be a crazy woman on this Misty Peak? What puzzles me is that as a Rakshasa clan young master, why did Rakshasa take part in this matter and protect Misty Peak? Defan frowns, saying, "Did Rakshasa clan have any deeper plans?" Our appearance interrupted Rakshasa clan's plan, So Jade Rakshasa is attacking us. HMPH. The Jedi half-ancestor coldly snorted, saying, if it weren't for her being Rakshasa clan young master, I would have killed her with a sword. What a shame. Chenya half-ancestor also spit. As a colored glaze palace half-ancestor, he has a strong fleshly body and bloodline, and is best at melee. Jade Rakshasa is extremely fast, and he has less than a bargain with Jade Rakshasa, but he was cut a few wounds by Jade Rakshasa. The hearts of 4 people were all very annoyed. The trip to Misty Peak was completely different from what they expected. Not only failed to destroy Misty Peak, but also a Jade Rakshasa emerged, killing the Empty Knight half-ancestor, and 4 of them also caused a covered in dirt and returned. Let us go back. This Misty Peak has this crazy woman, we have no chance at all. After a while, the baby elephant half-ancestor said, it can only be like this. Dust Feather half-ancestor is also nodded. The expression of Jade is cold, without a word, obviously unwilling. Lifan half-ancestor suddenly asked, let's come over 10,000 miles away, and just go back without gain. Are you willing? What if you don't want to? The elephant half-ancestor shook his head. Misty Peak is guarded by a Rakshasa clan young master. Huang Wu has not been seen for 20 years. We stay in the northern region and can't do much. One more place. The corner of Difan's mouth slightly tilted, a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, and slowly said, Pinyon Town. Pinyon Town? The other 3 half-ancestor frowned. Difan explained. I have collected a lot of information about Huang Wu over the years. This Pinyon Town is Huang Wu's hometown. What's weird about Pinyon Town? Chen Yu asked half-ancestor. Li Fan shook his head. That's not true, but the mortal life essence in it has grown a bit longer. The elephant-like half-ancestor frowns, saying, Huang Wu cultivation has so far been cut off, but it is just some mortal that's all, and has nothing to do with Huang Wu. Otherwise, Li Fan said, this Pinyon Town is still safe and sound in this troubled world. There must be something strange in it. Also, Huang Wu valued affection. I heard that the bones of Huang Wu's relatives and his childhood sweethearts were buried in Pinyon Town. Dust Feather and Emu Elephant half-ancestor shrugged slightly, disapproving. In their opinion, these are long gone and have nothing to do with Huang Wu. This time our 5 half-ancestor came out. If we just go back like this, it's enough. Digi half-ancestor suddenly said, go to Pinyon Town. Kill all the people there, even chicken and dog doesn't remain. Also, find me the ancestral grave of Huang Wu, and I want him. The bones of a loved one were dug out and frustrated. It was clear to everyone that after the frustration of Misty Peak, half-ancestor felt a fire in his heart and wanted to vent. As for the mortals of Pinyon Town, they can only be considered bad. Dust Feather half-ancestor and Emu half-ancestor also have no objection. After all, in their eyes, some mortals are killing and killing nothing. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1491. Chapter 1491. You are here. Second more. Pinyon Town. In a quiet house, with a squeak, the door opened and a delicate and pretty man came out, wearing a purple robe, expressing calmness. Young master, you're out. Tao Yao greeted him. In his eyes, Marshal Dao's main body seems to be a little different, with a breath of hard to describe on his body. Young master, have you stepped into body fusion? Tao Yao expression rejoiced and asked again. Ah, Marshal Dao's main body nodded. Stepping into body fusion is much harder than he thought, and it is also 10,000 points dangerous. Tenjiang Hai's Heaven and Earth Dharma idol has never been condensed since ancient times. The road of Marshal Dao's main body can only be explored by himself. Incorporating this supreme law manifestation, the fleshly body of the Marshal Dao's main body has almost collapsed several times and turned into nothingness. Fortunately, he finally came over, stepped into body fusion and became a great expert. At this moment, Marshal Dao's main body seems to be aware, expression moved, turned his head, moved towards looking away. What happened to young master? Tao Yao saw curiously asked that Marshal Dao's main body expression was different. Somebody is coming. Marshal Dao's main body shook his head slightly, with a taunt of teasing in his eyes. and said, "Didn't expect. A mortal Pinyon Town can attract half-ancestor. Are the half-ancestor experts here?" Tao Yao heart shivered with cold. Martial Dao main body has been said, and he still doesn't notice any trace of half-ancestor expert. Although both are body fusion realm, the perception of Martial Dao main body is far more than Tao Yao. "Young master, I'm going to punch them." Tao Yao raised his fist. "No need." Martial Dao main body faintly smiled, saying, "There are just some grievances, and they will be resolved together today." At this moment, Tao Yao lowly cried, "I feel them. Very powerful breath. These 4 people are not easy to deal with." In Tao Yao's induction, the 4 half-ancestors were extremely fast, but it took dozens of breaths to land over Pinyon Town. The mortal people in Pinyon Town listen. The Jedi half-ancestor expression is indifferent, looking down, lightly saying, "Your luck is bad. You have to die today. Your luck is also very bad." Just then, a quiet voice came from a house. "Okay, who in this Pinyon Town dare to fight against half-ancestor?" Li Fan. 4 people's eyes turned and looked around. Seeing the people in that house, Li Fan. 4 people froze on the spot. Their eyes flashed an incredible color. "This person." Huang Wu. Li Fan reacted first, loudly shouted. The other 3 people have only seen Su Zimo's portrait, and Li Fan strangled Su Zimo twice. If he had seen Su Zimo himself, he could immediately recognize it. "You are hiding here." Chen Yu's eyes are greatly rises. Originally, the 4 of them just wanted to come to Pinyon Town and walk casually, killing the mortals of Pinyon Town, and vented their anger. Didn't expect, but ran into Su Zimo in this Pinyon Town. Shwa. The Jedi half-ancestor's body flickered. Immediately, he came over the house of the Martial Dao main body. His eyes were sharper and sharper than the word light. "You guys, the Lord is here. Let's not let him run away." Digi half-ancestor slowly said. "It seems a bit wrong." Li Fan frowned, looking around at Martial Dao main body. This person is exactly like Huang Wu. But somehow, Li Fan felt an unusual breath on the Martial Dao main body. This breath made him feel a palpitation. However, he and the elephant half-ancestor and dust feather half-ancestor still descended above the house and formed a trend of encircling the Martial Dao main body with the Jedi half-ancestor. Huang Wu. Chen Yi half-ancestor grinned. "I heard that you have made a trouble at Profound Principal Palace." The battle strength is so dazzling. Even Profound Principal Palace Master has been suppressed by you. "Today, I would like to see what you can do." The elephant-like half-ancestor said. "Huang Wu, in the past 20 years, your cultivation base has not grown a bit, but it's still body fusion realm early stage." The elephant half-ancestor relaxes a little. Fortunately, Huang Wu's cultivation base didn't make much progress. "Huang Wu, hand in heaven murdering sword art, and I can leave you a whole body." Desolate half-ancestor coldly said. "Oh." Martial Dao main body turned his gaze and glanced at half-ancestor's body, squinting slightly, muttered, "Very powerful sword chi, so strong killing intent." This sword chi and this killing intent are similar to heaven murdering sword chi, but they are obviously different. "It seems that you practice earth murdering sword art." Martial Dao main body slightly smiled, nodded and said, "You came just right and saved me from looking for it. Do you want to plot my earth murdering sword art?" The Jedi half-ancestor heard the meaning of Martial Dao main body, and the expression was even colder. Martial Dao main body stopped looking at half-ancestor, turned his head and looked towards Li Fan, and slowly said, "Li Fan, old dog, as a half-ancestor, you have strangled me 2 times in a row. Today you came just right." The voice didn't fall. Martial Dao main body stood up. His feet stepped on the ground, and he stunned gently. "Oh la la." In this house, a path of barrier instantly rises, completely isolating the place from Pinyon Town. Li Fan. 4 people heart startled, immediately took out their own life source magic tool. Dust feather half-ancestor scooped out a huge pair of star hammers from the storage bag. This pair of star hammers is entirely cast from the stars falling from the sky. Each handle weighs 10,000 kilos. and can easily crush a mountain. I've heard that Huang Wu is invincible in melee. Just try it today. Is your Huang Wu really capable, or is it worthy of a name? Dust Feather Half-Ancestor loudly shouted, urged chi and blood, and instantly reached the realm of blood as tide. Tart tart. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor big step meteors moved towards martial Dao main body rushed away, each step stepped down, and the whole piece of heaven and earth would tremble. Just 3 steps, Dust Feather Half-Ancestor has come to martial Dao main body. After these 3 big steps, the momentum of Chen Yu's Half-Ancestor has reached its limit. Eat my hammer. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor sounded like Hong Zong, turning the star hammer in his hands, and the head of Fiercely's moved towards martial Dao main body smashed down. The star hammer is several times larger than the martial Dao main body. A large shadow shrouded, as if to fall down. Hands. At the same time, Li Fan was also lightly shouted. He agitated within the body magic power, and leaned out of the palm through the void, as if forming a huge grinding disc in the air, moved towards martial Dao main body crushed. Great primordial palm. The light of the next day. Half-Ancestor pinches magic arts with both hands. Between his 2 hands, it seems that a group of scorching sun is condensed, and dazzling rays of light burst out. There are as many American Samoa 10000 rays of light. Every rays of light contains terrifying energy, which can easily pierce the fleshly body of the body fusion great expert. Killing intent. Dragons and snakes come to land. Digi Half-Ancestor groaned softly and moved his fingers together, moved towards martial Dao main body and cut it gently. Call. Infinite sword chi instantly condensed, forming a huge long sword, fierce and immortal, as if to pierce the sky into a cave, carrying horrific coercion and descending. This sword, like the divine dragon, came down and looked down at heaven and earth. It seemed to cut everything in front of him into nothingness. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1492 Chapter 1492 Huang Wu Deity 3rd. 4 big half-ancestors shots are shocking. But the expression of martial Dao main body has not changed at all, and it is scary and calm. If he was at Law Manifestation Realm, the 4 half-ancestor team would really cause him some trouble. But now he stepped into the body fusion realm. Li Fan's 4-man offensive, in his eyes, simply is not worth mentioning. Hong Long Long. Martial Dao main body also urged Bloodline, immediately reaching the point of blood as tide. The same as blood as tide, martial Dao main body surging chi and blood all over the body, majestic and vast, exuding hot temperatures. As if within the body of their martial Dao main body, there is a huge volcano erupting, and the horrible lava will almost drown the Dust Feather Half-Ancestor. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor's chi and blood are completely suppressed by martial Dao main body. Facing the offensive of 4 half-ancestor, martial Dao main body was in a hurry, punched it backhand, and hit the hammer of the stars that came down in the air. Huang Wu, you are really entrusted, and dare to punch with your bare hands. Picking up my half-ancestor magic tool is like hitting with eggs. The Dust of Half-Ancestor's words didn't finish, and there was a loud sound of heaven shaking, earth shattering cry on the battlefield. Bang! The fist of martial Dao main body slammed into Dust Feather's half-ancestor magic tool star hammer. This scene looks ridiculous. As Dust Feather Half-Ancestor said, this is simply striking a stone with an egg. However, it was different from what he thought. His star hammer is not that stone. The fist of martial Dao main body is the stone of invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. After a loud noise, Dust Feather Half-Ancestor was shocked. His eyes widened, showing an incredible color. He felt a horrible force surging like the sea and violently into the star's hammer. He couldn't bear this force simply. The feather mouth of Dust Feather Half-Ancestor tears instantly, drenched with blood. Not to mention the palm of his hand, the flesh on his entire arm burst instantly, bursting out a blood mist. Star hammer flew away. At the same time, martial Dao main body stretched out another palm, and it was moved towards midair, and the giant sword formed by the consolidation of earth-murdering sword Chi caught it. Courting death, desolate half-ancestor coldly said, "Kaka." The palm of the martial Dao main body directly grabbed this earth-murdering giant sword like a divine dragon into two halves, and it was still on the ground, and the sword Chi collapsed. At the same time, martial Dao main body didn't look back, flicks to shoot with the finger. When, on the battlefield, there was a strange clash of Jinj. Another word, Chi is gone. Digi half-ancestor's face finally changed. Sending killing intent, the dragon and the snake rise to land. The earth-murdering sword Chi that he broke out actually contains two tricks. One of them is the giant sword, which is like a divine dragon. The other trick is to finally gossip, like the sword Chi of poisonous snake, silently moved towards martial Dao main body stabbed away. This is the real killer of earth-murdering sword art. Over the years, very few cultivators have been able to block the divine dragon giant sword. Even if you block the divine dragon giant sword, no one can escape the killing of the poisonous snake sword Chi. But Earth Ancestor didn't expect. Martial Dao main body just punched it with one finger, and broke earth-murdering sword art. Earth-murdering sword art is in your hands. Martial Dao main body sneered. He broke the earth-murdering sword Chi of half-ancestor casually. Although it was because of his fleshly body, it was already powerful. It's also because Earth Ancestor didn't realize the essence of earth-murdering sword art at all. What a daylight! Unable to withstand a single blow, martial Dao main body suddenly loudly shouted, "Give me it." His fleshly body is a great furnace of martial Dao, and the fire of martial soul is constantly burning, suddenly released, and the roar erupted is more terrifying than any range secret technique. Kaka. In the hands of the elephant-like half-ancestor, the hot sun that had just condensed started to crack, magic power passed, and it collapsed in an instant. Martial Dao main body yelled and smashed the half-ancestor spell. Until then, the martial Dao main body turned his head and looked towards the great primordial palm. His great primordial palm. Martial Dao main body slightly nodded, saying, "This secret technique is good." Martial Dao main body has nothing to do. Raising his hand is a punch. Hong long. The palm in the air like a grinding disc burst instantly, and magic power collapsed. Four half-ancestor are ashamed. The power of martial Dao main body is far beyond their imagination. It is even stronger than the Huang Wu in the Profound Principle Palace World War I, and the Huang Wu in their impression. Huang Wu, wearing a purple robe, didn't even use any magic tool. It seemed calm and uncomfortable, but he broke his magic tool, spell, secret technique with bare hands. Wrong. Li Fan seemed to realize something, and suddenly exclaimed, "You are not the Huang Wu. You fleshly body, by no means Azure Lotus true body. You are not the body of Dragon Phoenix. You, who are you? Even if it is the 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus does not have that power." Martial Dao main body laughed, saying, "You're right. Huang Wu in front of Profound Principle Palace and Huang Wu in Dragon Clan are just the true body I cultivated. What you see now is Huang Wu's deity." Huang Wu. These four words completely defeated the confidence of Li Fan's four half-ancestor. Three great true bodies. Huang Wu has three great true bodies. The two great true bodies that appeared in the real cultivation world before are not the strongest strength of Huang Wu at all. Li Fan. Four people thought of this. They felt a thorny chill, have one's hair stand on end. It's just as your Lotus true body, Dragon Phoenix true body, that almost all the heavenly desolate continent, and a heaven and earth turning upside down, the pattern has changed greatly. If this Huang Wu deity is out of the mountain, what would it look like? Li Fan. Four people are afraid to continue thinking, escape. Li Fan. Four people do not need to communicate at all. Among them, Li Fan even took out a great teleportation talisman from the storage bag, shredded it directly, and wanted to move space and leave the place. However, martial Dao main body had banned this heaven and earth before the war. Half-ancestor and the others want to break this barrier in a short time. Simply impossible. Even great teleportation talisman is useless. Martial Dao main body stepped forward, and in an instant, he was behind Dust Feather half-ancestor, raised his hand and fisted, and fiercely smashed it down. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor felt the crisis, roared, his face rose purple. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor's eyes flashed a ruthless color, rounded his arms, and danced another star hammer. Regardless of the fist that Marshal Dalmain Body fought, the head of moved towards Marshal Dalmain Body fell down. This is both sides suffer, life for life. Marshal Dalmain Body ignored the star hammer of Dust Feather Half-Ancestor, and his fists continued to fall. A punch in the head of Dust Feather Half-Ancestor. At the same time, the star's hammer hit the top of Marshal Dalmain Body. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor's head was smashed with a punch by Marshal Dalmain Body, and the primordial spirit disappeared, and he died on the spot. And Marshal Dalmain Body, unscathed. The star hammer can't break his fleshly body at all. Marshal Dalmain Body has no magic tool. His fleshly body is his most powerful magic tool. Good night, everybody. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1493. Chapter 1493, Murder with Open Eyes. Dust Feather Half-Ancestor was beaten to death by a Marshal Dalmain Body. Seeing this scene, the Thief and three people were even scared of the court entirely to break, and their faces were ugly. Ever since they became Half-Ancestor, there has never been such a sense of distress and life-threatening. The old ancestor of Great Ascension is aware of the divine ability in the advanced ancient battlefield, and it will not easily appear. Half-Ancestor is the most peak existence on this heavenly desolate continent, and they are the most powerful heaven chosen in Half-Ancestor, who can threaten them. Today, their three people watched Dust Feather Half-Ancestor be killed by Huang Wu, and the three also felt scalp tingling, and their eyes seemed to have a scene of falling from their bodies. Bang! 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 The Fan three people are madly impacting the barrier around them, wanting to break the bondage and rush out of this heaven and earth. Why are you doing these needless struggles? Marshal Dalmain Body lightly saying, even if you can break the space barriers here, you can't escape my hunt. With this sentence, the only glimmer of help in the Fan 3's heart was also shattered. Three people couldn't help asking in their hearts, even if they escaped, would this Huang Wu deity not catch up with them? Just when the three of them were a little bit confused, Marshal Dalmain Body walked in the idol court, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the Half-Ancestor. You die too, Marshal Dalmain Body casually said, as if the death penalty for the elephant Half-Ancestor had been announced. Huang Wu. Seeing that it is inevitable, the elephant looks like Half-Ancestor's eyes have greatly rises, gritting his teeth, you bully intolerably. Really, when I don't have any cards. The words didn't end. Like Half-Ancestor madly urged bloodline. Hong long long. Elephant Half-Ancestor within the body. There is a sound of sea tide. This has not stopped. The momentum of the elephant-like Half-Ancestor is still rising rapidly. The elephant looks like heaven and earth. Elephant Half-Ancestor loudly shouted. Call. Behind the elephant-like Half-Ancestor, a starry sky emerged, 36 heavenly stars twinkling bright rays of light in the starry sky. Bloodline phenomenon. Seeing this scene, Li Fan and Digi Half-Ancestor 2 all showed a surprised look. They have known the elephant Half-Ancestor for many years, but they don't know it at all. The elephant Half-Ancestor still hides such a card. Even Half-Ancestor, who is most proud of fleshly body and bloodline, has not condensed the bloodline phenomenon. Li Fan, Digi Half-Ancestor 2. The astonishment in the eyes of people has just risen, and in an instant, it is occupied by endless terror and shock. Marshal Dalmain Body is out. No spell, no secret technique, just a simple punch. Bang! A loud noise is deafening. The 36 sky stars in the sky are all broken. The face of Half-Ancestor changed continuously, and deng 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 kept backing. Every time you step back, a big mouthful of blood comes out. Hong long. This bloodline phenomenon was defeated by Marshal Dalmain Body. Unbeatable. No chance at all. The revealed power of Marshal Dalmain Body made Di Fan and the Jedi Half-Ancestor 2 feel a kind of despair. Two people can't even have the desire to resist. The elephant's Half-Ancestor's bloodline phenomenon collapsed, and his fleshly body also suffered a huge impact. Internal organs have already surfaced a path of cracks. Huang Wu, you. As the elephant half-ancestor was about to speak, Martial Dao main body had come to him. Without giving him a chance to continue speaking, he stretched out his white palm, and was clapped on the head of elephant half-ancestor. Pa. The eyes of half-ancestor suddenly dimmed. His skull looked intact. But in the sea of consciousness, it has been penetrated by the power of the Martial Dao main body, and it is smashed. Primordial spirit is dead, body dies and Dao disappears. The elephant's body, half-ancestor, fell from the air. Two fists. Two big half-ancestor fall. Li Fan and Digi half-ancestor stared at this scene, but could not do anything about it, only feeling cold. The pride of half-ancestor, in this brief moment, is gone. Although half-ancestor is in the peak of true cultivation, in a single thought, you can wipe out the mortals of Pinyon Town. But half-ancestor is no different from those mortals in the face of death. Once fame, glory. In this brief moment, everything turned into the past. At this moment, Martial Dao main body turned around and looked at Li Fan and half-ancestor two not far away. Li Fan. Martial Dao main body lightly saying, you strangled me 2 times without success. I shot once and you're dead. Li Fan didn't expect this once in his eyes, a small existence than the ants. Today has such a power. You can even look down on him and take charge of his life and death. Back then, when Land of Preaching the Tao, he forcibly broke the space of Land of Preaching the Tao, and shot Huang Wu, and Huang Wu had no resistance. He even broke Good Fortune Azure Lotus. How many years have this passed? Huang Wu has grown to this point. Huang Wu, Digi half-ancestor expression was fickle, and suddenly said, I have no deep hatred with you. I'm here just for your heaven-murdering sword art. Today, if you let me go, I would like to offer earth-murdering sword art. Half-ancestor knows clearly that he can't impress Huang Wu without enough chips. Therefore, without any luck, he made it clear that he could surrender earth-murdering sword art. There is really no hatred between you and me. Martial Dao main body said, however, since you intend to kill all the mortals in Pinyon Town, I cannot keep you. As for earth-murdering sword art, even if you don't hand it over, I can get it myself. The words did not fall. Martial Dao main body shot again. Call. I don't know when. Martial Dao main body has come to the front of half-ancestor and hit him with a punch. Martial Dao main body's boxing is, in the eyes of others, the most common boxing method. But in the face of this fist, you can feel the terrifying of this fist. The will of the will that broke out of this fist made Dao heart of half-ancestor almost collapse. In his sight, there is no more Martial Dao main body, only this fist is left. Hum. The sound of the sword groaned. The Jedi half-ancestor drew his sword and came out. His arm, wrist, and little movement, this sword has been stabbed out, showing off one's ability. Extremely powerful. When the sharp edge of the long sword was cut on the fist of the Martial Dao main body, but the sound of Ginger's fighting came, the Jedi half-ancestor changed color suddenly, and his entire arm was numb. Kill. Dear half-ancestors within both eyes, a flash of sword light suddenly. This swipe of sword light went straight to the eyes of Martial Dao main body. Eye technique. The distance between two people is too close. The explosion of eye technique is almost instantaneous. Martial Dao main body can't escape. Martial Dao main body expression taunted, but only made an action, closing his eyes. When this eye technique sword light was stabbed on the eyelids of Martial Dao main body, it was not stabbed at all, but left a faint white mark. Not even a wound. Next moment, Martial Dao main body open your eyes. Open your eyes and kill. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1494. Chaotic Sword God Chapter 1494. The Jedi half-ancestor's eye technique is reactive and has lost the opportunity. Martial Dao main body open his eyes and step forward. Jedi half-ancestor straightened his sword. Martial Dao main body gaze as if a torch. Avoid sword edge, flick with your fingers, and play directly on the spine of long sword. This is the most vulnerable part of the sword. This long sword trembled violently, and was almost broken into two pieces by one finger of Marshall Dowmain body. Digi half-ancestor couldn't hold his own life source magic tool and flew away. Marshall Dowmain body was lightly fished, and he held the long sword in the palm of his hand and stabbed it with his backhand. With the power of Marshall Dowmain body, speed of shot, casual punch and sword, you can burst out amazing lethality. Digi half-ancestor couldn't escape at all, and was pierced by his sword with his life source magic tool. This is not over yet. Jedi half-ancestor suddenly complexion greatly changed. His life source magic tool is in his chest, as if to burst. I can't think too much. With a bang, the primordial spirit of half-ancestor came out of the top of the head. At this moment, his own life source magic tool exploded and turned into sharp pieces, cutting his fleshly body away from the shattered. Before he could react, a large, shadow-shrouded Marshall Dowmain body reached out and held the primordial spirit of the Jedi half-ancestor directly in his palm. Kill. Li Fan realized that Marshall Dowmain body would not let him go at all, and he also cut it out, urging his primordial spirit to the limit, bursting out 5 Dao Law techniques, a secret technique. At the same time, he wiped his palm on the storage bag and threw out more than a dozen law instruments in one breath. These spells, secret techniques, and magic tool hiding the sky and covering the earth have been moved towards Marshall Dowmain body. Final struggle, that's all. Marshall Dowmain body expression calmly said, I can't stop my punch. Bang. Marshall Dowmain body. With one punch, the vastness is like the sea, and the spell and secret techniques in the air are drowned instantly, and they disappear without a trace. More than a dozen Dowlaw devices were also splashed in 4 blows by Marshall Dowmain body. When they fell down, they were already dull and completely useless. Li Fan, you're done. Marshall Dowmain body looks down at Li Fan. The power gap between the two sides is too big. At the time, when Marshall Dowmain body was at Law Manifestation Realm, he fought against Jade Rakshasa, and he had to take out the bloodline phenomenon to suppress it. But now, Marshall Dowmain body stepped into body fusion, and even the bloodline phenomenon is not used. Bang! Marshall Dowmain body makes a punch. Li Fan quickly shredded the body protection talisman. This body protection talisman was the result of his search for an ancient vestige. Let alone the power of a half-ancestor, even the offensive of 10 half-ancestor can be resisted. But this body protection talisman can't stop a punch of Marshall Dowmain body. Kaka. Body protection talisman shattered. And Juwai of this fist is still extremely horrible. The fleshly body of Li Fan also exploded, causing a massive blood mist, beyond recognition. Marshall Dowmain body stepped forward, extended the hand, and gently touched Li Fan's eyebrow. Li Fan couldn't resist at all. His head was punctured by the fingers of Marshall Dowmain body instantly, drenched with blood. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of divine consciousness pervaded. Li Fan knows that he will die, and does not want to be humiliated. He simply desperately urges the primordial spirit, and wants self-destruction primordial spirit, and he will die on the spot. HMPH. Marshall Dowmain body sneered, in front of me, do you still want to die? I let you die. You can die. I won't let you. You are not even qualified for suicide. With these words, Li Fan is completely desperate. A sadness rose in his heart. As a half-ancestor expert, he couldn't even control his life and death. Huang Wu, what do you want to do? Li Fan asked angrily. The Dust Feathers half-ancestor and the Elephant half-ancestor have the slightest enmity with Huang Wu, but they are simply suppressed and killed by Huang Wu. He and Digi half-ancestor were left by Huang Wu. Huang Wu is by no means a kind-hearted person, is it? Li Fan thought of a possibility. Huang Wu, you dare? Li Fan suddenly loudly roared, trying to struggle desperately. But in the light ball in the palm of Marshall Dowmain body, a path of lacquered black chains has spawned, entwining Li Fan and the primordial spirit of half-ancestor. Soul-searching technique. Land of Preaching the Tao has more than 30 inheritances, and the Marshall Dowmain body has long been practicing great accomplishment. He left Li Fan and the Jedi half-ancestor two people, What he liked was the secret techniques inheritance of two people. Earth-murdering sword art is a must-have for Marshall Dowmain Body. Soul search begins. Marshall Dowmain Body is immersed in the memory of Defan two people, browsing quickly, filtering out all useless information. After half a ring, the primordial spirit of Defan and the Jedi half-ancestor 2 has been dimmed. The expression is dull and lifeless. These two big half-ancestor primordial spirit are tantamount to being deprived of memory and completely reduced to idiots. This search for souls has yielded great results. Great primordial palm and earth-murdering sword art have been obtained by Marshall Dowmain Body. Now, when Marshall Dowmain Body enters the body fusion realm, the cultivation speed suddenly slows down. He wants to increase the speed and increase the cultivation base as soon as possible. The easiest way is to use the great furnace of Marshall Dow to continuously smelt the cultivation technique secret technique. I will turn these cultivation technique secret techniques into my own experience. Now, Marshall Dowmain Body has got two top cultivation techniques of great primordial palm and earth murdering sword art. As long as they can be smelted, the strength will definitely rise again. As for the storage bag of these four half-ancestor, there must be some good things. It's a good idea. Marshall Dowmain Body narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. Pinion Town, soon calm down. Extreme Western Land, Kunlun Ruins. It's been 3 years since Suzaimo 20 people entered Kunlun Ruins' secret realm. The power of this great carefree wood is extremely huge. By the 5th year of Suzaimo refining and absorption, he had broken through to the body fusion realm middle stage. And this has just refined a small part of the power of the Wayfree wood. Suzaimo did not stop and continued to practice. In the 10th year, Nianchi breakthrough entered the body fusion realm middle stage. In the 6th year, Jihuo breakthrough stepped from the body fusion realm middle stage to the late stage. After stepping into the body fusion realm, cultivation becomes extremely difficult. For hundreds of years and 100 years, cultivation has made no progress and is normal. If it is on heavenly desolate continent, even if there are any great opportunities, Jihuo and Nianchi too will be difficult to promote a small realm in just 20 years. But in Kunlun Ruins, continuous fighting, life and death experience, Jihuo and Nianchi grew up quickly in such strange and depressed environment. After 20 years, Suzaimo is still cultivation, refining the Wayfree wood. This great carefree wood has been almost absorbed by his refining. And his cultivation realm has also reached the peak of the body fusion realm middle stage, just one step away to breakthrough. Jihuo and Nianchi have stopped practicing early. Two people are not like Suzaimo. There is a treasure like Wuji, which can continuously absorb strength and continue cultivation. But the two were still by Suzaimo's side, waiting for Suzaimo's practice to end. This day, Nianchi, who was originally cultivation, suddenly moved, opened her eyes, and was slightly frowned. Before long, Jihuo also opened his eyes, frowned, and said softly, "Someone is coming." So sleepy, everyone goes to bed earlier. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1495 Chapter 1495 Kunlun Clan. The direction of the coming people is not the entrance where they come in, but the other direction. For this secret realm, Suzaimo 3 people have not explored, and it is not clear where that direction leads. Go see. Jihuo Divine Consciousness Sound Transmission quietly got up with the Nianchi 2 people, moved towards the direction of the coming stealth, without alarming Suzaimo who was still cultivation. Walking along the road, you can still see some corpses lying on the ground, who were fallen in the past. Suddenly, the two stopped at the same time, winked at each other, their bodies flickered, and came to a dark corner, restraining aura, to hide. A rather messy footsteps came from a distance. It sounds like at least as a dozen people. The breath from these dozens of people is extremely powerful. Jihuo and Nianchi looked at each other, expression grave. Among these dozens of breaths, 2 people even felt the breath of a half-ancestor expert. However, they have also encountered countless battles on the outskirts of Kunlun Ruins. And there have been many half-ancestor experts who have suppressed and killed. Both people have made progress in the cultivation base, and naturally have no fear in their hearts, and continue to listen. My lord, thanks to you this time, you can crack this great formation outside. Yeah, this great formation has been here at Kunlun ruins since antiquity time, but for so many years, no one has been able to unlock it. Two compliments sounded. Jihuo and Nianqi secretly nodded, so it seems that this group should be from Kunlun ruins. Most likely the Kunlun family. Then another said, it's nothing. With us, the inheritance of formation is a long time. I have some accomplishments on it. Jihuo and Nianqi are both owned. The person who speaks behind is obviously the Lord God. The Lord made the adults speak with a weird tone of speech, jerky speech, and poor pronunciation. Jihuo too carefully discerned to hear what he said. Who arranged this great formation? The God made the adults speak again. This person is very difficult to deal with. If it is not for too long, several formation eyes have decayed and it would be difficult for me to unlock this great formation. I heard, it's antiquity time, a woman from heavenly desolate continent. Someone said, because of the existence of the Kunlun barrier, this woman has only been one for many years, entered Kunlun ruins, and left alive. When I heard this, Nianqi was shocked. Just listen to that person and continue. No one knows who this woman is. She is a mystery. These people don't know, but Nianqi knows. Because, the storytelling old man once said that Fairy Ling Long had entered Kunlun ruins. In the profound principal palace, there are few records about Kunlun ruins, and these precious records are left by Fairy Ling Long. The woman in these populations comes from antiquity time, which happens to be Fairy Ling Long. In other words, the owner of this secret realm is Fairy Ling Long of the year. Only Fairy Ling Long can set up that many complicated surrounding terrain at the entrance, and at the other end, the arranged peerless great formation makes the Kunlun family always unable to crack. The god who broke the formation made the adults admit that if it was not too long and the formation eye was broken, he would not be able to unlock the great formation. Jihuo was not present when storyteller Human Path was involved in Fairy Ling Long. Nianqi secretly divine consciousness sound transmission and quietly told Jihuo about it. But at the same time a confusion arose in the hearts of the two. What is Fairy Ling Long's arrangement of such a secret realm? What happened in this secret realm that year? I only heard someone say, this mystery is about to be solved. We have already entered this place and we will definitely find clues left by that woman. In the beginning, our Kunlun clan expert hunted down this woman, didn't expect, and all died here. These Kunlun clan people walked along the corpse and came in. Look, there. Suddenly someone exclaimed. So many magic tools. There are many spiritual pills. Cultivation techniques cheats. There are all heavenly materials and earthly treasures over there. Heavens, ah. The legend is true. The Kunlun clan exclaimed. What happened? The voice of that god sounded. Immediately, a Kunlun clan person replied. Legend that after the woman entered Kunlun ruins, she took away a large number of treasures of Kunlun ruins. Magic tool, pill medicine, cultivation technique, heavenly materials and earthly treasures countless. Didn't expect. These treasures are actually stored in this secret realm. Hearing here, there was a slight fluctuation in the minds of Jihuo and Nianqi, two people. Then, when I heard the news suddenly, I was unavoidably shocked. Two people are more confused. I don't understand why Fairy Ling Long left so many treasures in this secret realm without taking away someone. At that moment, the godman suddenly said something. Immediately after that, Jihuo and Nianqi felt a dazzling rays of light, and moved towards the hidden corner of two people. Hong Long. The wall covering the front of Jihuo 2 collapsed instantly. The figure of the person is completely exposed. Suddenly, a path of line of sight fell on two people, with a terrifying killing intent. The atmosphere in the entire secret realm suddenly became with swords drawn and bows bent. Jihuo glanced. Opposite Kunlun clan, there are 10 or 6 digits. Although they are all in the form of human race, they are obviously of different races, and the bloodline breath is different. These Kunlun clan costumes are similar. Only one person in the crowd is wearing a large, white robe, which is different from others and looks a little conspicuous. If Jihuo had expected it well, this white-robed man should be the master of Kunlun clan's mouth. Nian Qi's eyes also fell on this white-robed man. For some reason, Nian Qi felt a familiar feeling on the white-robed man. This white-robed man is also looking at Nian Qi, and there seems to be something profound in his eyes. This white-robed man's cultivation realm, which neither Jihuo nor Nian Qi too can feel, is hazy, as if covered by something. Where they are, there is a huge secret room, with various treasures stacked beside it. Above the wall, some faint handwriting can still be seen, covering a layer of dust. I don't know what was written. At the moment, Jihuo and Nian Qi too dare not look at each other distracted, but just glanced casually. Outsider, in the opposite Kunlun clan, the only half-ancestor stood out, looking at Jihuo. Two people, I shows the ominous light, loudly shouted. An outsider came in. White-robed man looking thoughtful, softly muttered, that is to say, the other end of this secret realm is most likely to lead to heavenly desolate continent. Not bad. Many Kunlun clan are also bright eyes. The Kunlun clan half-ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, that woman is so amazing. She can make a passage under the cover of Kunlun barrier. You know, Kunlun ruins has a Kunlun barrier. The people inside can't get out, and the people outside can't get in. But the existence of this secret realm has broken this fact. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1496. Chapter 1496 Fierce Battle. Ha ha. Kunlun clan half-ancestor laughed heartily. Now that we know this passage, we can leave Kunlun ruins. Not bad. Another Kunlun clan nodded and said, we can finally leave this place and return to Heavenly Desolate. We will have the opportunity to step into the Great Ascension realm, become the real old ancestor, and break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. In Kunlun ruins, because the immemorial war is too scary, the divine ability is left behind. When old ancestor of Great Ascension steps in, it will cause a storm of divine ability. In Kunlun ruins, it is even more impossible to step into the Great Ascension realm, because, as long as you realize the ability of divide, a storm of divine ability will form. This means that even if you successfully step into the Great Ascension realm, it will fall immediately and be torn apart by the storm of the divine ability. You guys, we do come from Heavenly Desolate, but to you, to Kunlun ruins, it is not malicious. Jihuo expression is calm, slightly arched, doing full courtesy, not at all rashly conflicts with these Kunlun clan people. The Kunlun clan half-ancestor sneered, outsider, you should kill without mercy. Give me. Kill them. Kunlun clan half-ancestor waved his hands arbitrarily without paying attention to Jihuo and Nian Qi. Jihuo's expression also cooled down. Jihuo on the Heavenly Desolate continent, which is also a great expert that shocked a party, returned from the rebirth, a few battles, even more fame. He treated each other with courtesy, but did not want to first arrive at Kunlun ruins, and broke out with Kunlun clan. But since Kunlun clan is going to kill him, he will not be afraid. HMPH. Jihuo also sneaked. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have that ability. The voice didn't fall. Two Kunlun clan great experts have come forward. One of them reached out with a rough hand with long hair. The top of the head shot towards Jihuo came down. Animal, in front of me, dare to impudent. Jihuo lightly shouted, his eyebrows flickered, a scarlet-eared great tripod flew out, and moved towards the Kunlun clan great expert fiercely hit him. The Kunlun clan great expert also realized that he was powerful, responded very quickly, and temporarily changed his moves. With the strength of the fleshly body, he clenched into a fist, and moved towards the hitting aiding. Bang! A loud noise. The fist of Kunlun clan great expert collided with Jihuo's life source magic tool. Ow! Kunlun clan great expert screamed, his face showing pain. His fist collided with Jihuo's life source magic tool. This is not over yet. The body of this crimson big dinger made a loud noise, set off a raging flame, and moved towards Kunlun Clan Great Expert's fist, swept away from him. The long hair on this Kunlun Clan Great Expert's arm was instantly burned to ashes. The flames of fire even burned this person's flesh and blood. Monster Chi, the billowing blood surged out, scattered on the flames. But this scarlet-eared flame has no tendency to extinguish at all. It becomes more and more vigorous. In the blink of an eye, the body of this Kunlun Clan Great Expert is completely shrouded. Roar! The Kunlun Clan Great Expert roared and pushed Bloodline to the extreme, trying to imitate the ontology. He is not human race. Only in his physical form can his battle strength be maximized. But Jihuo did not give him this opportunity at all. Jihuo grabbed the palm of his hand, and in an instant, he gathered a mass of magic power in the palm of his hand, condensing into a burning lance. This lance is red all over the body and has been completely burned by the flames. Jihuo throws it backhand. Lance turned into a red light, submerged into this person's chest, and a terrible flame burst out instantly. This flame is burning from the inside out. Just a few breaths, the internal organs of this Kunlun Clan Great Expert were burned to ashes. The man was struggling and screaming in the flames, hysterical. But after all, it failed to survive. The pain on the fleshly body made him unbearable. The primordial spirit came out of the shell, but was quickly swallowed by the fire, and turned into ashes. Body dies and Tao disappears. It's also body fusion realm, but this Kunlun Clan Great Expert hasn't survived 3 rounds in Jihuo's hands. Another body fusion Great Expert rushed to Nian Qi and saw this scene, secretly shocked. He didn't dare to carelessly, the body was still in the air, and he had already transformed into the body. Roar! This is a monster beast similar to a jackal. It's just that the bloodline breath of this monster beast is much stronger than the wolves. The eyes are fierce, and it is extremely cruel. This monster beast is covered with scales all over the body, with sharp claws, agility, and amazing speed. This is the almost extinct ominous beast on heavenly desolate continent! Alas, not only cruel and bloodthirsty, but also extreme revenge. As long as it is slightly offended, it will be hated by it. Such a powerful ominous beast, I am afraid that only Kunlun Ruins exists. Transformed into the body, Qi and blood soared into the sky, came to Nian Qi's body, opened a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and moved towards Nian Qi and bit it. Nian Qi looked very weak, and her body was not as stout as one's arm. This bite will tear Nian Qi in an instant. Not far away, the white-robed man faint smile, watching this scene with interest. Nian Qi expression is calm, there are no waves in his eyes, and there is no fear in his eyes. The moment Nian Qi shot up, Nian Qi shot Hong Long. Nian Qi's within the body, the voice of the tide comes out. The golden Qi and blood surged, soared to the sky, and instantly suppressed the bloody bloodline. Nian Qi stretched out her white and delicate palms and landed on the top of the uncle's head, moved towards the ground and pressed fiercely down. Bang! The ground trembled, and his head was smashed into a big pit. My mouth was full of fangs, and most of them were broken, and my mouth was bleeding. The Kunlun clan half-ancestor slightly frowned, softly muttered, God clan bloodline. He glanced subconsciously at the white-robed man. White-robed man slightly smiled, saying, just God clan lost species, that's all. Bloodline is impure. After a short pause, the white-robed man added, however, this woman is very good at innate talent, and it is really hard to cultivate half of the blood of the vein to this point. White-robed man finished. The battle over there has also been settled. He tried to stand up, but under the repression of Nian Qi's palm, he couldn't get rid of it simply. It's as if it was not the palms that suppressed him, but the unshakable thousand mountains. Nian Qi's palm strength, a divine light burst out in the palm of his hand, and instantly pierced through his head. This pure blood ominous beast gigantic body, stalemate, and then fell heavily to the ground, arousing countless dust, corpse on the spot. With Jihuo and Nian Qi's current battle strength, in body fusion realm, one-on-one fight can defeat 2 people, and there are already very few. The battle strength of 2 people can even suppress some half-ancestor experts. Ha ha ha. In addition to the white-robed man being motionless, the remaining 3 Kunlun clan, including the Kunlun clan half-ancestor, also stood up and surrounded Jihuo 2 people. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1497 Chapter 1497 9 Baby Roar. Now, among the 3 Kunlun clan, all of them have transformed ontology, and they are all kinds of immemorial ferocious beasts. Some of them are familiar, while others have been extinct in Heavenly Desolate. None of these Kunlun clans have a human race. According to Fairy Linglong, the Kunlun family is a fusion of the remaining races in the Immemorial War. During the Immemorial War, human race was the weakest race among the 10,000 races and was enslaved. It did not even have the qualifications to participate in this immemorial war. Therefore, there is almost no human race in the Kunlun family. The Kunlun clan half-ancestor is a 9 babies, pure-blood ominous beast, extremely fierce, giving birth to 9 snake-like heads. Open mouth roar, can make a baby crying, confusing. At the beginning, Suzaimo encountered a 9 baby in a junior ancient battlefield. However, the 9 babies in front of me have been cultivated in the semi-ancestor realm world, which is much stronger than that of the junior ancient battlefield. Woo woo woo. 9 infant roared, making a cry of babies. Jihuo and Nianqi both frowned, feeling uncomfortable for a while. Both chi and blood were restless and difficult to suppress. The magic power of the 9 babies is very high. Just a range secret technique has already affected Jihuo and Nianqi 2 people. Hong Long Long. At the same time, the remaining 10 heads of the body fusion realm ominous beast rushed up and moved towards Jihuo and Nianqi. These ominous beasts are on the rampage. The ground is shaking, making a loud noise, and the sound is shocking, as if they can tear Jihuo 2 into pieces. Call. Jihuo expression grave, with both hands continuously changing magic arts. Beside him, he instantly ignited 3 scarlet-eared flames. 3 flames, slowly spinning around him. Red flame spinning lights. If you only face 2 body fusion great experts, the spell of this red flame spinning light is enough to protect yourself. But now, with 2 heads of body fusion realm ominous beast slaughtered, and a half-ancestor 9 baby glare like a tiger watching his prey, waiting for the opportunity, Jihuo didn't dare to stay. Kog. Jihuo lightly shouted, the magic arts in your hand has changed again. 3 flames of scarlet-eared, quickly converge together. Flare greatly rises. 3 secrets Dao fire is here. Jihuo pointed forward, the group of 3 secrets Dao fire, 9 heads in front of body fusion realm ominous beast swept away. These ominous beasts feel the crisis. Some quickly stop their figure, others rely on their agility and quickly pan, avoiding the envelope of 3 secrets Dao fire. Only 3 heads are huge and relatively slow-moving ominous beasts have not been able to dodge and are shrouded in 3 secrets Dao fire. Ow ow ow. The 3 ominous beasts suddenly made a scream of screams. The flesh and blood on their bodies melted quickly. As soon as the blood and water poured out, they were burned into nothingness by 3 secrets Dao fire. Hong Long. At this moment, on the side of the 9 babies, 4 heads were shaking, opened their mouths, and suddenly a path of turbulent torrents poured out, pouring down, and moved towards the bodies of the 3 ominous beasts. 4 torrents, like 9 days of the Milky Way, poured down, and the sound was terrifying. Sting. 4 torrents and the power of 3 secrets Dao fire, constantly colliding and killing. This is the confrontation between water and fire. Water and fire mutually restrain. But whether water can extinguish a fire or fire can incinerate water depends on 2 kinds of power, who is strong and who is weak. 2 powers, deadlocked. If Jihuo and the 9 babies directly confronted, it would be nothing but 3 secrets Dao fire and 4 torrents battlefield, on the body of the 3 body fusion realm ominous beast. The 3 heads of the body fusion realm ominous beast, bearing the 3 secrets Dao fire, are already dying. Now, after being eroded by the torrent, it didn't take long before, in the water and fire slaughter, body dies and Tao disappears. Skeleton doesn't exist. Outsider. 9 The baby screamed, "You're offending me." On the 9 heads of 9 babies, endless anger flashes. Suddenly 9 heads moved at the same time, opening their mouths wide, spraying a path of flames and a path of torrents, interwoven into a large water and fire net exuding destruction aura, and moved towards Jihuo shrouded in the past. There is a sickening stench in this path of flame. Be careful. The flames are poisonous. Nianqi hurriedly reminded. Jihuo also quickly realized that expression grave urged his life source magic tool to resist in front of him. At the same time, Jihuo kept pinching magic arts in his hands, condensing spells, hitting this big network of water and fire, and wanted to tear this net open a gap. However, this web of water and fire is the innate divine ability of 9 babies. If the realm of 2 people is equal, Jihuo can definitely tear up this net. But now, 9 babies are half-ancestor experts, magic power is boundless, continuous. This water and fire net cannot be torn at all. Seeing that the net of water and fire will be shrouded, Nianqi on the side just flashed a body fusion realm ominous beast suppress and kill, flickered, and came to Jihuo. Bang! Nianqi urged bloodline and the bloodline phenomenon broke out. Behind her, a huge pyramid emerged, quaint and mysterious, with endless mortals kneeling down and praying prayerfully. Nianqi stands at the top of the pyramid, as if the god of that world. Seeing this scene, the white-robed man's eyes were greatly rises, secretly nodded. Senior, you resist other Kunlun clan. I will deal with this 9 babies. Nianqi said quickly. Sting. Pyramid soared to the sky, tearing the water and fire net instantly, moved towards 9 infants suppressed. 9 The baby screamed, "Dear Pukai." The pyramid came down and directly exploded the 9 heads of the 2 babies, flesh and blood flew, and the brain flowed to the ground. Horrible to see. But in a blink of an eye, these 2 heads of 9 babies regrow. You know, although body fusion great expert can be reborn with a broken arm, if the head is lost, it will definitely not grow. But this 9 baby is different. 9 babies have 9 heads. Even if 8 of their heads fall, he will not die. His primordial spirit, among 9 heads, can be transferred at will, as long as 1 head is immortal. He will not die. Nianqi controlled the huge and magnificent pyramid, stepped forward, and the pyramid descended again. At the same time, Nianqi combined his hands and feet, and condensed spell, secret technique, and in the blink of an eye, a stormy offensive broke out on the 9 infants. 9 infants' head, one by one burst. But soon it can grow back. The 2 sides fought and killed. The most dangerous one. 9 babies even broke 8 heads, and they were almost suppressed by Nianqi on the spot. The 9 babies as half-ancestor were also completely suppressed by Nianqi. On the other side, there are only 7 of those Kunlun clan body fusion realm ominous beasts. These ominous beasts can't stop Jihuo's killing. I beg God to let the Lord go. 9 The baby couldn't support it and called for help. Hee. The white-robed man slightly smiled next to it, slowly extending the hand palm. Chi and blood surged, and a path of blazing golden light appeared, faintly saying, "It's time to end." Many thanks. I am so drunk. Yi Feng's reward of 10,000 coins. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1498. Chapter 1498 God Clan Half Ancestor. N. Seeing the golden chi and blood flowing on the arm of a white-robed man, Nianqi expression changed. Cry out in surprise, God Clan. She is most familiar with this kind of bloodline. This white-robed man is definitely God Clan. But how can there be God Clan in Kunlun Ruins? Kunlun Ruins has the existence of Kunlun Barrier. If God Clan breaks in, it will become extremely violent. Nianqi will almost be suppressed and killed by the power of Kunlun Barrier. In other words, this white-robed man can never enter from the outside. Could this person be a descendant of God Clan from the immemorial war? But if so, why would these Kunlun clans respect him so much and call him Lord God? And, for reasons unclear, Nian Qi always felt that this person was a little different from some of the God clan she had seen. Between this white-robed man Qi and blood surging, the original black hair quickly turned into golden long hair. Half-ancestor. This white-robed man turned out to be a half-ancestor expert. The white-robed man had no hanging storage bag on his body, but he suddenly had a huge long sword in his hand. This is a two-handed giant sword. Such weapons are quite rare in the real cultivation world. Generally speaking, the Sword of Sword Repair is known for its elegant spirit. Only God clan can use such a two-handed giant sword. Little Missy, you're still tender. White-robed man slightly smiled, stepped forward, held the giant sword with both hands, held it high. Qi and blood surged, and a blaze of golden light burst out from the sword. In the light of this golden light, this God clan is like a real deity, not alive. Jihuo heart shivered with cold. In front of this man, he even developed an irresistible thought. Nian Qi, expression grave, manipulating the pyramid behind him, moved towards white-robed man, fiercely hit it. Cut! White-robed man loudly shouted, holding sword in both hands. Giant sword golden light 10,000 jang, moved towards the oncoming pyramid, was chopped down. Bang! Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry. There was a violent shaking in the whole secret room. The dust fell down, the smoke billowed, and everyone's vision became a little blurred. Kaka! I saw a mysterious and magnificent pyramid. A path of fissures appeared, growing larger and faster, covering the whole body. With a roar, the pyramid collapsed on the spot and turned into nothingness. Nian Qi's bloodline phenomenon was split by a white-robed man. Nian Qi shook her figure, and blood leaked from the corners of her mouth, but her eyes are still full of fighting intent. Nian Qi's body flickered, leaving a series of afterimages in place, very fast, and moved towards white-robed man. Fluttered over. Want to fight melee? White-robed man, the corners of his mouth are slightly tilted. He doesn't care. He rotates his two-handed sword. Sword art opens and closes, but there is almost no weak spot. The offensive is fierce. Nian Qi's body is elegant and agile, constantly wandering around white-robed man, looking for opportunities. There are too many cultivation techniques, secret techniques on Misty Peak. Nian Qi has also practiced a lot of body skills, incorporating them into his own perceptions, and using God clan's bloodline physique to cultivate a body style suitable for him. The white-robed man turns the two-handed giant sword. His strength is unmatched, but he cannot even touch Nian Qi's clothes. Nian Qi's spirit was still tense, because she knew that she had made a few mistakes and was likely to be killed on the spot by a white-robed man. The power of white-robed man, she can't bear it. The white-robed man is calm and composed. Suddenly, perhaps it was a long time swinging the sword, a little tired, a fleeting weak spot appeared on the chest of the white-robed man. Nian Qi, without the slightest hesitation, greatly raises his eyes, stepped forward, and punched fiercely. Boom! This fist hits the white-robed man's chest, but Nian Qi's complexion has greatly changed. Her fists did not seem to be flesh and blood, but steel muscles, iron bones. Whoosh sound. The white robe of the man burst instantly, revealing a tall and strong body, covered with golden light flashing armor. This armor looks incredibly thick, with a path of mysterious complex lines engraved on it, flashing golden light. Nian Qi, this fist just hit the thick armor of golden. This weak spot was deliberately sold to her by this God clan man. You got fooled. God clan man smiled lightly and punched, hitting Nian Qi's chest. Nian Qi's body flew upside down instantly, and her body was still in the air, so she spit out a big mouthful of blood. Look pale, expression was sluggish, and her qi and blood were all scattered. With a bang, Nian Qi fell heavily on the ground, only feeling cramped, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his face instantly. You should know, I have kept my hand. God clan man moved towards Nian Qi and walked slowly, said with a slight smile, if I hadn't punched out a sword just now, you are already a dead body. I think your innate talent is good. Within the body is still half of God clan's bloodline. Can I accept you as a slave to me? would you? Nianchi's eyes were cold and he said nothing. She knew in her mind that this God Clan man did keep it just now. But if she were to yield, she would never promise. God Clan man saw Nianchi refused to speak, slightly frowned. You need to know, I'm giving you a chance, giving you a way to live. Later, the God Clan man looked towards Jihuo on the other side, and said lightly, like this person, he has only a dead-end call. At this moment, Jihuo rushed out of the siege of several Kunlun clan great experts and threw the scarlet in his hand. The man moved towards God Clan. Hey, the wind is whistling. God Clan man expression taunts and doesn't look at it. He raises his sword with both hands to cut it down. When fire star flowing in all directions. This scarlet dading was actually chopped back by a God Clan man, and at a faster speed, moved towards Jihuo hit him. At the same time, the surrounding Kunlun clan great expert also attacked. Jihuo was unable to attend to other things, and a few more wounds instantly appeared on his body. In the end, Jihuo was hit by his life source magic tool, and then hit the wall of the back room behind him, slowly falling off. On the wall, a path of fissures appeared, showing the horror of the power that erupted. Ant, you dare to do it to me? God Clan man sneaked, ready to step up and suppress Jihuo. At this moment, at the other end of the secret room, there was a loud howling at the entrance of the martyrdom, as if it contained a huge anger. God Clan man slightly frowned. Anyone else? In the blink of an eye, a silhouette appeared on the other end of the martyrdom. This cultivator, azure clothes, black hair, delicate and pretty, eyes like electricity. Look around. Kunlun clan's great experts even dare not to look at them, subconsciously avoid their eyes. Master, are you okay? Azure clothes cultivator saw Jihuo paralyzed sitting on the corner, and quickly stepped forward to help Jihuo feed a few pills medicine. God Clan man taunted and couldn't help laughing. He thought it was a great role, didn't expect, but it was that person's disciple. The master was easily suppressed by him, and a disciple was even more fearless. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1499 Chapter 1499 Suppressing Half Ancestor. Zymo, you are out. Jihuo laughed, saying, I'm okay, it doesn't matter if you take a break. Be careful, this person is God Clan half ancestor, the means is not weak. Suzaimo nodded. Additional, Jihuo added, this is the secret realm channel opened by Fairy Linglong. It can cross the Kunlun barrier and connect Heavenly Desolate and Kunlun ruins. These people have just learned about the existence of this secret realm channel. Since they have already started, they cannot leave them alive. Although Jihuo and the others did not know yet, Fairy Linglong opened up the meaning and purpose of this secret realm, but they believed that Fairy Linglong's move must have profound meaning. Even more, how? If these people escaped from this place, it would definitely bring more trouble. Suppressing and killing all these Kunlun clans here is the bottom line of the paycheck, once and for all. The next 9 babies had been slowly recovers at this time, and the injuries on her body had recovered almost, and she couldn't help hearing it. It's just body fusion realm late stage, that's all. And you want to kill us all? Absorbing and refining a large section of Wifree wood. Suzaimo's cultivation base has reached the body fusion realm late stage, which has continuously improved to small realm. If it's normal practice, it's simply impossible without 100 or 1000 years. The power contained in the Wifree wood is too pure and huge, and it fits well with Suzaimo's Azure Lotus True Body. Azure Lotus True Body can perfectly absorb the power of Wifree wood. God Clan? Suzaimo's eyes fell on the God Clan man not far away, and it was slightly frowned. How does God Clan exist in Kunlun ruins? Nianchi also struggled to stand up at this time, returned to Suzaimo, slightly stunned. Young master, are you the disciple of that ant? The God Clan man looked at Suzaimo, laughed confidently, and said, I suppress your master with only one sword. I suppress you. One finger should be enough. Is it? Suzaimo, expressionless, moved towards God Clan. The man walked, and said lightly, you can try it. God Clan as God Clan and half ancestor, simply did not put Suzaimo in his eyes, and as he said, he stretched out a finger and moved towards Suzaimo to suppress it. Although it is just a finger, golden chi and blood swells on this finger. It looks like the sky pillar of Tongxuan. The momentum is amazing, and moved towards Suzaimo is suppressed. Suzaimo expression calmly, under the repression of this finger, there was no panic in his eyes, not even a dodge action. Seeing this finger, he was about to point on his skull. Suzaimo suddenly shot. Among the flashes of light, Suzaimo's palm directly pinched this finger of the God Clan man. God Clan's man's strength is blocked, and he can't suppress it. He was heart-shivered with cold and wanted to pull his finger. But his finger was choked by Suzaimo, completely motionless, and he wanted to pull it out. Also absolutely impossible. Hey! At this moment, a soaking voice sounded. God Clan the man stared at his eyes, complexion greatly changed, with pain in his eyes. God Clan man finally couldn't bear it. With a sharp scream, Suzaimo actually cut off the fingers of the God Clan man. God Clan the man backed frantically, but Suzaimo grabbed his fingers and simply wouldn't let go. Sting. Bloodlight emerges. This finger was torn directly under the tier of two kinds of force. And, how dare you hurt me? God Clan man expression is angry, loudly roared. It was just a broken finger, and in a blink of an eye, it had grown back. But with 10 fingers connected to one's heart, the pain of this broken finger is hard to bear. Even more how? The God Clan man didn't expect at all. Someone could hurt him, even someone dared to hurt him. What a destructive body, so untouched. Suzaimo sneered slightly, kept walking, bullying himself, and the whole person sent out a terrifying pressure. Bright cut. The God Clan man held the sword in both hands. Chi and blood surged, bursting into the sound of the tide, and moved towards Suzaimo fiercely chopped down. The power of this sword is too strong. On the sword, rays of light are bright and dazzling. It was just this sword that broke the bloodline phenomenon of Nianqi and hit Jihua with one sword. HMPH. In the face of this majestic, fierce sword, Suzaimo did not wince, but actually extended the hand, moved towards this golden giant sword and caught it. You are courting death. God Clan man expression cold. This azure-clothed man, who wants to use the flesh and blood to resist his half-ancestor magic tool, is about bringing about one's own destruction. He has enough confidence that this sword can split this azure-clothed man in half. Boom. The idea did not fall. His golden giant sword had been chopped on Suzaimo's palm. No imaginary scene happened. Suzaimo hasn't been split in half, and even his palms are intact. Absorbing the refining and free wood is not only the promotion of cultivation realm, Azure Lotus' true body is also growing rapidly and becoming more powerful. Around Kunlun Clan Great Expert, 9 babies widened their eyes, revealing incredible colors, and their chin almost fell to the ground. How can it be? God Clan the man was shocked and exclaimed. His sword was actually resisted by this azure-clothed man with flesh and blood. You know, even his god body didn't dare to resist the edge of the half-ancestor magic tool. What exactly grew out of this person's fleshly body? HMPH. Suzaimo sneered. You just want to kill me? Suzaimo, while the God Clan man was a little stunned, stepped forward and turned his hands, and moved towards the top of the head of this God Clan man to suppress it. This palm is in the air, as if turned into a big seal, magnificent and irresistible. God Clan man expression is terrified, immediately abandoned the big sword in his hand, violently retreating, at the same time desperately tilted his head back, avoiding this big seal. Bang! God Clan's face, although avoiding the big print in the air. But this big seal still fell heavily on his chest, just smashed it into the soil and smashed a huge pit. Kaka. God Clan's gold armor, a path of fissures emerged, turned into a pile of debris, and scattered. God Clan man looked pale. Without the protection of this body protection, Suzaimo's palm is enough to hit his body with 40%. 5 cracks. Tart tart. Suzaimo's footsteps sounded, and it sounded to God Clan men as if they were urging. He never thought that he would encounter such a terrible and powerful cultivator here. He just wanted to escape from here and tell clansmen about today. In Kunlun ruins, there is such a powerful existence. I don't know what kind of variables will be born. Oh la la. God Clan man is running chi and blood again, jumping up from the pit. Before he started to escape, he saw a flash, and a silhouette had arrived. Suzaimo didn't talk to him at all, and didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1500. Chapter 1500 Kill all. God Clan's man's armor was shattered and he just escaped from the pit. It was already battered and exhausted, and he no longer had the confidence and demeanor he had just learned. In his eyes, only panic and fear remained. I didn't see any action from the God Clan man. Suddenly a huge golden shield was added to his hand, standing in front of him. Suzaimo's eyes narrowed. There is no storage bag on this God Clan man. He really saw that this huge golden shield was taken out of a ring on God Clan's man's finger. Presumably the purpose of this ring is somewhat similar to the storage bag on his waist. Suzaimo didn't think about it. The palm continued to shoot down. Bang! Suzaimo's palm fell on this golden shield, and a loud noise broke out. Although this golden shield is intact, the palm of Suzaimo completely suppressed the shield, and the God Clan man, God Clan's body, fell heavily to the ground. At this time, without the protection of the golden armor, the viscera of the God Clan man was severely shaken, and his mouth spit out a lot of blood. It is good. Suzaimo slightly nodded, saying, "You can pick me up with 2 palms. But you have some ability." This sentence sounded extremely harsh to God Clan men. As God Clan half-ancestor, when did he suffer such humiliation? The God Clan man slowly stood up, trying to lift the golden shield next to him, but found that this shield was already dim in rays of light. The mysterious runes above were completely destroyed by Suzaimo, because in the middle of the giant shield, a clear palm print is printed, covering all the runes below. "Who are you?" God Clan's face was somber and gritted. "Are you a forbidden race on Heavenly Desolate Continent?" "I'm not taboo. I'm human race." Suzaimo lightly saying, "Impossible." God Clan man loudly said, "Human race is the most cowardly race, the bottom of the entire food chain. How can you be a human race?" "I'm Huang Wu," Suzaimo said again. "Impossibly impossible." The God Clan man heard the word Huang Wu and didn't react much, just shook his head constantly. Suzaimo's eyes slightly narrowed, stepped forward again, extended the hand palm, and the head of the man moved towards God Clan, grabbed it. In Kunlun ruins, there is a trace of God Clan, which is weird. Moreover, this God Clan has never heard of his name. It must not be from Heavenly Desolate Continent. Suzaimo wants to detain God Clan's primordial spirit and search for souls. The God Clan man felt the crisis and suddenly loudly shouted, "What are you waiting for?" And you shot together. It is possible to leave alive. Until this time, 9 babies waited for Kunlun Clan to respond. After all, just before Suzaimo made 2 shots, he hit the God Clan man so miserably that he could not fight back. "Huang Wu." God Clan the man shouted, chi and blood rose, loudly said, "I want to suppress me." Absolutely impossible. Call. Behind the God Clan man, a huge and magnificent ancient building emerged, golden in body, permeated with mysterious and weird atmosphere, which is God Clan's bloodline phenomenon. Under this pyramid, countless souls are kneeling and praying, expressing piety. This God Clan man stands at the top of the pyramid, with his arms open, as if endless power is pouring into his within the body. His injury is healing rapidly, and his breath is rising. At the same time, 9 babies and the remaining 6 Kunlun Clan great experts besieged and shot up. 9 infants and the others realized the power of Suzaimo and didn't dare to stay. Spell, secret technique, magic tool hiding the sky and covering the earth. Densely packed. Light of firefly. Suzaimo's voice sounded with Supreme's will in it. Dare to compete with Heoyu. By the end of this sentence, Suzaimo's body had completely disappeared. In its place is a dark green azure lotus that soars into the sky. The jade is like a jade, and the lotus petals bloom slowly, giving off a path of glow. This is 9 Kunlun clan great expert, and other babies are all shocking. Azure lotus swayed slightly. The whole void, like a calm lake, fell into a stone, making a path of naked visible ripples. Many spells in midair are scattered. Some of the innate great expert magic tool that came over, before waiting for the azure lotus, the rays of light quickly dimmed and fell from the air. Kaka. As for the perfect great expert magic tool, and even some lower magic tools, they all shattered and were discarded on the spot. Azure lotus shook again. Another ripple spread. The 6 Kunlun clan great experts couldn't escape at all. They seemed to be fixed in the air, enveloped by this ripple. Puh, puh, puh. Over the ripples, the fleshly bodies of these Kunlun clan great experts all burst and turned into a bunch of blood mist. The primordial spirit of the 6 Kunlun clan great experts were all silently consumed by the ripples derived from good fortune azure lotus and turned into nothingness. 6 Kunlun clan great experts, all fall. Skeleton doesn't exist. 9 The baby realizes that it is wrong and retreats first. Even so, his 9 skulls were also broken, and he was almost buried here. 9 The baby retreated quickly, and moved towards fleeing in the distance. At this point, good fortune azure lotus swayed for the 3rd time. Hong Long Long. The pyramid under God Clan's man collapsed instantly, countless gravels rolled down, and the souls kneeling and praying were buried. God Clan the man stared at his eyes, and a path of rift appeared on him. The battle of the bloodline phenomenon. His bloodline phenomenon, defeat. Suzaimo's figure was retransfigured, and in a blink of an eye, he had already come to the God Clan man, and with his palm on top of the God Clan man's head, he detained his primordial spirit. Subsequently, Suzaimo flickered and moved towards the 9 babies who fled away. Young master notices that these 9 babies have 9 heads. You have to see 9 heads hanged at the same time, so this ominous beast can die. Nianchi hurriedly reminded. Oh, Suzaimo's expression was calm, not surprised, and casually said, "That's fine." Suzaimo grabbed the God Clan man's primordial spirit in one hand, and put his sword fingers together in the other, moving slightly towards the 9th baby. Cut out the sword. Suzaimo has turned and walked back without even looking at the 9 babies. The escaping 9 babies felt the crisis, but couldn't help but glanced around. At this glance, it was filled with the extremely powerful sword light. At the point of entry, there was a vast expanse of whiteness, and I didn't know how many sword chi were strangling over the sky and covering the earth. 9 baby looks desperate. This simply is inevitable, not to mention that he only has 9 heads, and even 90 heads are not dead enough. Puh, puh, puh. The sound of sword chi piercing through the flesh sounded, and blood mist filled. Just in a blink of an eye, the 9th baby has disappeared, and there is only a pile of flesh and mud left in the place that was hanged by heaven-murdering sword chi. Many thanks Yi Feng.